All right. Looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody?
In 1993, boobs. Insurance doesn't cover the surgery. You can't afford it, and it hurts. Of course, there's only one thing you can do. Cut them off yourself. The internet is littered with stories of people who performed all kinds of surgical procedures on themselves. And it almost always turns out how you'd expect. So for today's video, let's take a look at some people who performed medical procedures on themselves with varying degrees of success. This video is sponsored by Aura. It seems like every other week you're hearing about some new massive data breach. It was only recently revealed that there was a big one where hackers may have stolen every single American social security number. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data, which offers personal info free.
Will Trump appoint RFK? It's looking like it. Yep. Grape or strawberry jam? Well, I don't like jam, period, but if I had to choose between grape or strawberry, I'd choose grape. I've decided to unalive myself. Well, if you're being serious, I'd recommend against it, and if you need any help, you can talk to me in Discord if you want, or we could just talk later privately.
I remember that when I was in high school, eyebrow piercing started to become a big trend. You'd find guides online about.
What are you talking about? Donate $2. Why do my tricep tendons hurt when I lift lightweight? Is it all the alcohol I drink or something else? Any advice? Alcohol will do stuff like that. It dehydrates you, right? So it can make your muscles and tendons very stiff and brittle. And if you drink a lot, yeah, you might notice that you have a lot of muscle, tendon, joint pain. And it's probably due to it dehydrating you. I think there are also some inflammatory effects of alcohol. So I'd recommend not drinking. Thanks for the donation. What are you talking about? Gummy. Gum gum. Gum gum. What are you doing? No going into the wall. Gummy. No going into the wall. Gummy is a very weird cat.
Good evening VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, in my opinion, I should have listened to this professor's prediction about the election rather than Dr. Lichtman LMFAO.
All right, we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
The only appropriate counter to alpha male energy is sigma stasis. We need to fill the Democratic Party with center-left, maybe even center-right sigmas.
Next advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Oh, that's hilarious. No. Oh, that's good. The Democratic Party definitely needs a cultural shift and different leadership. They have too much weak bitch cuck energy, you know? They need somebody like me to run for president. Thanks for the donation, retard. I'm gonna move the fucking litter box because it stinks. I think I rolled over like a centipede or something with my chair.
Donald Kumar Trump won. But Richard Kumar Burgess said that Alan Kumar Lichtman said that Joe Kumar Biden wouldn't drop out and that Kamala Kumar Harris had the keys to the White House.
Yeah, I was wrong about that, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, though, Tom. Yeah, I just changed the fucking litter, asshole. He probably just took a shit or something. Dodo donated $2. Destiny's streaming. See if he's on Discord. Oh, looks like he's on Discord. And air your grievances out to him. Explain what you think Democrats need to do. Explain why Americans are stupid. Hey there.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi.
It is I. So, those election results are pretty fucked.
Yep.
I never would have thought he would win the popular vote. That was, and by a lot too, that was the most shocking result to me. And he won every freaking swing state. Like, that's just crazy.
Pretty wacky, pretty wild, yeah.
So, here's my idea on why Trump did so well and why the Democrats lost. You could maybe argue there's a number of little things that, you know, contributed to it. So Harris being a woman, you know, I'm sure that had a part to play. You could maybe nitpick some of the campaign choices where she didn't really make herself distinct from Joe Biden. could have maybe made, some of her policy decisions a bit more clear. Could have maybe attacked Donald Trump a little more. But I think there's a fundamental issue with the Democratic Party. And for a while, I'd say since about the Obama administration, people have been kind of clamoring for, sort of like anti-establishment, like somebody who's against the establishment. Like there's this sense that, American politics are really just benefiting the rich, oligarchs, big corporations. Living is getting like more and more difficult, harder to pay rent, crap like that. Even though like the GDP is, increasing, technically we are doing economically better. And right around that Obama era, like you can see with Obama's campaign, like it's time for a change. He was promoting, Obamacare, which seemed like it was a step towards a fully socialized healthcare program. And right around that time, you also had people like Bernie Sanders getting extremely popular. Now, Hillary Clinton was the absolute worst fucking candidate you could have possibly run in 2016. She's literally the exact opposite of like what people wanted. Somebody who's anti-establishment, for the people, isn't tied to big corporations, crap like that. Literally the exact opposite. So then Trump comes along, and Trump's Trump. I don't think he had any sort of grand strategy. The guy is kind of too stupid for that. But he was, putting himself out there as, look, the system's rigged. It's rigged in favor of people like me who know how the system works, and I've taken advantage of it, but I know it's rigged, I know it's fucked up, and I'm going to call it out for what it is. It's a rigged, fucked up system, and I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to do what's right for the common people. Like, there were some really great fucking moments. Like, again, I don't think he's a grand strategist or anything, but there were some, like, really fucking just brutal clips of him debating Hillary where he was saying, look, Hillary's talking about how I'm this corrupt businessman and everything, but look, it's her policies that have made me rich. It's her policies that have, allowed me to cheat the system. And if she gets in power, it's just going to be the same. People like her have had every opportunity to change things and, give money to the poor. They never do it because, they're in the pockets of these billionaires. So he won the election just based on that sort of shit. Now, Biden ended up winning the next election. I think that may very well be due to how he handled COVID. He made a few stupid kind of blunders during his campaign, especially when it came to like telling people not to do mail-in votes. And like you could see at the end of like Joe Biden's campaign, he had a pretty low approval rating. Again, like you mentioned on your stream, it may have had something to do with COVID. It could entirely be the case that if the Democrats ran any candidate, people would have just remembered COVID and then they would have lost anyway and elected Trump. But I think there's some major problems with the Democratic Party where it's clear they don't have somebody in their party that is anti-establishment, really putting themselves out there that they're for the people and they want to get rid of all this corporate corruption, greed, and they want a candidate that is claiming that, they're for them, not like whatever big corporate donors they have. And I think that's a huge advantage that Trump has over all the Democratic candidates. On top of that, Americans are fucking stupid. It's very clear that Trump's policies are not beneficial to your average American. But like again, they're too stupid to understand that. You can show them whatever facts and figures they want, but Trump does all of this fucking moralizing. Like, oh, the Democrats are letting in all these violent criminals and all this crap. Oh, they're taking your money away. They're overtaxing you. China's fucking us over. We need to import... Like your average person isn't really going to understand whether or not these policies are beneficial or not, but Trump is doing all the moralizing, whereas the Democrats are just giving you facts and figures and explaining, well, this wouldn't work because of this, and again, people can't understand basic math. So Democrats need to absolutely do more moralizing. And third, Democrats are just cucked. Like, it is the party of weak bitch pussies. You know, you've argued with people about this, where you had to defend Democrats' policies against guns. And I agree with you. I don't think there's really any major risk of Democrats being able to take away people's guns. I don't see another like 1990s assault weapon ban happening. But the fact that you even have to defend that and say they wouldn't even be able to do it if they tried, they need to be a pro-gun party. They need to be a party that says, we're going to protect 2A rights, we're going to support the Second Amendment, we think you should have a right to defend yourself. And that would have at least given Harris a much... what the fuck? He kicked me? Did you kick me?
No, I think somebody else might have, though. Or if you disconnected, unless your thing crashed.
No, it didn't crash. Well, anyway, that's
I hear you. What do you want me to say? Yeah, I agree, obviously. What am I...
Well, I think, especially on the gun issue, Democrats are absolutely shooting themselves in the fucking foot, ironically. If Harris were to have run on a platform saying, I'm going to legalize machine guns again, I'm going to make sure no state can impose any sort of firearm regulation like California, which like bans high-capacity detachable magazines. I'm going to make sure they can't do that. I'm going to make sure every single American, as long as you don't have a felony or anything, you can buy a machine gun. She might have won. Like, that alone. But this has been a thing since... the Reagan era. The Republicans actually consulted with psychoanalysts to see what would be the most successful type of presidential campaign they can run. Like, what would really convince people to vote for them. And what they found was, starting around the 1960s, there was this big push where people really cared about individualism. They want to be special little snowflakes. They want to feel like they're in control of their own future, that the government and no agencies are getting in their way. And Democrats, especially with their like anti-gun and regulation bullshit, they're really giving this like people this idea that they're getting in their way, that they can't do the things they want to do because of regulation and like all this like bullshit about how the government doesn't trust them with certain responsibilities. If they would just drop their anti-gun bullshit and say, we need to regulate, so that, the streets are safe. If they drop that bullshit and just became a party that is pro-gun, I think this election, they could have won if they were to do something kind of radical, like legalizing machine guns again.
Yeah, facts. As a Canadian, I approve of this message.
Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, Trudeau is the biggest fucking cuck. Especially after the assault weapon ban and the handgun freeze. Shootings have gone up, and actually pretty dramatically. I think it's like close to 20% is the like latest figure I've seen. Everyone thinks this guy is a fucking joke.
It's insensitive. I think it's insensitive. Democrats are mourning right now. They're crying. And I think it's insensitive to start talking about Canadian problems in the face of the fact that they're doing that.
That's true. I am being insensitive.
We got to stop that right now.
But yeah, dude, especially these days, like, they are just fucking losing. This whole gun control thing, it goes fucking nowhere. Nobody wants it. If anything, gun rights have expanded. More people own guns now more than ever, and they're still promoting this anti-gun bullshit. I don't think they're going to win literally another presidency until they become a party that is pro-2A, unless they run like the most retarded candidate imaginable, like even more retarded than Trump, like literally drooling out of their mouth.
Destiny. Have you been speaking with any Trump voters or people who voted for Trump?
Fuck no, not yet.
What do you obviously we were supposed to do the postmortem, but I know you want to do that and I wasn't around. So I might have missed some of the questions you probably have answered 100 times. But it was interesting because I actually know quite a few people who voted for Trump in my personal life. And every time I would ask them why, it was never something really substantive, but it was the most important thing to them in the world.
Yeah.
It was always
I think
stuff
that-
like, he tells the truth, or I'm just done with the swamp and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I think a lot of it is just kind of like, I think the language that people use to describe politicians in general is very emotive, as in like they might say a thing, but it's really reducing to some kind of like subjective feeling. So like they might say something like, I feel like Trump has good policies, but what that really means is just 4 years ago, they felt like their life was happier. It feels that way. Like that, they're just like expressing a feeling. A really common, I think, example of this might be, I'm pretty sure almost everybody was really happy to break away from the Soviet Union. But I think when you poll older people and you ask them, the older they are, the more likely they are to have like fond or favorable memories of the Soviet Union. But it's hard to know if they really liked the Soviet Union, or are you just polling a guy who's 50 and you're asking him, how did you feel like the Soviet Union went when you were 20? I was like, well, the guy was in his 20s. He was way happier. So he might have fonder memories just because of that, you know? Like the language that people use is very emotive. So you kind of have to figure out when somebody says something, that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it's fake and it's irrational or it's random. You just have to figure out when somebody says something, what are they actually like emoting to you? Like I've given this example a lot, but it was funny that on that Twitter space we did, there was a guy who said that he was doing worse now than he was under Trump. Like he's struggling under Biden. And the reasons he gave is because they moved into a house that was twice as expensive and he had to quit his job to take care of a kid. And it's like, well, what the fuck does that have to do with Biden? And I wonder if Trump would have been president, I wonder if he would have instead said, Trump's economy is amazing. Like, even though it's a little tight, like my family is still able to get by with us moving into a house that's twice as expensive and me quitting my job to take care of our kid. I wonder if that would have been expressed differently, you know? So it's hard to say, you know?
Yeah, I think this almost feels like twofold. I think one, a lot of it is all feels. Well, it's actually the funniest bait and switch that conservatives have pulled on liberals.
Facts versus feelings.
Yeah, there was the whole facts over
Yeah.
feelings, and then conservatives have just flipped it, and they're like, it's all feelings over facts, and it doesn't matter what stat you enumerate, doesn't matter what numbers you pull up, doesn't matter what study you showcase, none of it matters.
Well, that's
Yeah.
how people fundamentally vote.
Yes, but beyond that, I think another thing that the Democrats, I don't know if they can overcome. Wait, V, do you want to say something? I feel like I cut you off.
Yeah, like that's how people vote. People vote with their feelings, not really by facts and figures. And like the reality is, Americans are a pretty dumb society. Like they just are. So Republicans are great, fantastic at moralizing, and they've always used this as a campaign strategy since the Reagan administration. They always do the most moralizing versus Democratic candidates. If you want to convince smart, like not very emotional people to vote for you, Democrats do a great job at that. But most people aren't particularly smart, and they really run on emotion. And Trump really pulled on people's heartstrings. Like he was talking about how he hates seeing like all these violent immigrants come into the country and attack Americans. Like that's a much more powerful message to your average voter than I'm going to give more funding to Border Patrol and border agents so that people can, see court sooner, like within a few weeks rather than almost a year, so that, if they do get turned down for asylum, they'll be sent back. Like that doesn't really mean much to anybody. But when you say, I'm going to make sure not one single criminal illegal immigrant is going to come into this country and harm an American. Who's a dum dum going to vote for, right?
I wanted to ask you this, Destiny. I think it's impossible to beat anybody with facts now, because I think the trust in all the institutions is pretty much all evaporated for a good segment of the society.
That's
And
true, but there's like I said this last night, 2 nights ago. There's probably a world where the answer is actually just really boring. And it's just that in 2020, like COVID was fucked and everything was fucked. So they were going to vote for whoever was running against Trump. And then in 2024, people felt the effects of inflation, things expensive. So they were going to vote whoever ran against Biden. Like it might just be like that. I think it's probably more reducible to that than any other thing. I think there's a lot of stuff around the edges that definitely hurts. I think the media misinformation, all of that definitely hurts. But I think these are like your big issues that you're kind of like
With
nibbling
how
around the edges on, I
severe,
think.
with how severe the loss was, though, I don't know if it's quite that simple.
wait, do you feel like people voted Trump out in 2020 mostly due to the economic issues and COVID?
I think so, yeah. It was a miserable fuck time. For some reason, conservatives are pretending like they can memory hole things. Like, oh, like it was great for you. It wasn't, bro. This country was crazy. We were like, people were saying that like that maybe the whole BLM riots literally happened because people were locked up at home and things were crazy. But we like memory hold all of it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically this theory is wrong. Okay, let's say the world
Sure.
that your theory right now is wrong. I want you to brainstorm with me just a little bit. What other alternate theories can you come up for? Yeah, aside from just COVID, and then we're going to alternate every 4 years.
For why the Democrats won in 2020.
Yeah,
I
mean-
mean, there's gonna be other stuff that is like impacting things around the edges. So like Trump being an asshole and maybe he botched some of his response and the contradictory information on like whether or not COVID was fake versus whether or not the vaccines were real. Like him wanting to get credit for vaccines that nobody trusted. Like, maybe, yeah, I don't know, like stuff around.
But I think you're discounting one thing, and I think this is probably the biggest one, is beyond just having a similar result after a bad economic cycle. This result was particularly different, at least in my opinion, just because of how lopsided it was. Like everything was lost. The popular vote was lost.
Oh, I don't know if American elections are ever like that crazy lopsided. Like all of our elections are pretty close-ish.
Wait,
Like it's not like we're not looking at like
is it that
Reagan
close?
tier losses.
Wait, do you feel this one was close?
I mean, I don't want to say it was close, but it's not like insanely like lopsided, is what I'm saying.
No.
Considering the
the,
candidate, considering January
wait,
6th, the
Why?
insurrection,
Why? Hold
that
on,
was
hold on.
lopsided.
Wait. Why? Why is it not? It feels like a blowout. So tell me why it was.
But what I'm saying is that like, so for instance, like I think we lost every swing state, but like there were 2 or 3 of these swing states that if we would have gotten like 1 or 2 percentage points more of the vote, we would have won the election. Like everything is like pretty close-ish. Well, actually, do we have the maps, Vadim? We saw the. Don't we have it still?
Yeah, we do have it.
Hold on.
Can I get the keyboard? How would we do that?
Okay, so just from maybe my perspective on the outside looking in, I feel like
Uh-huh.
Trump made gains with almost every demographic, which is huge. I think it was the first time that Republicans had won the popular vote in what 20 plus years.
Sure.
I think Democrats.
Oh well, I don't know.
also-
Did they for Bush Jr.?
No, I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure that was an electoral victory, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
Oh, 2004 apparently.
also I think when it comes to the Democrat side, I just think you just had a record low turnout rate.
Wait,
for
real
their
quick.
voter
Show me Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania was lost by, my guess by the time this all comes in was maybe by 100,000 votes. Or no, wait, that's a little more, right? Maybe around like 150,000 votes. And then what do we need? One more state? Would we have needed one more besides Pennsylvania to win? Do you know? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Oh, and then those wouldn't have had to have been that big either. What's up? But all I'm saying is that like I just want to be clear. Like when we're talking about, I know you guys can't say that. You don't need to say anything. I'm just saying that when we talk about like a landslide election, like there's still all of these elections are still like fairly close-ish. Like less than a few 100,000 votes would have swung the election completely in the other direction.
Well,
but I
that's
think
not
it also discounts.
insubstantial, and
I think that also discounts just the gains that Trump made also in like generally Democrat areas. Like the amount of the point swing that happened in New York, New Jersey, like there were like 12-point swings. They were predicting like Trump or Democrats plus 24, and they were actually having like Democrats plus 10 in New Jersey. I think in New York it was like plus 26, and it came down to Democrats plus 12. So they were underperforming even a lot of these. So I get what you're saying in some of the key states, like the differences were bad, but just across the board in terms of how he was able to reach people, the difference was staggering. And I think that can be discounted. Yeah, you still won the state, sure, but you've lost so much that for the future, this might be an indication of growing trends, if not amended, possibly.
I mean, it could be, or it could literally just be that people feel like prices were really fucking high, and then they wanted to vote for the other person. Like it could be that too, right?
like, dude,
Like
the problem with that is considering who Trump is. Like, this is after January 6th. This is actual
nobody cares
after
about
this.
that stuff. The average American doesn't care about stuff related to like democracy or the Constitution or anything like that.
Yeah,
Nobody,
but I
that's
mean,
like
even after the fucking rape case, like there was so
like
much
rape
bad
case was
shit.
civil. Nobody cares about the court cases. Nobody really cares about that kind of stuff. Nobody's voting on stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think that alone could explain the results and the amount of popularity that, Trump was able to gain even in places like New York. Like you
I don't
could
know. Maybe I'm as I'm listening to you, I feel like you're taking it, not taking it well, but like maybe you don't feel the urgency at all in regards to the gain, and like maybe this is just a cyclical thing. Maybe we're at a point now where things are going to be shifting every 4 years. But if it's not the case, then I think this win is a bit more substantial than you're letting on, and I don't know. That to me is probably the weirdest part. I feel like if I would lose,
I guess we can see. I mean, like the thing is, like I'm pretty sure by the time this is all said and done, I think Trump had fewer voters this cycle than last cycle. Like Democrats just didn't turn out much for this election. Like
well,
that was like a huge.
voters in general didn't turn out as much, but Trump was still able to galvanize his base and make gains in a bunch of demographics that were substantial. So maybe there's just a whole bunch of voters who decided not to vote, but Trump still meeting the same number is impressive considering that fact. Like, how many voters did Democrats lose for this election cycle?
So
They didn't
I don't know how many
actually-
by the end of it. Maybe around 5 or 6 million. I'm not sure.
Okay, and I believe Trump is like at the same number, if just down by a little bit. So that
It might be a
difference
little
is
up, or
huge.
he might be a little down, but around there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say this is an election cycle where less people were enthusiastic about the whole process and they didn't turn out. Him still reaching that same number is him overperforming in an area where people are expecting less people to turn out. No. Him also converting voters in different states that hadn't happened before. You don't think any of that is impressive at all?
I don't know how much of it is real versus illusory. Like, I just haven't dug into that data yet. So, like, for instance, if there are 100,000 Hispanics in one area and 80,000 voted for Biden and 20,000 voted for Trump last time, and then this time only 40,000 voted for Harris and the same 20,000 still voted for Trump. I don't know if if I would consider that a big gain. I don't know how many people are switching over. I personally haven't dug into that data yet. So I'm not sure.
Okay. So let's say the case is that he hasn't really converted much and there hasn't been that much. What about the low voter turnout for Democrats? What do you say to that? Because that's not illusionary. That's a huge substantial loss in terms of votes. What would you say to that?
My feeling is what I said before. I just feel like it's like huge economic woes. Like every single incumbent party across the world lost over these last few years since COVID with the inflation. Like every single, regardless of party affiliation, regardless of government style, like every single incumbent got destroyed. I think that like it's just hard. Like nobody likes inflation. You go to the grocery store, prices go up. It's like one of the most direct ways that you can engage with the economy. It feels bad.
Okay, so they were feeling so bad that they decided not to turn out. Is that what you're saying? They were just not motivated to go?
Yeah, you do, because you feel demotivated. Yeah, it feels like your party's not doing anything. It feels like you're not. Yeah.
Okay.
But hey, I mean, like I said, I mean, there'll be more people that are digging through like all the polling data and everything for this. Maybe some trends or maybe some surprising things will come up. Like, Trump definitely overperformed in areas that people didn't expect. Things like Hispanic men, especially. I think younger people, especially. So I mean, like, there's always things here to keep an eye out for sure.
Okay, and post-election cycle, there's been a lot of critiques coming from lefties in regards to the Democratic campaign. Do you think there's any truth to any of them? And second question would be, what are critiques you had for the campaign, how it was run, if any?
One of the big critiques I have is I think that the Democratic Party, we were talking about this earlier, the Democratic Party needs to eject all of these far leftist people completely from orbit. There should be absolutely zero collaboration between the DNC and any of these far left people. The problem is that these people don't support the party. They have no interest in securing any political power, and they are toxic to associate with. There is literally no reason why people like AOC or anybody else should be playing games with people like Hassan, or why people should be going on shows to have friendly chats with Brianna Joy Gray, because these people will not support the presidential candidate for the Democratic side at the end of the day. It doesn't make any sense for them to give any resources or support to any of these people. Let them like hang out on their own, because on the Republican side, every single person on the quote unquote centrist and on Republican side, all of those people supported Trump. Every single one, lockstep, and it's way better.
Wait, why do you say that the lefties would never vote for your candidate?
They don't. None of them support. None of the big lefty, like tanky socialist people online. None of them supported Kamala or Biden as the candidate.
Okay, but is it not possible they did that in lieu of like the way that the Democrats were handling the situation that they thought were important?
No, there was nothing that was going to be good enough ever. That was evidenced by, they said they didn't like Biden. They wanted somebody younger. They wanted somebody different. Kamala comes in. There's always something. Like, no, these people are never. They're professional victims. Like, they can't have anything be solved. They're always going to complain about something, and that's evidenced by the things that they complained about. Like, if you're a Palestinian or somebody that supports like the Gaza shit, and you decide to vote for Harris, you're functionally retarded. Like, you clearly don't give a fuck about the issue. So no, there was no way. There was never a way. Like, look at I don't know how closely you picked this, but like, Shapiro was, I think everybody thought Shapiro was going to be the likely pick for VP, and people were saying like, they need Walls, he's far left, like that's the guy, blah, and everybody was saying that, and then all of a sudden Walls gets picked, and now Walls is horrible and it's not good enough. You're never winning the hearts and minds of these people. They're not worth it, and they have no loyalty to the party at all. So fuck them.
Okay, so then if you ignore this voter base and if it's substantial enough, potentially, how do you ever think you're going to make up the numbers?
They're not substantial,
not.
and you do it by building on the people that do support your candidate. Not necessarily me directly, but even like people like Josiah, or people like the Pod Save America guys, or the Brian Tyler Cohen, like more interviews with them, more like working with them, like mainstream media people, CNN, all these people need to draft them in more. Like work with your people that'll support your party more.
So just to be clear, when you say the lefties, are you referring to like the
Hassan
Bernie
types.
types, or are you referring to something else?
Lefty, I'm sorry, in the context when I'm saying it, lefty means socialist/communist, or not liberal. Not like a democratic.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the Bernie types?
No, fuck them too.
Okay. All right. Is
Except
any of
for
this
Hank.
okay?
I think still fundamentally Democrats need to change their campaigning strategy to do more moralizing, sort of like the Republicans
Democrats already
do.
moralize everything. I don't think moralizing won't help. They moralized all the abortion stuff, all the Hitler stuff, all the Nazi stuff. Like that's not gonna. Yeah.
Well, they're moralizing about the opponent, not really about the policies. They do it a little bit with abortion, but it seems to be the case that not too many people cared that much about abortion.
I think
But,
people
like, the
care quite a
border
bit about
issues-
abortion, just not about more than the other things. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, the border issues, they did not do nearly enough moralizing about that.
So at least in this election cycle, it felt like the Democrats, the establishment Democrats, definitely went more towards the center or more towards the right. In regards to their border policy, regards to.
I hard disagree. That's completely and totally
Yeah,
not true. I
no.
understand why people think that, because the lefties have been saying that online, but this was the most lefty, progressive, like labor union friendly plus whatever administration that's ever existed, like probably all of maybe U.S. history. I don't know. Econ boys.
Sure. But nobody really cared about the labor union stuff in regards to that. Like nobody cared. Nobody was really talking about that when it comes to campaign trail. But
wait, am I crazy, or you mean Harris didn't promote it? Because wasn't Biden like the first president ever to talk directly? Am I making this up?
No, I'm not talking about whether or not they talked about it. I'm talking about whether or not the constituents and the actual general populace cared about the fact that they were pro union.
Oh, because I don't think the general population gives a fuck.
Yeah,
I know they don't care, but I'm
most aren't
talking about
union
on the
workers.
issues they do care about, or they were made to care about, whatever you want to choose. It definitely felt as though the lefties were going towards the center or towards the right in regards to immigration specifically and how they talked about the border. I mean, half of that conversation was them talking about like we reached the exact same numbers as Trump by the end of our campaign, or we're also want to stop the border issues. So it definitely feels as though they're meeting them pretty close to where they are on the right. No.
Yeah, but I
No.
don't think these issues mattered as much, even though everybody will say it. Even people on the right might want to take credit for it. I think it was just inflation. Inflation was high. It fucked the whole world. Everybody in the world lost seats in elections because of it, and it was true in the United States as well. Yeah.
I've heard you say people were made to care about it, but that's very different than saying people didn't care about it. People were constantly discussing this issue, and it was a big talking point, not just in right-wing media, but also just during the right-wing population. Every podcast was talking about it. Folks everywhere were constantly discussing it. So you may be right in regards to saying it's not a real problem they truly care about, but in terms of what they were speaking about, it's like the difference between how the inflation really is or how the economy really is and how people feel about it. What was that number you used to talk about? Like not the number of what the economy is actually at, but how people feel about the economy. I know that's like a stat that we've used.
It was
Consumer sentiment.
Yes, consumer sentiment. I think the sentiment in regards to immigration was very real in terms of how people felt heightened about it, but not. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I mean, like the sentiment is there, but it's just the sentiment is there because like the conservative messaging on it. Like nobody at the end of the day actually cares much about illegal immigrants or whatever. But that's why you can message on it because nobody, like very few people in the country are actually seeing firsthand any of these people come in. Like people are under this impression that like unemployment is high and that they're stealing jobs and that they're like, and none of these things are true. So it's just, if people if people genuinely cared about this, they would have been really mad about the border bill being shut down. That's what people would have cared about, but they didn't because it was all just like messaging but like I think that Republicans are always going to win on messaging versus Dems because Republicans just there's so much better signaling around. Like if I say like no immigrants because they're coming here killing our people and stealing our jobs, what the fuck is my counter as a Dem? We need more immigrants because they're helping the economy by taking our jobs. Like, do you have to get into like so much to even talk about that? I just don't think you have a message on the border as a Democrat.
But your reason for why you're saying they don't care about the border, not truly, is because when the Democrats were trying to pass the border policy and it failed, like it was because of conservatives and they didn't care.
Democrats. Wait, hold on, redo that. Wait, hold on.
You're saying. Oh, let me know when you're good. No, he's not there. I'm not gonna repeat that shit when he's not there. That's pointless. I think someone's at the door right now, guys, and they're about to ambush Destiny.
Rest in peace.
Facts.
That might have been why Trump did a bit better in New York, though, because I know there was a lot of New Yorkers complaining about the immigrants getting bussed in.
That might have been why Trump did a bit better in New York, though, because I know there was a lot of New York.
Okay,
I mean,
what? Sorry, I'm here.
You're back. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, the question the thing I was gonna say to you is saying you keep repeating the fact that people don't care about the border, and the reason they don't care about the border is that when Democrats passed or tried to pass that bill, Republicans killed it, and nobody was really mad at him for it. But my point is that fact is irrelevant to the general population because, again, the facts don't really reach them. They don't really believe your fact, and their feelings around immigration are still valid. When I say valid, I'm saying they still.
Let me
feel.
clarify real quick. Let me clarify. When I say they don't care, what I mean is like this wasn't anywhere near like the top motivating issue. Like it's down there. It's around the edges. Like a whole bunch of other stuff is around the edges. It just wasn't the big motivating issue. Like people care. It's a minor issue compared
Do
to
you not
everything
think it was like a top 5 issue to people?
else. I think that people said it was a top 5 issue. I think maybe they cared about like the messaging around it and everything, but I don't think that they didn't. I don't think they cared about the issue itself directly. They liked the messaging around it.
That's crazy to me because almost every election all over the world, whenever the conversation is centered around immigration and stopping the influx of people, it is literally one of the most pivotal things for most campaigns.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that Americans have no idea what it looks like to have rough times with immigration. We have no fucking clue what that looks like. Our Muslims here are chill as fuck. Even our illegal immigrants work here. Like our immigration here is crazy. We integrate people like insanity into this economy. In Europe, in Sweden, you get people shipping in boxes of grenades because they live there for 2 years and they're not even allowed to get a fucking job. And the welfare states are insanely high in a lot of these European states. European countries legitimately have large issues relating to welfare states and huge influxes of immigrants that they take in. We don't have these problems in the United. A U.S. citizen has no business even pretending like he knows what rough immigration looks like. We have no concept of that. that in the U.S.
But
So,
right
yeah.
now, right now, you're doing the whole comparative suffering. You're like, oh, people have it so much worse over there, so you have no right to. It doesn't
I
matter.
never
It doesn't
said.
matter.
Okay. All right.
It's
All right.
relative
Virtue
to your
signal,
own
let me see more. Go ahead.
perspective.
No,
Wait,
go ahead,
what
do
happened?
it. Hit me up with that big virtue signal. Yes. I'm sorry. Americans deeply care. That 4% unemployment was brutal for us. I don't know how we even survived with all those illegal immigrants stealing all those bountiful jobs in California in agriculture. Like, man, that really hurt the average American a lot.
I'm not trying to virtue signal. I'm not trying to tell you what these people are thinking is logical or whatever. What I'm just trying to say is they feel it regardless.
I know they
actually
feel it,
care
yes, because
about
the Republicans message on it. But I'm saying there's no real way for Dems to counter message on it. But I'm saying that all of this is superseded by things like inflation. If homes were more affordable, and if people, or people felt like homes were more affordable, and if people felt like prices and wages were more congruent, then they wouldn't give a fuck as much about it. That's why conservatives have doom scrolled or doomsayed about the border and caravans every single fucking election cycle. Sometimes people care about it, sometimes they don't. I think it just depends on how the economy's going. Like all the same bad messaging around immigration was there for fucking COVID and before that. All the same caravans and the same crazy fighting age males were coming, but they didn't seem to care as much about it then. So I just think these are like secondary or tertiary.
Okay, I would agree they're secondary. You're right. If the economy is good, I don't think they're going to be concerned about these issues. But because things are not good, it becomes not a primary issue. It becomes almost 2 or 3 on the list. It really does, because they're looking for justifications for why their lives are not good. Okay.
Yeah,
and
I
you
agree.
can talk about the economy, you could talk about tariffs, but all these concepts are irrelevant to the average voter. The average person will never understand tariffs. They will never understand what these things imply. They want somebody to blame. It's impossible for them in their heads to understand the concept of tariffs or how that works. So instead, if you tell them it's the people trying to come around their border, it's the people trying to steal their jobs, it's the people trying to rape their women, and you give them stories about that,
I don't
that's all
disagree
they're
with
gonna
this. I don't
fixate
know.
on.
Yeah, I don't disagree with this. I don't know what you want me to say about this. Yeah.
No, but my whole point is you're making it sound like it's not a major issue to them, but in their head they've convinced themselves it is.
The reason why I'm
because
saying
of the
it's not a
economy.
major issue, you were, I don't even know if we disagree on this. You said that people are looking for somebody to blame, which definitionally makes it a secondary issue because there's a problem that they feel like they have that they're looking for somebody to blame that problem on. If the problem isn't there, then they don't blame the immigrants. That's my feeling. So, like, if people felt like the economy was doing better, if inflation wasn't as big a deal as it was, then people wouldn't give as much a fuck about the immigrant thing. But when that stuff starts looking bad, well, now all of a sudden it's like, oh, the immigrants are taking our houses and our jobs and our welfare, and that's why. So that's what they point to, I think.
Okay. Do you feel like since it wasn't a real issue, the Democrats were a bit virtue signaling by trying to appeal to the center of the right with their immigration talk? When they were talking about the border, they were trying to pretend to be tough on it as well. They were pretending it was a serious problem. That's what they were talking. Were they trying to meet those voters where they were at?
No, I think that Democrats do the opposite of virtue signal. I think Democrats like fuck signal themselves. Democrats have been incredibly, like, again, like Piers likes to bring it up every time. Obama was hated by a lot of Latinos for his positions on deportations and his position on the border. But like Republicans have still deluded themselves into thinking that Trump came into office to crack down on immigration after Obama. That's just not true. This is delusional, like non-factual stuff. So no, I like the idea. I don't even think that Democrats tried to virtue signal it. They tried to policy change on it. They literally tried to pass legislation to change this. I don't know how. I don't even remember them talking about immigration that much. I feel like it didn't come up that much as a Democratic talking point, just kind of as a conservative talking point. But even for the conservatives, I don't know if immigration came up as much recently. I feel like it's all been centered on the economy, and then immigration is just kind of like tossed in there as like a secondary thing.
Yeah, no, I think leading up to the election, like the first last 4 weeks, I think you're right. Before that, I think it was like they just wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. I agree, Democrats weren't trying to lead with that, but they were constantly asked about it, and that's where I would hear Kamala or Wallace's responses to these things. It wasn't something that they were necessarily leading with, but they were some that they were constantly being asked about, and there were some that they were constantly being critiqued on. It's like,
sure, but
why
what is it?
stop-
What is you when you've tried to solve this problem? When you know what the problem is, and you've taken real substantive steps to solve the problem, and nobody cares to hear that. What do they even say? What is a suggestion that you have that they should have changed their messaging on?
I don't think they need to change their messaging. I think they are pigeonholed into this image of people who don't care about the border, despite having tried. And I think even if it is immoral, it was a good move by Trump to block the bill because it allowed him to be able to campaign on this issue and make Democrats look worse. And unfortunately, the perception of Democrats is that they don't care about this issue. So the question is, how do they change that? And I'm not quite sure. But it did work for them.
The change is to just they have to fix the economy. Like the economy needs to be fixed. The economy just needs to get fixed. Even if they don't do it, they'll get like Trump is going to get a whole bunch of credit for the economy this run because of all the legislation that Biden passed.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the
that's
fact that interest rates are going to
assuming-
come down. So I mean, like,
Well, dude, they're already talking about getting rid of the CHIPS Act. That's
no,
not
there's
gonna
that will never happen. Absolutely not.
Probably not, but
I don't think any of the industrial policy Biden did actually gets undone, like even the IRA, because
Zero. Did you see? Did you see the two? Oh God, it was like was it like a governor or a state assembly guy, and then like do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure.
Fuck. I want to say it was in like I don't even know the state, Michigan. There were two guys next to each other, politician people and political people. One guy was like, "What do you think about like it was either the IRA or the CHIPS Act or the infrastructure bill?" The guy was like, "Yeah, this is horrible. We're gonna get rid of it." But maybe it was in Pennsylvania. But that state was like looking to benefit a ton from that bill. And then when the guy next to him started talking, he's like, "Well, actually, we really like this, and we're gonna keep this, and trust me, we're gonna fight." Oh, it was Mike Johnson and somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a funny fucking clip. Yeah.
Well, because when 80%, I mean, even the IRA, like the renewable energy investments, like that's technology neutral, and 80% of the investment from that happens to go to red states, in part because the weather conditions in a lot of red states are good for building renewables, but also because the regulations in those states are just so substantially easier to build things with.
Yeah.
And so Republicans and like moderate Republicans in these industrial areas and energy communities and red states, like Trump could do it because he's crazy, but are there going to be like 10 moderate Republicans in the House that are like, no, we're not going to vote to fucking get rid of like billions of dollars of investment? Like probably, right? That's how I feel about the CHIPS Act as well. I just don't, and it just
like people like to spend. It feels good, and it does help your economy. That's why Trump cut taxes, but he didn't cut spending. So the idea of getting rid of spending, nobody wants to suffer that. Nobody wants to cut spending.
Well, as well, like Trump also, he could also frame it kind of like he did with Obamacare, where like he wasn't able to get rid of Obamacare. So what he said was he's like, well, now that we're in charge, we're running Obamacare well. We're doing it well. Now it's a good thing. Like he'll like, now that we're in charge, the thing that we used to hate is actually good. And I could see some messaging like that with the IRA. It's like, oh, we're doing the IRA better than they ever could or something like that. And just kind of keeps it around. Like legislatively, I don't know what, like the scariest things that Trump could do are not legislative in nature. The deportation and the universal tariffs, he could just do by executive action.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the little chat, Destiny. I still think the Democratic Party does need to just become a party that's pro 2A rights, and also just in general stop with the like high degree of regulation that they support. Just really, be in favor of getting out of people's way. Don't overregulate, really support, local and domestic manufacturing and building. And I think they do much better.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see, yeah.
All right, well, take care, dude.
Have fun.
And what would you do if you were to become President Fiji?
I would ban animal agriculture, legalize machine guns, and mandate more butts. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Reese donated $2. Try this vegan jerky, it's nice. Let me see. King's vegan jerky, black bean sauce flavor. I don't know if that's sold in Canada. Definitely not gonna buy it from UK eBay, but let me see. I do really like vegan jerky. The best vegan jerky I've had so far is actually that. Yeah, King soya jerky. I really love this shit. There's some other jerky that's made out of soy curls that I really like, but so far the King soya jerky is my favorite.
Hello everyone, I'm John, this is Sean.
Alright,
and this is every day.
To find in a pack of jerky.
Don't eat that.
Don't eat that, no. It's hard to tell what the texture's like because there's a lot of sort of seasoning on there. But it looks like under the seasoning you've got a sort of jerky texture.
I'm struggling what to make of it.
I'm not enjoying that.
I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Reese. It is fucking cold down here. I'm gonna turn my heater on.
To start, I had hoped to work in this quote from Isaac Asimov. There is a cult of ignorance in the United States, and there has always been. The strain of anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread, winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge. This quote is from 1980, and it's been echoed by other great thinkers like Carl Sagan, who spoke about the public being unable to grasp the technology we all use every day and having no ability to set their own agenda or ask the right questions, culminating in a celebration of.
Are you serious about legalizing all drugs, even the hard ones? Outreach to help addicts could increase, but wouldn't the damage making them legal offset potential good? Please explain to me what making drugs illegal does. People can still get drugs. It's not like it prevents any addiction. Look at all the fucking fentanyl. Fentanyl's illegal. Look at the fentanyl epidemic. So making drugs illegal doesn't stop its use. Secondly, it also massively increases organized crime. So rather than these drugs being able to be sold legally by reputable retailers where they're not going to like lace it with something that could kill you, and it being able to be taxed and the government can get tax revenue from it, and then they can put some of that money towards like, you know, rehabilitation or whatever. It's just run by organized crime. So that means you massively increase violent crime as well. So now you have people shooting and killing each other en fucking masse. It puts the public in danger as well. What does making drugs illegal do? Can you name one single benefit of making drugs illegal? One benefit. You can't. So it doesn't stop. It doesn't prevent drug use. It doesn't prevent drug addiction. Massively increases the crime rate. Massively increases public spending because now you have to fucking deal with policing and charging people, putting them through the court system. It does nothing. Look at like it's so weird. People have such a different perspective on alcohol versus like heroin and fentanyl. Look what happened when they made alcohol illegal. Everyone was drinking, didn't stop drinking, massively increased organized crime. You saw huge fucking gang shootouts, massively increased public spending with, you know, criminalizing all this and making the police go after these people. We already know from making alcohol illegal, it does nothing, but for some reason, there's these fucking idiots with dad logic. Well, drugs are bad, so you're not allowed to do them, okay? It does nothing. Legalize it, let the government tax it, have them undercut all the drug dealers, and organized crime will go away, public spending will go down, and you'll increase tax revenue. And at worst case scenario, you will see about the same rates of drug addiction. Only now you'll have more fucking money through taxation to actually deal with helping people who have drug addiction issues. And again, that doesn't even seem to be the case. Legalization seems to actually possibly have a benefit when it comes to reducing drug use. So, yeah, there's just, I just literally cannot see any fucking argument in favor of making drugs illegal. It literally does not do anything.
Of ignorance. He said that in 1995. Even these two could not have foreseen how bad this has gotten in the 21st century, with people now questioning the shape of the earth and the validity of basic arithmetic. This anti-science fervor makes us easy to manipulate because any contrarian message is bought en masse, no matter who is telling it or what their motives are. We are witnessing a multimodal anti-science empire operating.
Don't seed oils have a bad omega-3 to 6 ratio? There's no such thing as a bad omega-3 to 6 ratio. Doesn't this result in inflammation, heart disease? There is no pathway in which seed oils cause inflammation, and they're protective against heart disease. Usually avoid seed oils and use olive oil. Yeah, there's... like, olive oil is one of the healthiest oils for you because of the vitamin E and polyphenol content, but there's no need to avoid seed oils. They're not harmful in any way.
Through mass media and legislation, moving towards state-sanctioned pseudoscience. And we don't have to speculate as to how harmful this can be. We have history to reflect upon. Persecution of scientists under Stalin was widespread. Lysenko was a non-scientist.
Oh my god, dude, you're actually fucking retarded. For some drugs, it might be harder to get. I've been looking for mushrooms for 3 years. Congratulations, retard. You don't know how to use the fucking internet. You can literally just go on the fucking internet and order whatever fucking drugs you want, dipshit. It's hard to find drugs? Use your fucking computer. Dude, like, I'm not gonna do it on YouTube because terms of service, but just Google, order mushrooms online. There. Google, order fentanyl online. It'll just be shipped literally right to your door. You don't need to know a guy. You don't need to go to a bad part of town where some fucking guy with a gun down an alley is gonna sell you shit. You can literally order it on the fucking internet, you retard. Really? Making drugs illegal makes it hard to get some of them? Please explain to me the high rates of fucking addiction. Please explain to me how 13-year-old fucking kids are overdosing on fucking fentanyl. They order it online, you fucking idiot. How do you think all of these teenage kids on YouTube are getting steroids? They order it online, moron.
Scientist who was promoted to a high scientific position under Stalin's regime and who convinced Stalin that genetics and relativity were evil. He denied the existence of genes. To address agricultural problems, he promoted a pseudoscientific practice called vernalization, and millions died of starvation as a result of crop failures. Scientists who refused to renounce genetics were left destitute or even executed. Are we at risk of repeating such events? Absolutely. Let's face reality. Trump is going to win the election. Could he bring a Lysenko-like figure into his cabinet and begin persecuting real scientists? Absolutely. Will he try to expand executive power and abuse his position to the point of authoritarianism? Probably. And there are plenty of wealthy people who will help him try to do that. I won't go into detail.
Is Alan Lichtman streaming? Maybe it's at 8 or 9 that he said he was going to stream.
Well, like, if you want to call Trump a rapist, like, go through court documents or like wherever you're getting this info from, try to outline how it happened. Don't scream at the camera to...
Yeah, I think it's at like 9.
Detail about Project 2025, but it's not a conspiracy. It's a real plan to move America into the first stages of Christian theocracy, and it's already underway. This is the evil upon our doorstep, and while it should receive far more attention than people like Terrence Howard, we should recognize that it's all different shades of the same phenomenon. Anti-science sentiment does not arise out of thin air. Science is becoming increasingly more complicated and therefore difficult for the public to understand. And some people lash out due to the discomfort this produces. But more importantly, there are vested interests in promoting this mentality stemming from Republican-funded think tanks. The deliberate sculpting of a populace that is not only science illiterate, but actively hostile towards science. Denial of climate change is in the interest of energy producers. Denial of basic evolutionary biology is in the interest of Christian theocrats. These efforts go all the way up the ladder to figures like the Koch brothers. I'm not saying Terry's funded by the Koch brothers, but he rides this prevalent attitude of reality denial and hostility toward any form of expertise to this bizarre prominence that now has people questioning second-grade math. To wield an agenda that is in opposition with science, one must popularize the notion that science is wrong and evil. Universities, the places where you gain knowledge, are evil. Don't go there and learn things so that you can figure out how to resist our brainwashing, and also how to organize and topple our political structures. Universities are famously places that stand up against the powers that be, so they must be demonized. It is a successful campaign because many people are happy to have a reason to not learn anything and cling to primitive beliefs without basis or self-scrutiny. It goes without saying that religion is a primary driver of anti-science mentality because scientific progress, particularly as of late, has challenged many religious narratives, such as immaculate divine creation. This triggers fear of mortality as their narrative is eroded, and they lash out in precisely the same way as one would defend themselves against physical.
Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my god, he's walking around. Hey, Gummy. Gummy, how you doing, little baby?
I really hope he gets comfortable enough with me to just jump on my lap when I'm streaming. When I'm lying in bed, he always, like, just jumps on my lap and then, like, passes out. It's so awesome. He is so big and heavy. He is fucking massive, and it feels so good when he just lies down on you and he's so soft and warm and cuddly. I already love Gummy.
Gum Gum, what are you looking for? Oh my god. Gummy, you're so big.
He is so beautiful, dude. Like, the patterns on his coat and everything, and his big, thick paws and tail.
Gum Gum.
Hey VG, thoughts on extreme body modifications such as the Black Alien Project? His Insta here, for your work, love you BB.
Oh, this guy is... I don't know what the fuck. I don't know if he has, like, some form of, like, body dysmorphic disorder or something. It's a little strange. He was actually a pretty good-looking guy at one point. Like, I don't know. There was an interesting episode of Adventure Time where Finn traveled to, like, this island where the last bits of humanity were living, and some humans were living in this virtual world, and they could create whatever physical avatar they wanted, and nobody looked human. Everybody had, like, weird proportions and looked entirely different from human. Like, you can see people who inject, like, massive amounts of synthol into their arms or get, like, weird plastic surgeries like this. It may just be the case that there is very, very different, you know, perspectives on what beauty is, and there might not necessarily be a mental issue with that. It's just that people have very different views on what beauty is and what they want their face and body and everything to look like, and what ends up being harmful is what they have to do to themselves to achieve that image. So, if that wasn't an issue and we just lived in a virtual world, like, I'm sure some people would want to look anorexic and severely skinny and have like bones protruding, you know? And maybe some people would want to look like this. Some people would want to look like ridiculously fat. But because they don't have like a real physical body, it wouldn't be a health issue. I don't know if this guy is like delusional. I know with some body image disorders, there is an aspect of, you know, being delusional. So if you ask them, do you look like you're a skeleton? They'll say, no, I look fat. And then when they show them another image of somebody else who looks the same as they do, they say, oh, wow, they're way too skinny. But I don't know exactly what's going through this guy's head. No idea. I do think it's pretty crazy that he removed, like, his fingers. That's pretty fucking wild. He's even cut his ears off and shit. Yeah, and he removed, like, his upper lip and shit. It's... I don't know. I wonder if he'd be willing to do an interview with me. I'll message him. Hey, I run the YouTube channel Vegan Gains, and I was wondering if you'd be willing to do an interview with me on my channel. I'm interested in topics like beauty, self-image, and body modification, and I'd just like to hear some of your perspective on it. It's me back if you're interested. There we go. We'll see if he's willing. Thanks for the donation. Legalize drugs now.
Violence with hostility and tribalism. At the same time, this is not purely a religious issue. It has at this point completely permeated secular politics. I myself am not a Democrat, and I no longer vote Democrat out of total disillusionment with the party, as it does not have the best...
Jay Masters sent me this.
We are at the MKB shopping centre in Bangkok, and I found Lily.
Hi.
And this is one of Big Lenny's #1 fans in Thailand. So I was just walking past and I saw you looking at Big Lenny. What do you think of Big Lenny, Lily?
Yeah, this one is Big Lenny, so handsome, so amazing. Welcome to Thailand. Hope to see the big boy.
Yeah.
So amazing. Welcome to have to look at man. We have the good heart.
You know, Big Lenny loves ladyboys. Would you look after him, Lily?
Right. Because
Yeah.
I have to wait Lenny.
Yeah.
If Lenny come to Thailand, I have to wait him.
Unfortunately, he's passed away.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Right.
His dream was to come to Thailand.
Yeah, to have to good take care.
What about all his fans? Would you like them to come and see you in Thailand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Indicator Center.
And you sell handbags?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Lily's the #1 handbag seller here. See all the shops. All right. Lovely talking to you, Lily. You're looking fantastic. A kiss for the maniacs. Another one. Another kiss for the maniacs. There we go.
Yes. Welcome.
It's really weird that Lenny has ladyboy fans in Thailand.
best interests of the American people in mind. But the Republican Party is cartoonishly apocalyptic in comparison. Know nothing, proudly stupid, in denial of truly all science, actively pushing us back into the Dark Ages in terms of both ignorance and authoritarian control by the church. In the wake of this, to pretend that idiots like Terry should be given a voice is preposterous. He is not the culprit, but he exacerbates larger trends already in place. He does not deserve a platform. He is not part of any legitimate conversation, and most of the figures with any kind of expertise that shoehorn their way into the conversation have ulterior motives as well, and only serve to further confuse the public, like Eric. So let's get down to brass tacks. What is anti-intellectualism at its core? It boils down to 3 principles. 1. Religious anti-rationalism, essentially emotions over facts. 2. Populist anti-elitism, or the rejection of intellectual institutions. And 3. Instrumentalism, the belief that pursuit of knowledge only serves practical means, namely profit. This movement intends to halt the acquisition of new knowledge that would undermine
No, haven't seen Late Night with the Devil.
groups with power and privilege. Misinformation that benefits those in power is perpetuated.
Even Thou donated $3. Let me see. Oh my god. So orange and so sentient. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Look how handsome Joey is. Oh my goodness. Aw. I hope Gummy can be good friends like this with BMO. He was better today. I didn't have to give him as many timeouts, and he wasn't playing quite as rough. It seems like he's starting to get the idea that he has to be gentler with BMO. Oh my god.
What, Maui?
Oh my
You have
god.
something to say, Maui?
Maui's making words. You can hear them purring. Oh my god, look at Joey. He is just so handsome. Jesus Christ.
Good night.
Oh my god. You have 2 of the nicest, sweetest kitties. Thanks for the donation, Leithen, though. Oh my god, they're so handsome. Crime, don't pay, don't need $2, man. Just imagine all the LBGT people supporting Palestine and not the animals stuck in factory farms, aka the real victims. How retarded do you have to be to support anti-gay people while being a gay? Also, peep this.
Actually, we are.
Well, they're retarded. Simple as that. Most people are retarded, and they're so stupid they don't even understand what's good for them.
Very happy.
Yeah, I think it will help the war because Trump is helping the Jews, and I think he's a lot better than Kamala.
If you're a lefty, we're sorry for you. If you're a righty, we're happy for you. What do you think about Trump being elected president?
If it's good for Israel, it's good for us too.
And do you think it's good for Israel?
Yes.
Do you think
Yes.
he'll bring peace?
Inshallah.
Israel's protected. Thank God we got Baruch Hashem. We got Trump. Trump, our
Thank
47th president, baby. Kol hakavod.
He supports Israel, so if he supports Israel, I support him. If he can bring the hostages back, that's all I need. Let us win the war. That's enough.
Trump, good Trump, good Trump, very good Trump,
What do you feel about Trump being elected?
very good Trump.
Why?
I mean, it's understandable if they're Israeli why they'd support Trump. I don't think if he was president this time he would have done anything to block munitions getting sent to Israel.
English no very good me.
Good for Israel?
Very good Israel, Trump.
Good for America?
For America, 50-50.
Yeah, even they know.
Science bro really had to sneak in that he not a Democrat anymore cause they don't have his best interests in mind. Bro really meant to say he hasn't gotten laid since October 7th. Fair play, not gonna lie, fair play.
Are you talking about Professor Dave? Who's not a Democrat anymore? Thanks for the donation though, retard. Oh, gum. I think Gummy wants back upstairs. I'm just gonna let him upstairs, and if he starts bothering BMO again, I'll just tell Jasmine to bring him down. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back.
Well, potentially he is still the 45th precedent, as he is still the same person. He is just the same person getting elected as precedent again, with, by the way, has never happened in this country before.
No, one other president has won a non-consecutive term. It's only happened to one other time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Yeah, if you go back in the video like 5 minutes, Professor Dave said he's left the Democrats cause they don't have his best interests in mind. Bro can't go one video without making sure everyone knows he's pussy whipped by his Palestinian wife.
Imagine being that much of a fucking bitch. Like, who the fuck cares what your wife thinks? just do whatever the fuck you want. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Oh my god, of all the presidents to get a second presidency, why this bastard?
Well, everyone's a retard, Dodo. We already went over this last night. Thanks for the donation, though, man. Animal Liberation donated $2. Thoughts? Trump getting away with the crimes he's committed may represent self-preservation for many people, and their vote for him is symbolic of their own self-preservation, fear of lost love, lost freedom, loss of tribal acceptance, fear of mortality are all the things people want to avoid and perhaps perceive as potential consequences for actions and mistakes they've made. I think a lot of people just didn't understand why the, Trump, legal battles were sensible, perfectly valid, and they thought he was just getting wrongfully incriminated. I think it's just that simple.
We're going to go live.
Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. T donated $2. Boogie's reaction to Trump election.
I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing! Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm so pissed off! Fuck! 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 God damn it!
Dude, Boogie is literally a fucking watermelon. This guy's had a gastric bypass operation, and he's still so fucking overweight. It's like unbelievable. Thanks for the donation, though, T.
Yes, he's the best. Trump is my love. I love Trump.
How do you feel about him?
I feel good. Nobody better than Trump.
He's a moron. I don't understand Americans. Sorry. I know he's going to be good for Israel, but he's really dumb.
You have any tips for improving deadlift? I'm stuck at 225, been deadlifting for 2 months. Well, if you've only been working in the 5 rep range or lower, you're going to have to spend some time doing deadlifts in a higher rep range. So 8 or more. And on top of that, you probably want to improve some accessory lifts. So good mornings, pendulum rows, those are very good accessory lifts for the deadlift. And maybe stiff leg deadlifts you might want to include as well. But yeah, if you've only been working in the 5 rep range or lower, start doing some higher volume work.
That guy in the video is based.
Not really. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. But yeah, try to improve some accessory lifts like good mornings, stiff leg deadlifts, pendulum rows, and do deadlifts with higher rep sets. In the I'd say 8 to 10 rep range. I don't know if it would really benefit you going above 10 reps.
In what way will he be good for Israel?
I think the right wing here can get away with more. Not that I'm happy about that, but that's what's going to happen. But he could turn on Israel at any point. He's only dedicated to himself.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's going to be so bad for Israel.
So bad? Why? Tell us. We want to know why.
You will find out.
Someone saying have to change the whole condition in the Middle East. Maybe will help us to finish with the Iranian and all those Arabs.
Do you think he'll bring peace to the Middle East?
I don't believe in peace.
Thank you.
That guy's pretty based, carrying around a fucking AR-15.
Do you think he'll bring peace?
He will bring. He brought once, last time, so he will bring.
I'm sure.
I think it's good for us. I don't know. We need to wait and see what will happen.
Do you think he's good for peace?
Yes, it will bring the war to end, I think.
And I feel the same. It's not only, the peace in the Middle East, the peace with Russia and Ukraine.
Ameritard donates $. America's trying to make polio and bankruptcy trendy.
Questions swirling about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. right now and what role he's going to play in the next Trump administration. We do know that the president-elect has told RFK Jr. to, quote unquote, go wild on America's public health agencies. Now, Kennedy is a well-known vaccine skeptic. He has been a dominant force in spreading
No. He is an anti-vaxxer.
Conspiracy theories about vaccines for years, leaving people who work in health and public health searching and worrying what that means for the future of public health. Here is what he said after Trump's victory.
I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccines. I've never been anti-vaccine. I'm going to make sure
He is anti-vaccine as fuck.
scientific safety studies and efficacies are out there and people can make individual assessments about whether that product is going to be good for them.
CNN's Meg Terrell is tracking this one, and you're going to be tracking this one for quite some time, I think, Meg. The scientific safety studies, aren't they already out there?
Yeah, Kate, I mean, we saw this during COVID. Of course, it was a tremendously expedited process that we saw there. Under the Trump administration, one of its great achievements, a lot of people in the public health world said. But this typically happens over many, many years. We see animal studies, then clinical trials that take many years to go through. Once these vaccines have shown their safety and efficacy in large clinical trials, they go to the FDA for review. The FDA reviews it, often brings in outside advisors. We saw this during COVID too. Those are public hearings. Anybody can tune in and listen to these things. They last all day and usually they're very boring. But they put all the data out there. The companies themselves publish pages and pages, hundreds of pages of data. The FDA publishes its own review of that in case it disagrees with the way the company is presenting the information. All of that is out there for the public to review itself as well. The advisors often take a vote or make a recommendation. The FDA decides whether or not
the race was called for Donald Trump. And look, they have had discussions about who could potentially serve in certain roles before in the White House. A lot of people have really pushed Susie Wiles, has remained very close with him, and a couple other names being floated like Brooke Rollins, who runs the America First Policy Institute, and Bob Lighthizer, his former.
Liar liar pants on fucking fire.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
With the White House secured, President-elect Trump is ready to enact his Make America Healthy Again agenda. RFK Jr. says it's time to clear out entire departments in the FDA. But what exactly does that look like? Here with reaction, Fox News senior medical analyst Dr. Mark Siegel.
He's not going to ban seed oils. That would be impossible.
Well, Dr. Siegel, thanks for being with us. What would that look like? What does he want to clean out?
Well, it sounds like he's focusing mainly, at least to begin with, on the food part of FDA. Remember, FDA is Food Drug Administration.
Right.
Now, with food, it's a mess. I mean, we're talking about 75% of the stuff in supermarkets is ultra-processed foods. You know what an ultra-processed food is?
Is he going to ban Snickers? Like, what is he going to do? Like, you're not going to buy Skittles anymore? Like, nothing's going to happen.
Have you seen this new vegan cat food?
No, I've not. 12 cans for $40. Huh. Some people saying their cats liked it, some saying they don't. I might order that and see if my cat likes it. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
It can't remember what soil it came from. It can't remember what farm it was grown on. It's been so chemicalized that it doesn't have any connection to the original food it was. And it's why we have an obesity epidemic in this country. 40% of Americans are obese, leads to all kinds of diseases that I treat: heart disease, high blood pressure, stroke, heart attacks, and yes, even cancer, multiple cancers. So that's a good place to start, because we're spending $4 trillion on our healthcare in this country. It's a sick care system, not a healthcare system.
Be made with
shouldn't be. And
Ugh.
thank you.
Bangus donated $2. So puppy. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a nice deer. Oh my goodness. So handsome. Oh my god. Wow. That's a good snoot. Oh my goodness, that's a good cat too. That's amazing. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. So handsome. Look how fuzzy. Oh my goodness. What a fuzzy boy. Oh my god. So sentient. Oh. It's a nice monkey. Oh my god. Oh. She dropped a grape. That's a nice monkey. Oh. Oh my god. What a nice cow. So beautiful. Cows are our friends. Cows are nice.
Gotta point out about Hoon. We all know that the face, no doubt, of the valley is Moba Zane, but we've noticed, and
That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Bangus. Oh, hey, Faye. No, stay out of there. Faye, out of there. Come here. Yeah, come here. That's a good dog. That's a good dog. Very good. So nice. It's a good dog. No. Just came down to check on me. Greg donated $2. The real motto should be make America vegan again or make America humble again, even after Trump winning. Some Trump supporters have called Republicans of color shitskins. When Vivek did a speech, some guys on social media told him to go back to India. Well, you know, racists and shit voted Trump, so what do you expect? Thanks for the donation though, Greg. Okay. Lie down. Lie down. Lie down. Got a pooty boy on my lap.
Musk Vinixamethinguk.
Yep. I guess, he'll be around for a little while longer. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Government Efficiency Commission, which would be led by Elon Musk. This is a guy who every business he has is going bankrupt. Dodo donate $2. You reached the dono goal by now. You need to play this game. Please play the game. Well, we didn't. I said getting to 600 on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, I played Rainbow Six Vegas. I didn't really like those games that much. Especially the second game, that one really sucked. So only really playing it because that was the only shooter that was like out at the time.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy.
Vote. Fight. Vote.
Well, that's a stupid, annoying video.
Oh, come on, here. It's like how bad of shots are some of my teammates? How? Move, man. My team
Cast live 7 days a week.
Jordy, you see Elon's net worth went up 20 billion last night. That's crazy because Elon's net worth is all speculative. Like that's how I always say. Like Elon's net worth is speculative. Like speculative wealth can disappear as fast as it appears. It's all fake money. You're playing campaign ready. Stop giving advice you know nothing about.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not the richest person on earth. It's just an assumption made on the amount of stock he holds in Tesla.
You're welcome. We'll see. Bro, you're such a hater saying he'll be broke in 5 years to 60 IQ. All right. Maybe I'll be wrong. I doubt it. Damn it. I'd rather just play by myself, honestly. Like, I hate when a bunch of kill streaks suck.
To the U.S. right now, President Joe Biden is addressing the nation.
Thank you. Good to see this cabinet and staff together here. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you. It's good to see you all. Particularly good to see my granddaughter sitting in the front row here. Hi, Finn. How are you, honey? For over 200 years, America has carried on the greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We're the people. The people vote and choose their own leaders, and they do it peacefully. And we're in a democracy. The will of the people always prevails.
I'm pretty sure Joe Biden would have lost the election anyway. I don't know if it would have turned out any better.
Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. That's what the American people deserve. Yesterday, I also spoke with Vice President Harris. She's been a partner and a public servant. She ran an inspiring campaign, and everyone got to see something that I learned early on to respect so much, her character. She has a backbone like a ramrod. She has great character, true character. She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran. You know, the struggle for the soul of America since our very founding has always been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people, it's a time for victory, to state the obvious. For others, it's a time of loss. Campaigns are contests of competing visions. The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree. Something I hope we can do, no matter who you voted for, is see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. Bring down the temperature. I also hope we can lay to rest the question about the integrity of the American electoral system. It is honest, it is fair, and it is transparent. And it can be trusted, win or lose. I also hope we can restore the respect for all our election workers who busted their necks and took risks at the outset. We should thank them. Thank them for staffing voting sites.
Bernard or Brenold donated $2. Fiji, if it seems like I'm spamming the same thing, you should know that most of the messages are filtered out for most people, and that's why I'm repeating them in different ways, try to get them to send. Don't spam my chat. If you spam, you're gonna get timed out. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Counting the votes, protecting the very integrity of the election. Many of them are volunteers who do it simply out of love for their country. And as they did their duty as citizens, I will do my duty as president. I'll fulfill my oath, and I will honor the Constitution. On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America. To all our incredible staff, supporters, cabinet members, all the people who've been hanging out with me for the last 4 years, God love you, as my mother would say. Thank you so much. You put so much into the past 4 years. I know it's a difficult time. You're hurting. I hear you and I see you. But don't forget all that we accomplished. It's been a historic presidency. Not because I'm president, because what we've done, what you've done. A presidency for all Americans. Much of the work we've done is already being felt by the American people, but the vast majority of it will not be felt over the next 10 years. We have legislation we passed that's just only now just really kicking in. We're going to see over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure work done, changing people's lives in rural communities and communities that are in real difficulty, because it takes time to get it done. And so much more it's going to take time, but it's there. The road ahead is clear, assuming we sustain it. There's so much we can get done and will get done based on the way the legislation was passed. And it's truly historic. You know, we're leaving behind the strongest economy in the world. I know people are still hurting, but
using the excuse of legalizing drugs so the government can tax them is naive. That is why I still buy my weed on the black market even though it's legal now. The legal weed is overtaxed and overpriced. They aren't undercutting the criminals at all.
Look at the way weed is sold in Canada. It's not overpriced. It's often the case you're getting a better deal because, one, it's being mass produced. So versus somebody who's making weed in their fucking basement or attic or something, large growing operations are able to sell for a much more competitive price. And on top of that, you know exactly what you're getting. It's regulated, so you know the cannabinoid count, you know the THC count, you know the exact strain. So, No. If you legalize and you're able to have, like, people mass producing, it's going to be cheaper than what criminals can produce. Thanks for the donation, though, Matthew. Bend over, donate $2. Based grandpa from Rugrats lol.
Someone stolen the magic list! Stolen? But without the list of sad little boys and girls, this'll become the land without smiles. Land without brains is more like it!
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Things are changing rapidly. Together, we've changed America for the better.
Yes, the Quran and Bible... Oh, wait. Is the Quran or Bible more scientifically inaccurate? I know there's a lot of hadiths. It's not within the Quran, but there's a lot of hadiths made by the Prophet Muhammad where he made some of the most ridiculous non-scientific claims imaginable. If you include the hadiths, I'd say Islam is more scientifically inaccurate than the Bible. But the texts on their own, probably roughly the same. Raw Vegan Gains, donate $2. He says beagles the same as you. Why do people say... Oh, bagels, sorry. Why do people say bagels and not bagels? What? It's pronounced bagel.
Raw vegan bagels with cream cheese and lobster mushrooms are so damn good. I probably ate about 10 of these miniature little sandwiches. They go down like nothing. This bagel is dense and moist, kind of more like a Montreal-style bagel than a New York bagel. And lobster...
Yeah, a lot of that guy's recipes actually look pretty dope.
Listen. I like making raw vegan versions of my favorite Chinatown classics. This is basically marinated jackfruit covered in a sweet cornbread batter and then smothered in sweet and sour sauce. This is so damn good.
That does actually look good.
My absolutely stunning raw vegan pizza. This is my biscuit crust. It's made with...
I'd definitely eat that.
Making raw nachos, they make the perfect appetizer with a side of guacamole and strawberry salsa. 10 out of 10.
I want to eat food now. Yeah, what the fuck? I want this. 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 Every fucking moment is pain. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Or not Ben, yeah, or I mean Raw Vegan Gains.
Now we have 74 days to finish the term, our term. Let's make every day count. That's the responsibility we have to the American people. Look, folks, you all know it in your lives. Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. We all get knocked down. But the measure of our character, as my dad would say, is how quickly we get back up. Remember, a defeat does not mean we are defeated. We lost this battle. The America of your dreams is calling for you to get back up. That's the story of America for over 240 years and counting. It's a story for all of us, not just some of us. The American experiment endures. We're going to be okay, but we need to stay engaged. We need to keep going. And above all, we need to keep the faith. I'm so proud to have worked with all of you. I really mean it.
Well, who knows? If he had kept running, probably still would have lost anyway, but you never know. That's a nice looking bike.
This is Santa Cruz's brand new electric mountain bike for 2025. It's called the Vala.
Is Unicycles still selling their mountain bikes? They have that new like mini electric dirt bike that's 20 kilowatts. That thing is actually pretty cool. I think the battery is only 3.5 kilowatts though. If it were like 5 or more, I'd probably like get it. Yeah, they still got their Enduro. 60 volts. It's not a bad price considering it's carbon fiber and has a 60 volt battery too. 820 watt hours, top speed 40 miles per hour, so that's like 60. That's pretty good. £58 for medium. That's actually kind of heavy for carbon fiber. SRAM Eagle. Okay, cool. You could install an electronic SRAM. It'd be perfectly compatible.
And we'll cover it in a little bit more detail, and it's using a more traditional shock layout of 4-bar compared to their traditional VPP linkage that Santa Cruz are renowned for and they've been using for like the last 20 years. So a couple of radical different changes. The first time it's using a Bosch motor. Let's take a look in a little bit more detail around this bike and we'll go for a first ride and I'll tell you everything you need to know. Through the travel, and that's pretty amazing. That's something to be said about how quiet this bike is. There's a big chunky chain protector, there's getting rid of all that chain slap, but it is so nice cruising down a trail and just hearing the tires on the dirt and the suspension working and not having a motor in the background that's making a lot of noise. Now the motor is still 85 Newton meters of torque and 600 watts of peak.
Let's annoy VG, donate $2.
You know, the mechanism of Ozempic, the GLP-1 agonist, it sort of increases signaling in this GLP-1 cascade. Well, there's studies showing that the consumption of red meat and meat in general increases GLP-1 also. So
yeah, the problem there, Paul, is that you have to eat to do that. So when somebody overeats, doesn't really matter if their GLP-1 increases because they already ate. What a dumbass.
the mechanism of Ozempic.
Like, by the way, he's cherry picking some stupid, like, what even is this? Higher expression of MIR15. Yeah, okay. So some bullshit mechanistic study.
And proteins, and it's not just exclusive to meat. You could also get the same effect if you're eating probably beans or other plant proteins that are non-processed. I'm not as much a fan of those, but unprocessed plant foods that have protein, unprocessed animal foods, these raise GLP-1 in the human body. So there's a mirror.
This guy is like genuinely retarded
here, and it makes a lot of sense that these foods make us less hungry. They create satiety. The problem with processed food is that calorie for calorie, it probably makes us hungrier.
Just look at this guy's fucking face. I just want to run a car over this guy's face.
I'm in a rush. Didn't have time to cook my burgers. Let's go get some McDonald's. Hi there. Can I get 2 grass-fed burger patties, some raw cheese, a banana, some avocado, and some spring water?
Hi, here's your spring water.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then your animal-based special.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, look at this, guys. Here we go. Okay, look, I wish it were this easy to get healthy food, but it is not actually this easy. I truly hope that in the future.
This is not healthy, and this is not healthy. This is, and this is. But you're unfortunately retarded.
You can pull up to a McDonald's and get a grass-fed beef burger, an avocado, some spring water, and some raw cheese in the future. But until that time, no one is coming to save you.
What a genuine dumbass, dude.
You are feeding your kids food that is banned in Europe. In the EU, there are many, many foods like Skittles, Little Debbie cakes, certain types of Gatorades with food dyes, and even Pop-Tarts that are banned because they contain things like Yellow 5, Yellow 6, and Red 40. But I'm not surprised.
None of those food dyes are harmful.
That American families are confused about this when Tufts University comes out with a study claiming that Fruit Loops are healthier than ground beef or eggs.
Yeah, that's probably because they are. They don't raise your fucking cholesterol. They're not linked to diabetes. Like,
should you give them instead unprocessed animal foods, unprocessed plant foods?
By the way, what did that article say? Lucky Charms are healthier than whole milk. Probably. More than twice as healthy as beef, better for you than a baked potato or cooked green peas. I definitely disagree with that. So they have food compass score. Watermelon, canned peaches, Cheerios, pineapple, non-fat yogurt, chocolate-covered almonds. Yeah, ground beef is at, like, the bottom here. By the way, it says eggs fried in butter and cheddar cheese. Like, for the most part, I would agree with this chart.
Instead, unprocessed animal foods, unprocessed plant foods. That's how to make your whole family healthy.
Paul literally looks like a starving fucking crack addict, and then he's like talking about his diet is the best.
Foods hot bar is a train wreck. I went through every single thing here and I could only find 2 that didn't have seed oils.
Wow. I don't know exactly where this whole seed oil fear came from. It's just as bizarre as like people who say cigarette smoking is good for you.
I saw canola oil, highly refined soybean oil. It's in almost everything. I don't understand why Whole Foods is doing this. They seem like they're pretty health conscious, but they haven't figured out
Canola oil is good for you.
that these seed oils in general are not great for humans. And before the fact checkers jump on this, I'm going to cite studies showing that seed oils increase oxidized.
Yeah, again, literally does not fucking matter. Does not matter. Show us human health outcome data. He can't. So these studies, by the way, where all they're doing is getting you to eat some kind of seed oil, and then they're making you eat some sort of pro-oxidant, and then they look at whether or not your lipid particles are more prone to oxidation. It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to have any causal mechanism in in heart disease, and your body gets rid of oxidized lipid particles almost immediately. So it literally does not fucking matter. And then he makes a big deal out of this, and he refuses to show any human outcome data because if you look at the human outcome data, seed oils are protective against heart disease. So he just cherry picks bullshit and tries to mislead people.
Cardiovascular risk. Check that, you fact checkers. There's so much good evidence that seed oils are harmful for humans. They're not evolutionarily consistent. And to make matters worse, the paper stock at Whole Foods and other places like this that have hot bars is lined with plastic. Often these contain PFAs, forever chemicals, that are gonna go straight into your food. Boo! The best thing would probably be to just make your own food. But if you really wanna go to the Whole Foods hot bar, there are a couple of things here that don't have seed oils. And you gotta bring your own container. How inconvenient is that? You gotta bring your own glass container.
What a dumb fuck. Thanks for the donation though, Let's Annoy VG.
You got that new Jake broke you dub nigger? Where's my Piers Morgan brain and rot? Don't skimp me on my ments, Richard. The future is bleak.
Yeah, we're gonna watch both, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Power, but they've refined the sensor technology in there, and it is so smooth and so reactive to pedal input. They've got some incredible sensor technology that it feels like, as cliched and as cheesy as it sounds, an extension of your own kind of leg power. It's very, very refined, and although there's a ton of power on tap, it doesn't feel overwhelming at all. It just feels like you've got loads of power available, and climbing loose dusty stuff, like super loose stuff, you can put in these very fine levels of torque input through the pedals, and it gives you a very like nuanced feel and very controlled feel, especially over climbs. It's really difficult to spin up the back wheel, which means on climbs you don't get wheel spin and it doesn't feel uncontrolled. It just feels like a very, very refined motor system. So it's 100 grams lighter, it's all new inside, it's much quieter when you're descending, and it's quieter under power as well. It's not silent under power, you can hear a little whir of the motor, but it's quieter than before. And they're kind of renowned for looking like Santa Cruz bikes. This doesn't look like a Santa Cruz, a traditional Santa Cruz. Power Bosch motor, and it weighs 21.5 kilos, and the margins between superlight e-bikes that are built to a burly spec and this, which has got gravity tyre, it's got Fox 38, it's kind of like a burly build. The margins are closing, and this has got a 600 watt hour battery and a full power motor. At 21.5 kilos, it's pretty impressive. Now this is interesting, look at this, it's got a blanking plate around here. Now I can't get any secrets from them.
You know, with the salmon industry injecting the salmon flesh with orange coloring, I bet Paul does the same thing. I bet he looks more like a grey flesh-eating retarded zombie. If the purge gets legalized, please go after that guy with some canola oil.
I'll be sure to make him guzzle several bottles of canola oil. Thanks for the donation, Retard Gains.
But if I was to speculate, I think something's going to change with this in the future, that the end user will be able to change out. And I'm going to speculate again, I do not know. And if I did, I wouldn't be able to say. But I think this is going to be a screen, like the Tour Plus mode. And the range is pretty good. That was 3 hours of total riding time and 1,160 meters just around the Santa Cruz area. Got some amazing trails out here, so it was a really good kind of test bed. Really dry, really dusty. But I was impressed with that range, considering it's got 600 watt-hour battery. And if you wanted a bit of an additional range, the range extender is going to give you another 250 watts. So maybe another 40–50% on top of that. Personally, I don't like carrying extra range extenders and stuff around. I think they just add more hassle, more things to charge. So I'm quite content with taking this out with a 600 watt-hour battery. Now Bosch have just released an 800 watt-hour battery as well. This can't fit it, it's just a fixed size. You can see how slimline the down tube is. It's only accommodating that 600 ride time and in a bike that weighs within a certain range. So to get a 21.5 kilo full pack.
Ukraine, all of the
and those who speak truth to that power are preemptively character assassinated. The educational sphere is not completely blameless, admittedly. Part of the disdain towards academia is fostered by the increasingly high cost of education, but this is not in itself a justification for abandoning the sanctity of centers of knowledge. Corporations do not have their financial interests challenged when the public cannot even identify the issues that they are harmed by, thus perpetuating their own subjugation. We can historically blame the fossil fuel industry, the tobacco industry, and so forth, but we do not extend this to scientific knowledge itself. Politicians, corporations, and religious institutions stand to benefit the most from promoting anti-intellectualism. They enact the politicization of nonpartisan issues, polarizing things like climate change so severely that simply acknowledging basic science gets one ostracized. This spills over into the social realm just as easily. Anti-intellectualism breeds nationalism, or the same blind allegiance to a governing body in an appeal to shared beliefs. That's why Trump famously stated that he could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose any voters, because their idolization of him is emotional, not logical. In the end, and here comes Dave the Broken Record, and
Let's annoy VG, donate $2.
And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they...
Sorry fags, but Trump won. Kamala was never even close to getting elected. Pick a better candidate next times, bitches. Eat cock.
All right, well, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Trump.
They really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. Real quick, I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross.
They must not watch Aiden Ross that closely. Like, Aiden Ross has literally been platforming Sneeko, who's an anti-Semite Holocaust denier. And he's been actually gaslit into promoting Holocaust denialism.
Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not
So fucking stupid.
One thing I want you all to pay attention to right here. Nearly 560 killed in Israeli missile strikes aimed at Hezbollah. I guess it was another targeted special military operation that was precise in its striking, and 560 people happened to be in the way, just like in Gaza. Oopsie. Who are those people? Do they have lives, dreams? Were they children? Were they elderly? Were they women? Nobody knows. When you are in the crosshairs,
there's no helping. Like, just hopefully Trump deports this loser.
of Israel, you deserve it. Israel always right. Israel's enemies always in the wrong.
President Biden, who's speaking today at
By the way, this is the same guy who supported China's invasion of Tibet.
the UN General Assembly, is sending a small number of additional U.S. troops to the region.
Oh, thank God. I was worried that the 40,000 American troops that we have stationed all around the peninsula was not going to be enough to defend Israel. So I'm really glad that we're sending even more.
What a fucking retard.
Losing with some typically means winning with others and vice versa. Losing big with everyone across the board is nearly unprecedented and
okay, I guess we can just watch this now.
hard to conceive as even possible. Kamala Harris lost with every constituency, except for plus 65-year-olds and white college women. Red wave is an understatement. Wait, have you already addressed the 20 million less voters? It genuinely confuses me. Were people just not motivated to vote? Why is that confusing? There were two major reasons for why this happened, and I told you it was going to be depressed voter turnout regardless, because 2020 was unique because of COVID. You had universal early voting, mail-in ballots. It was much easier to vote. That's why Donald Trump made tremendous gains on his side, even though he lost because Joe Biden had even bigger gains, right? But one of the major problems with the Kamala Harris campaign is that she is slated to lose 10 to 15 million voters overall, whereas Donald Trump only lost around 3 million voters from his number in 2020.
As Lisa, you just pointed out, Democrats had long believed we're going to remain loyal to them. But why? But why? Why? Why did they believe that? That evidence has been clear about the drop off for a long time, right? Like we've had 2016, we've had 2020. Like we've actually had a lot of evidence to say that the demographic destiny undertone is one that is a faulty premise. The fact that they're holding on to the Obama era, in my opinion, is a racist assumption.
Yeah, 100%. The idea that like the demographics is destiny is the age-old adage that like both parties have deluded themselves into believing. Republicans believe it offensively, where they say, "Oh, you want Mexicans to go and live in swing states, so they vote Democrat," right? And you have that exact same principle on the Democratic Party side, where it's like, "Come on, Latinos, vote for us." The other side is right.
You're right, Richard. Since Dems lost, we should get one executive action freebie and we should use it to launch Hassan into the fucking sun with a dragon dildo up his ass. Also, this fucking hilarious.
And I just want to thank you because you're very, very special people. You were here long before any of us were here. Although we have a representative in Congress who they say was here a long time ago. They call her Pocahontas. But you know what? I like you.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh shit. Bro, that is fucking funny. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Races, and they're still running that route, not realizing that like a lot of the Hispanic population in the United States of America see themselves as white. They are firmly within the white category. They might not look white, but they vote white in increasingly larger numbers. There is no like demographics of destiny. That's why I always laugh when Republicans are like, "Oh, immigrants are coming over the border to vote Democrat." I'm like, what are you talking about? Look at Texas. Part of that is because Latino voters in Texas, and there's so much polling on this. Latino voters in the state of Texas, Hispanic voters in the state of Texas, like social safety nets. They like it across the board. Even older Latino voters want more government spending. Plenty of them have revolutionary backgrounds from the countries they came from. They're union organizers. They have a leftist slant on fiscal policy, on issues that pertain to the economy. On the other hand, they also sometimes happen to be more socially conservative. So if one party, the Republican Party, just says, yeah, we're not going to do anything on the fiscal policy front, but we'll ham on the social conservatism, and the other party doesn't do a single damn thing about it at all, and just simply goes harm reduction, harm reduction, harm reduction. Those guys are racist. They'll be racist to you. Vote for us. That has been a demonstrable failure for the Latino voters in Texas. And that has always been a failure. This is why I always have hyper-focused on the Texas Latino GOP outreach. The Republican Party has nationalized that at this point. If one side is saying, hey, you don't like abortion, you don't like the gay stuff, okay, I got you. Yeah, we'll f them up. And the other side is basically saying, no, you don't understand. These guys are racist. Don't vote for them. Please vote for us instead. Without offering this base of support, any reliable ways of improving their material conditions, looking at what they're hurting on and saying, I got you. I'm going to do more social safety nets for you. Okay, I'm going to do it for everybody and you're going to benefit from it. Then yeah, slowly but surely, Republicans are going to pick apart that base. And they have. They did it so successfully in the state of Texas. And now they're doing it everywhere else. To simply say, oh, it's because these...
No. People, like, clearly do not care that much about social safety nets. And it seems like social services in general. I mean, like, Republicans have been threatening to take away, why can't I think of the word? It's the thing for retirement. You know what I mean. Not Medicare.
I'm of Jewish descent and don't even believe in the Holocaust. So that's not even an argument if there's solid proof against it. It's strange how everyone gets all emotional about it and resorts to ad hominems. Also, you and Hassan are similar.
No. Thanks for the donation though, hot boy. Yeah, Social Security. It's pretty clear 401k is a private thing. It's pretty clear people voted for Trump because they like his anti-establishment rhetoric. And the economy was also a big hot topic that they kind of blamed Dems for. And people don't like the kind of libtard, anti-gun, pro-regulation cuckoldry that the Dems support.
These guys are just uneducated. That's not enough. To simply state like, oh, these guys are just like too stupid. That's not enough. That's dumb as f. You don't win elections that way, right? You don't. Everyone's stupid. We're in America, okay? I'm f***ing stupid. We're all stupid. But we all vote. Democrats picking Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders in 2020 when a map of donations looked like this is what guaranteed a Trump win in 2024. I mean, yeah, that too. I don't know how you see this and think the answer is she didn't run left enough. Let me address that real quick, actually. This is important for people to understand. When you look at this and you think, oh my God, the broader electorate has shifted right, you are not understanding that there are tens of millions of voters that voted in the prior election for the Democratic Party that is just simply sitting this one out. They felt like they were written off. They just didn't vote. The campaign didn't reach them. The campaign abandoned them. Sometimes openly said, we don't want you. We want Liz Cheney. We want the suburbs. You have to understand. That's why it looks this way. This is...
So happy Trump won. He's gonna fix the country. Bye-bye all you illegals. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I hope we lock up all the gays. Or at least the annoying ones. It's a good time to be a white man. Fuck yeah.
Well, congratulations, dude. Thanks for the donation, big fag. Andrew Wilson is debating transgenderism on Modern Day Debate. I'm sure that'll be just fucktarded.
Or they could not. That's correct. You use a collection. It's a
so
collection.
Wait, they could have none of those things and XY chromosomes and still be female?
Well, now we're talking not necessarily. No, that's now you're talking about regarding woman, which is different from female.
No, female.
Yeah, we're talking about different things though. So going back, I wanted to say, you said that if they are female, right, that is how you determine somebody to be a woman. So what are the things that you look at? What is it that you do to determine that they are female and not male?
That they're in regards to the sex that's typically associated with reproduction. That would be female.
Okay, so you look at the sex that is typical to
reproduction. Yeah.
So so let me get this straight. You go up you're in an alley, right? Mm-hmm. And you get to meet a person. You don't know whether or not that they are male or female. And the way that you determine that they are male or female is that you pull their pants down and you take a magnifying glass and you look at their.
No, of course not.
Okay, so what?
There's plenty of ugly women who I think are men.
A woman.
There's plenty
Well,
of
I'm
ugly.
saying, like, what
yeah.
do you
Me, so
determine
I
that
don't
they're a
understand.
woman, right?
I,
You usually
actually
do it
don't
in about
understand.
half a second. So what is it?
Okay, very quickly. Because
This is like a typical thing that all of these anti-trans people do. Like they'll say the only way, to determine whether or not somebody is like a man or a woman is by looking at their genitals. And then like the obvious question is, okay, so when you address somebody as he or she or treat them as a man or a woman, like do you pull their pants down and look at their genitals and run a number of tests? And then they say, well, of course not. Right. So like socially, when we're determining these things, we just go based on, whether they present as male or female. We don't really care about if they have primary sex characteristics that are male or female. So what is the point in arguing about whether or not we should recognize transgender identities when we don't even care about these things? And then they end up just talking past each other.
can be tricked. The truth of the matter of whether they're male or female is not in dispute. That is not what's in dispute. You saying that
yeah, whatever.
Simply an abject failure of the Democratic Party. That's all this shows. Yeah, this can be very misleading. Yusuf Manayar, poli-sci PhD, says, the shift isn't about Trump growing his totals as much as the fact that some 15 million people who voted for Biden in 2020 didn't vote this time. About 155 million votes were cast in 2020, 137 million in 2024. Where did they go and why? Even in the Biden race, the problem was that Biden should have had a larger victory, but he also did not go far enough in terms of activating people, in terms of motivating people. I remember I covered it, and he barely eked out a victory with 42,000 votes overall. I explained it. I said, if the base doesn't hold out in Philadelphia, in the urban areas, young voters, black voters, brown voters from across the spectrum, she made no outward communication to these constituents. She just took them for granted. She was like, oh, we have it locked down. She will lose. And that's precisely what happened. So if I can see it, and I'm a fucking idiot, then how the can the Democrats not see it? Are they this blinded? I go back and forth on this because sometimes I think they are just like beholden to corporate interests.
Wow, Hassan defamed China invading Tibet. Wow, what a piece of shit.
Well, he's also defended Russia invading Ukraine as well. Like, he's just a fascist. He loves fascism. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And whatnot. And then other times I talk to actual campaign staff. I talk to people that work in the DC bubble. And then I realize is that no, they're just blinded. It's not all just ideological purity and loyalty to like third-way neoliberalism across the board. It's not just about being completely captured by corporate interests. I think that plays a role, but that plays a role in the bubble. Keela Lacey says, Trump didn't win Pennsylvania, Harris lost it. The consensus from voters and organizers I talked to this week is clear. Democrats have abandoned working class voters and it's costing them their political lives. It's class war. The focus on minority support for Trump ignores Dems leaving voters on the table. When black people are showing up for Dems, it isn't with unbridled support and unquestioning support. Maurice from Working Families Party said, Maurice Mo Mitchell, progressives and independents are the ones courting those voters, not Dems. I want more black voters asking questions in the political parties, recognizing that there is a larger and larger component of the black electorate that is persuadable. The more we move away, because that's just the passage of time, from the last time that the Democratic Party actually expended social and political capital to defend black people, the more younger black people are open to be convinced by the Republican Party.
Okay, well, Hassan's just a retard.
One of the things that we suspected was that Donald Trump saw winning as a way to keep himself out of prison. And it seems that
in the US, whenever someone actually works hard on big legislation or a new geopolitical crisis occurs and we involve ourselves, it's like a thermostatic switch in the median voter flips and they wake up despising the current admin. I think that's what happened.
I don't know, dude. That the way Trump won, I think that alone can't explain it. I'm sure to some extent it's same thing happens in Canada, basically. But the way Trump won, I think there's just fundamental problems within the Democratic Party where people just don't want a lot of their horse shit anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Also, it's so funny to see Hassan admit that he is a moron in this stream alone. It's almost as if he is self-aware.
I'm sure he knows he's stupid. Like, he dodges debates with everybody, right? So he knows he's stupid. There's no way that guy can think he's, particularly smart. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At least to some degree, that he was right. Sometimes they're right. You've got to hand it to Trump. It seems as though he's going to keep himself out of prison because he won. NBC reports the DOJ is moving to wind down Donald Trump's criminal cases, the federal ones, of course, this doesn't relate to the state cases. They are going to wind down Trump's criminal cases before he takes office. The reporting adds the step complies with longstanding Justice Department policy that a sitting president can't be prosecuted, according to two people familiar with the matter. Let me remind you, the word policy is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. It's more of a tradition. It's more of a convention that the DOJ does not prosecute a sitting president. The word policy seems to go pretty far beyond reality. And just like that, poof, like a miracle. Remember when Trump said COVID's just going to go away in April of 2020 with nobody dying like a miracle? Well, that didn't happen. But just like that, the Department of Justice's federal prosecutions of Donald Trump go kaput, and the possibility of consequences to Trump for his rampant criminality are no more. The law doesn't apply, apparently, to Republicans anymore, despite their continued claims that they are the party of law and order, and it is law-breaking, scofflaw Democrats who flout the law with impunity. Happens to be the opposite of what they say. So
then why does Hassan act smarter than the very conservatives he reacts to then?
Well, he's an ideologue, so he just thinks he's right. But, again, the guy will not debate anybody. He avoids pretty much debating anybody on practically any topic unless it's somebody that he knows he can easily win against, or there's like a big clout opportunity. So he knows he's stupid. He just thinks he's right. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Listen, there's a lot of bad news here, okay? We saw, yet again, a clueless, cognitively declining demagogue become the president-elect. We are going to see, I know I keep going back to it, it's because it's so disturbing. We are going to see potentially Robert F. Kennedy Jr. take charge of overseeing a number of different medical organizations in the United States. The possibility of holding Trump accountable at the federal level has evaporated.
VG, I want to move to Canada now. You're lucky you're not in this country. BTW, what do you think Trump will do in regards to lab-grown meat?
I don't know what Trump would do specifically. I know there's idiots like DeSantis who wanted to ban lab-grown meat. I'm not sure if Trump would do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Eric.
And he will not be held accountable. There is no doubt that there is a lot of bad stuff going on here. And the choices are, we let it all happen and more unopposed, or we get in the fight. And the fight is going to include that even if Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gets put in a position of power by Trump medically, there are still many things we can do, which we will talk about later on in the show and with members of Congress upcoming and a lot of different things. So I think that it's important even to strategize, to understand the full scope of everything that is going wrong. Trump is not going to be held accountable. That's a disaster. Clueless people are going to be put in positions way over their heads. Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., maybe Alina Habba, who the hell knows? It's all going to be bad. And in understanding how bad it can be, we are going to realize this stuff really does matter. And to the 50% of the country that goes, I don't even vote, I just don't think any of this stuff matters, we are quickly going to see just how much it matters. And then we will figure out what it is that we want to do. So let's take a break. Thank you to the hundreds who pre-ordered my book yesterday. This is so crazy. Somehow, my forthcoming book, there's a lot of people are disengaging after the election results. Somehow, after this disastrous election, my forthcoming book, The Echo Machine, has jumped to #1 in the democracy category on Amazon and #2 in the as kids, but now that
you're watching The Legal Breakdown, Glenn, something that I think we all expected to happen here is that we now have news that the DOJ is moving to wind down Donald Trump's criminal cases. That is, of course, the two cases that the DOJ is overseeing. It's the D.C. prosecution related to all things electoral certification blocking on January 6th, and also the classified documents case, which is right now pending in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. Is this surprising? Is this advisable? What's your take on this move by the DOJ? Is it disappointing?
Yeah, Brian, so the reporting is that Jack Smith is, quote, winding down the two federal criminal prosecutions.
Huh? Okay, Finn's still down here. Yeah, do you want him?
Of Donald Trump. Just the other day, we were talking about and did a video.
Hey, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Hey, Gummy. Oh my God, he's coming down. How you doing, Gummy? How's my Gum Gum?
about how we fully expected Donald Trump to dismiss his own criminal cases once he took office, or more precisely, direct his inevitably corrupt attorney general, whom he appoints, to dismiss his charges. And it looks like Donald Trump may not even be forced.
How long do you think it'll take for Trump to get assassinated? I don't know if there are going to be any more assassination attempts. Entirely possible. Finn. It's not yours. It's cat food.
To engage in that corruption. Because if Jack Smith is winding down those prosecutions, what does that mean? So let's talk about the consequences of winding down his criminal cases versus potentially gearing up his federal criminal cases. First of all, the reason Jack Smith would be winding down the cases is because of this policy memo. It's called the Office of Legal Counsel memo, the OLC memo. It is a horrific position for the Department of Justice to take, but they've taken it for years. And that is that we can't criminally prosecute a sitting president. So a sitting president gets to commit all the crimes he wants in violation of our nation's laws against the American people, and he can't be prosecuted for them while he's in office. Now, mind you, Brian, that's just a policy memo. It's not the law. There is no court precedent, and there's nothing in the Constitution that provides you can't prosecute a sitting criminal president. But the whiz kids at the Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel, said, no, we don't think it's a good idea for you to be able to prosecute who? Our boss, because the President of the United States is the boss over the Department of Justice. So it makes some intellectual sense that if Jack Smith is bound by that memo, his prosecutions of Donald Trump cannot proceed while Donald Trump is president. But what does that mean, Brian? What does it mean if Jack Smith voluntarily winds down and presumably dismisses Donald Trump's federal cases? Well, here's what it means. It means that the Department of Justice will not be forcing Donald Trump's hand to engage in corruption and possible further criminal activity by ordering his attorney general to dismiss the criminal cases against him. It will actually be Jack Smith doing an enormous benefit to Donald Trump because he won't be forced to, nefariously and perhaps unlawfully dismiss his own criminal cases. So I am hopeful that Jack Smith and his team are taking all of that into consideration.
Question: what do you mean by Hassan knows he is stupid but thinks he is smart? How can someone know they're stupid and yet somehow think they're smart? How is that possible?
I didn't say he thinks he's smart. I said he thinks he's right. So he knows he's stupid, but he thinks he's right. Thanks for that, Nation Dodo.
And trying to decide if it's the right thing to do, abiding by that Office of Legal Counsel memo saying we can't prosecute Trump once he's sworn in on January 20th, or should he force the issue on Donald Trump and make Donald Trump act corruptly by dismissing his own cases? I would vote for the latter approach because otherwise it's a windfall to Donald Trump. Here's the really important thing about the winding down scenario. Special counsel is authorized to issue a report. So Jack Smith is probably working on a report right now in which he will detail lots and lots and lots of what he's learned about the crimes of Donald Trump. And let's be clear, we all saw a Jack Smith court filing not too long ago that detailed some of Donald Trump's crimes and the evidence of those crimes. However, Jack Smith only put in that court filing what he needed to, the evidence that he needed to present to Judge Chutkan so she could litigate the presidential immunity issue. So that is probably a much more precise, limited, and narrow document than a special counsel report would be. Remember the Mueller report, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages about Russian interference and about Donald Trump's obstruction of justice in connection with firing Comey and engaging in all other kind of criminal activity.
The fuck was that? I don't know why Gummy did that.
Something for which Donald Trump has never been held accountable.
Relax,
but think, special counsel report is a tome. It's going to be a very large, weighty narrative about the crimes of Donald Trump. So Jack Smith, if he's winding down the prosecution, he may be gearing up for issuing his special counsel report, because what we can all expect is the minute Donald Trump is sworn in, Donald Trump's words where he will fire Jack Smith in, quote, 2 seconds. So I do think one way or another, Jack Smith's days are numbered.
So basically at this point, Jack Smith can choose not to release the report against Donald Trump, and then that means it'll go away forever. Because if Jack Smith doesn't release it, we can be sure as hell that Donald Trump's own DOJ won't release a report condemning him and exposing his criminal behavior. And so at this point, it's pretty much put up or shut up with Jack Smith and this report.
Agreed, Brian. And let's take on one more piece of the winding down scenario. While Jack Smith may be winding down his criminal prosecutions and drafting or gearing up his special counsel report, he doesn't necessarily...
Dodo need 2 lawyers, but the question is, how can someone know they're stupid and yet think they're right? Because they're stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Necessarily have to dismiss the case at the end of the wind down of Donald Trump's criminal cases. What do I mean by that? He could go to Judge Chutkan and say, listen, Your Honor, we understand and will abide by the Office of Legal Counsel memo that says we have to suspend this prosecution or these prosecutions after Donald Trump is sworn in. But that doesn't mean we necessarily have to dismiss the case. Let's just put a stay on the case, keep it in existence, and then it can commence as soon as Donald Trump leaves office. So I'm not suggesting that will happen, but I don't want to leap to the conclusion that the only thing that can be done at the end of the winding down period is an outright dismissal of the cases. And here is the other thing that is like gnawing at the sort of back of my mind as a former career prosecutor. If the winding down period concludes with Jack Smith dismissing the cases against Donald Trump, well, then in 4 years, assuming Donald Trump leaves office, the statute of limitations, that's a fancy way of saying if you don't bring a case within 5 years, then the case goes away and it can never be brought. That's the statute of limitations precluding a prosecution. The statute of limitations would expire and Donald Trump could never be held accountable. Not so if Donald Trump is forced to engage in corruption to dismiss his own cases, which is the thing I voted for a few minutes ago. All of this, there are a lot of moving pieces, nothing is certain, and there is no clear reporting. But can we shift over to how Jack Smith might be gearing up in some prosecutions?
If we can put a pin in that point for a sec, just a quick question. So right now, basically, Jack Smith has the opportunity to himself dismiss this case, and that would prevent the DOJ from taking up the case again in 5 years when hopefully Donald Trump is out. Is that what we're saying here? As opposed to Donald Trump working unto himself and working with his own attorney general to dismiss the case corruptly, that would allow the DOJ to bring up this case again down the line.
I am saying that, and let me put it in sort of a more easily understood hypothetical. Let's assume somebody gets indicted, and before they go to trial, they flee to avoid prosecution.
Interested in more Hassan brain rot? He reacted to a fallen Ethan Klein fan's video on how Ethan's an evil Zionist. Hassan been poaching Ethan's fans and burning the bridge cause he can't handle criticism.
Let me take a look. What a fucktard.
By the way, the Reddit post that appears on the video about North Star Radio was made by an account that posts on the D-Cell Reddit. Yeah, of course. Dude, that's all. That's where he's getting his stuff from. And it's like kind of a funny situation to be in because like his community knows what Destiny's all about. Destiny has called Ethan the R word like numerous times when we had leftovers together when we first started it. Destiny and his community fucking despised Ethan. They harassed him nonstop. Destiny himself has also aligned himself with the likes of Sam Hyde, who is a pedophile Nazi. Why did Destiny do such a thing? Sam Hyde hates both me and Ethan.
When in the fuck did... What? Also, I know Sam Hyde's a Nazi, but I've never heard of the pedophile allegation.
Why did Destiny do such a thing? Oh, that's right, because Sam Hyde was saying he wanted to kill me.
Yeah, that was clearly a joke.
That's what he did. He literally welcomed him with... Ethan Klein was cracking jokes about Aaron Bushnell immediately after his death, who was a veteran too, and then getting sensitive and sharing drama alert tweets.
Does Gummy like the rabbits? He's kind of confused by them. Chungus like sometimes sits by the edge of his pen, and then Gummy will poke him and then like leave.
He's whipping up hate against Rogan for saying U.S. soldiers get PTSD. Oh.
About all different sensitive things, about all different groups of people, every fucking show. And then when it lightly brushes on your shoulder, you freak the fuck out and you bitch and you cry and you go and you try to find any reason to you know what I mean, to get angry.
After hearing all that, I wonder how Ethan would react if he was the subject of a joke. Like he said, he makes jokes about all different groups of people. He's a free speech absolutist after all.
It's a panel hosted by Frogan and 4 of her friends, in which they have a tier list where they rate people where good is Arab and bottom is loves Sabra. Sabra is a very popular hummus brand. I know in Israel, it's pretty much in everybody's refrigerator, and it's kosher. They're an American company, but they've been the subject of the pro-Palestine boycott.
I saw some of this.
I mean, it's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
We're very proud of you, Denims, for bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing it. And may I point out here, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. Do you know?
This was so insane. Like, that was so crazy. That, oh my God. I still can't fucking believe that like led to Twitch responding by banning them for a fucking month. And then what did everybody fucking
He literally thinks racism against Jews is a good thing.
do afterwards? They went doubly hard. He turned around and was like, Dan Clancy is a Nazi.
He is.
Jesus Christ, dude. Because of Ethan's fucking nonsense.
Jewish at all. Not only is one of the panelists Jewish, but in the Love Sabra category, people from all different races and religions were included alongside Ethan. It's more about not knowing much about Arabic culture and therefore eating shitty hummus.
What is it? Ramadan what? Lena.
No, it's about being a Jew.
Yeah, Ramadan Kareem or Ramadan Mubarak.
Bike?
Mubarak.
Oh, Mubarak. Mubarak.
Yeah.
hmm
Hey, you said it good.
What does it mean?
Mubarak Obama.
Happy Ramadan.
Mubarak Obama?
I want to address one last point in this video, and it's about the H3 Snark subreddit. For more than a year now, Ethan has been talking about it and saying how toxic this place is, how they promote harassment, doxing, stalking, and why it should be banned.
Because I believe these snark subreddits on Reddit should be banned. It's literally fostering the most psychopathic. It encourages.
DD donated $2. Yes.
Just one question about the US election. What do you think about that? And do you think it's important for the future and the democracy of the USA?
Probably. You mean to speak for an hour? Come on. Come on. And the other, none of it very good as far as being a criminal and that sort of thing. But we all know what he does. And so I try to figure out, exactly why do people vote for him? What do they exactly think he's going to do for them? I mean, I was just watching his rally in Pennsylvania, and all the college kids were behind him with red hats and that sort of thing. And I just wonder if they know that.
Boring video. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
Is harassment, doxing, stalking. It's just.
Okay, whatever.
Prosecution, and they stay away for 6 years. But the statute of limitations on their crime is 5 years. So if the prosecution doesn't begin within 5 years, then the statute of limitations bars or prohibits that prosecution. However, if somebody flees, well, the reason the prosecution couldn't start within 5 years was because of the defendant's wrongdoing, his misconduct, his own criminal activity of fleeing to avoid prosecution. So under those circumstances, the courts have ruled in the past, there's precedent on this, that no. The statute of limitations pauses, it tolls, it stops. During that period of time, a defendant is not being prosecuted because of his own misconduct. I argue that the same would be true if Donald Trump corruptly dismissed his own cases once he was sworn in, and then the prosecutors tried to bring them more than 5 years later. The reason he wasn't tried was his own corrupt dismissal. Now, Brian, all of this is uncharted legal water because we don't have any kind of precedent on any of this, but I do know what the principles are with things like forfeiture by wrongdoing, which is when you flee to avoid prosecution, and I think this would be analogous. This would be a similar situation where there would be robust arguments to the court that if Donald Trump corruptly dismissed his own case, it doesn't matter how much time passed, he should still be prosecuted.
Well, let me ask you this. Donald Trump appoints an attorney general who comes in and in the same way that Jack Smith could choose to uncorruptly just dismiss the case today because he's abiding by the OLC memo that says you can't prosecute or indict a sitting president, Donald Trump comes in and he brings his own attorney general. His attorney general comes forward and says, by the powers vested in me to oversee my own department, I've decided that, in fact, we don't have a predicate or whatever it is to continue with this prosecution, and I'm going to dismiss that. If Donald Trump's attorney general is going to use the powers vested in him by the DOJ to dismiss that case, are you arguing that just by virtue of him doing it on behalf of his new boss, that anything he does to dismiss the case would be corrupt? Because technically he can, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the devil's in the evidentiary details, and all of this would have to be litigated, and all of these facts would have to be proved or disproved. But here's the thing. My position ultimately would be that, I would make the argument if the new attorney general, who is undoubtedly going to be just as corrupt as Bill Barr in the second Trump administration, comes in and just dismisses the case, here's what I would argue. I would argue, first of all, that's the product of corruption because it was a decision not based on the law or the facts or any policy or precedent. It was based on a directive by the defendant, Donald Trump, to shit can his own case.
We already know that there's a predicate to bring this case because he was already indicted and the indictment was voted out by grand juries and the cases are moving forward. So we already know that both prosecutions were well founded.
Right. But here's my fallback position. If that didn't work, I would argue, okay, wait a minute. The OLC memo says we can't prosecute a sitting criminal president. Horrific memo, but that's what it says. But that means the OLC memo should have the effect of just pausing the prosecution such that the statute of limitations does not run. It's told. It's stopped. So, there would be multiple arguments that could be made, and it's not unusual to take a number of cascading positions in court and hoping that the judge will go with one of your arguments.
So the way that you're reading this basically is in the same way that the OLC memo says that you can't indict or prosecute a sitting president, you also can't continue with the process of that prosecution by, for example, dismissing it. That would lend itself to continuing to open up this process, to continue engage in this process. Even if it's just to dismiss it, you shouldn't be allowed to engage in the process at all. Just like you can't indict a sitting president or prosecute a sitting president, you can't dismiss that case because that is inherently part of the prosecutorial process.
Yes, that would be the product of corruption, not a product of the application of the OLC memo. At least that would be one of the arguments I would make to the judge.
Okay, well, I guess time will tell whether we're going to see Jack Smith dismiss it unto himself, which I think we're both in agreement here would be the wrong choice, or to basically release any information he has and allow Donald Trump to try and dismiss it corruptly himself, which would,
of everyone. We call it straight, and we did the math. And, long before anyone else, we knew the math didn't add up.
How you feeling, Dad?
Tired, really tired, but buoyed up by, a slew of very positive emails about my analyses, about the keys, about the need to go on.
Yeah, definitely. If you've sent us messages or emails, obviously there's so many, we can't get to them all, but we appreciate all the love and support and intellectual dialogue and back and forth that people were giving to us.
On the other hand, I'm still getting the hate stuff.
Well, yeah, of course. If you're
but
wasting...
There's such a contrast between those who are supportive, even though, they're trying to explain why I was wrong and give me lessons about how to change the keys. The difference between the respectful, intellectually deep, detailed comments I get from those folks and the vulgar, scurrilous, mindless stuff I get from the opponents, it's just night and day.
Yeah, I mean, if you're spending your time on the internet sending frivolous hate to us, just a waste of your life. I mean, that's on you. Sucks to...
Yeah, I don't even read that stuff. I immediately can tell whether it's, something hateful, but it's, as bad as that is, it's far outweighed by the positive.
Absolutely. All right, Dad, let's get down and dirty. All right, everybody here wants to know, Dad, what happened with the keys? Did you call the keys wrong? Was there were there external factors that nullified the keys? What's your analysis? The floor is yours.
Correct. I am going to openly admit, as I did in my statement to the press, which is all over the media.
Sire, general thoughts on the election outcome? What do you think went wrong, my master?
I already talked about that for like an hour at the beginning of stream. I'm not going over it again. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Including I was the first introduction last night on Chris Cuomo's show on News Nation. He talked about having called me personally and my predictions and why what I'm doing is still very valuable. But, I made my statement to the media. I admit I was wrong. I called a Harris win and she didn't win. But I was far, far from the only forecaster to be wrong. Most other models were wrong. 538 forecast, Predict It, the Economist model, the stock market model, the candidate approval model, and many others either had it even or Harris ahead. So it wasn't just a singular failure of the keys. It was much broader than that. But, and of course, my buddy Nate Silver was all over the map. His last simulation gave a ever so slight lead to Harris, but he also had earlier said his gut tells him Trump was going to win, but he said, don't trust my gut. Then he also said, well, even though my models show a dead heat, it could go one way or the other for all or most of the swing states. So no matter what happened, it didn't make any difference. He had it covered. So once again, he couldn't be wrong, but it means he couldn't be right as well. So what went wrong? I don't think the problem was the keys themselves. You cannot change a model on the fly based on its failure in one election. The model's been built up over 41 elections. And I get, of course, a slew of well-meaning emails giving me after the fact analysis. Now that we know what happened, you've got to change your model in this or
Oh, poor kitty.
some other way, change your short-term economic key to some kind of polling data on what voters feel about the economy, or count Trump as charismatic, even though he clearly doesn't fit the definition of the key, and so on and so forth. I don't think the problem was how the keys have been developed over 160 years. I also get a lot of feedback saying, oh, you called this key or that key wrong. I'll talk about that, but I don't think I called any of the keys clearly wrong. And then, I get the hateful stuff. Oh, you're just an anti-Trump troll. You're biased. That's why you called for Harris, which, of course, as anyone who's followed our show knows, is utter nonsense. I didn't like Trump any better in 2016, and I predicted his win against, this time in 2016, against all the pollsters, all the pundits, virtually every other modeler, and I actually got a note on the Washington Post where I predicted Trump's win saying, congrats, Professor, good call, and signed in big Sharpie letters, Donald Trump. I also predicted Ronald Reagan in April 1982, again, against the pundits and the pollsters. 60% of Americans said he was too old to run again. His approval rating was down in the dumps. So the idea that I jigger the keys simply to fit my political preferences is absolute nonsense. They're predictions. They're not endorsements. I've predicted the two most conservative presidents of our time against the conventional wisdom, Reagan and Trump, which you can imagine did not make me very popular in 90% plus Democratic DC, where I teach at American University. So what did go wrong? Why did the keys misfire? First of all, one misfire does not invalidate a model. I'm broadly credited with 9 out of 10. So this would be 9 out of 11, still a pretty good win percentage. I would say, for the reasons you've all heard, 10 out of 10. I think I got 2000 right. So that would be 10 out of 11. Not a bad record. But I'm owning up to missing. And I want to share you my thoughts. You've all heard me say, I could be wrong. Of course I could be wrong. I'm a human being. Human beings can always be wrong. You've also heard me say, Sam, right? I'm not psychic Gene Dixon with a crystal ball. I'm not Speaker Mike Johnson who has a pipeline to the Almighty. Right. My predictions are based on history. It's always possible. Events could be so significant in a given election to change the pattern of history. And I think that's what's happened here. And I'm going to talk about one set of events that is very specific to 2024, and that another set of events which has very broad implications beyond this election and could call into question the model broadly, even for the future. So what was unique about this year within the Democratic Party, Sam?
They kicked out their incumbent president.
Worse than that, before they kicked him out, what did they do?
Drug him through the mud.
Openly, publicly, viciously trashed their sitting president.
Right.
Sam, how often has that previously happened in U.S. history?
I'm assuming never.
Never. And you know, I've studied our politics from the founding to the present. This was something unique to this election, something we've never seen before. And obviously, if you're going to trash your sitting president so badly, that is going to taint any Democratic nominee associated with that failed president, and especially if you're choosing his vice president. So outside the context of the keys.
Violin player to each other's dude. Peep this holy hell.
Fox News is projecting former President Donald Trump has won the 2024 presidential election.
As of now, Fox News projecting Trump currently has 270.
New York City itself, like liberal immigration laws, go against the platform he got elected on and may govern from.
Do you think a lot of people are actually going to get deported within a month of Trump in office? One time I was speaking to some Venezuelans and they were like, fuck that puta lol. Wouldn't surprise me. There likely is going to be a lot of deportations. Thanks for the donation, though, violin player.
Which means that
Finn, you're being annoying.
some really strange things are going to start happening here, especially concerning the asylum crisis.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
President-elect Trump celebrating victory in the presidential race.
This is about 20 minutes ago. The AP declared Trump the winner over Vice President Kamala Harris.
The greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this.
With the arrival of more than 200,000 migrants to the Big Apple, New York City has spent more than $5 billion on the migrant crisis.
New York and New Jersey, blue states, how might these election results be felt in our area?
That's the story of the whole election, is that Donald Trump did better in Democratic areas than he did last time around.
A new warning about a dangerous Venezuelan prison gang making deeper inroads in the U.S. The Department of Homeland Security says members of the notorious Tren de Aragua gang are increasingly drawn to sanctuary cities.
I mentioned how President-elect Trump outperformed his 2020 numbers, even in blue areas. Let's put a finer point on that. In 2020, he lost New Jersey by about 16 points. This year, he lost New Jersey by about 5 points.
So I would expect that Democrats are going to continue to try and run to the right. They're going to try and run to the middle, and they're going to try and be the moderate or centrist party. But they got some work cut out for them, because I think many people tie the Democrats to the far left.
Is New York City's relationship with our federal government, and it's going to have a massive impact on immigration, but not in the way most people think. Because in many ways, New York City is and remains the focal point of the asylum crisis here in America. And when this crisis first began, Mayor Adams was initially receptive to the idea of thousands of folks coming here to seek a better life. But after thousands came, thousands more decided to do the exact same thing. And as of right now, we've got over 212,000 people who've come to New York fleeing poverty, seeking the American dream. And because of New York City's generous right to shelter rules, everyone's been offered a free place to stay, which is great because it's kept families from having to live out on the street, but it hasn't exactly been sustainable, which is why many of those same families are now being evicted from New York's shelter system. And since that shelter system isn't helping people get jobs, many of these folks are just as homeless now as they were before they moved in, and they certainly haven't achieved the American dream, which was the whole point of this process. But the real reason a Donald Trump presidential victory represents a huge challenge for New York is because this is still a sanctuary city, and as such, it's going to continue to be a destination not just for people wishing to emigrate to America, but also for people who want to come here because they can hide from federal immigration authorities. And as you're about to see, New York City could soon become one of the last places in America where folks at odds with our nation's laws will be able to stay. And with pockets of gang activity spreading across our country already, not just in New York, but in other places like Colorado and Texas, there exists the possibility that New York City, with its sanctuary doors wide open, will still see continued migration, not from well-meaning individuals, but from those who have a criminal past and the desire for a crime-filled future. Which is bad news not just for New Yorkers, but also for the 65,000 asylum seekers still living here. I did the other two. So here we are, Trump Tower. That's the front entrance. It's about 12 o'clock the day after the election. And it's not too crazy. No protesters, nothing wild, no megaphones, no crowd.
What is wrong with you? What are you doing? Do you need to go upstairs?
But some people here might start doing that once the new president takes over and starts doing things that they disagree with.
New York and
Okay, let's go upstairs. Yeah. I'm gonna put Finn upstairs, I'll be right back. Stop being weird. No. Come with me. Finn, no. Come with me. Oh.
New Jersey, blue states, how might these election results be felt in our area?
In New York, there's actually a number of congressional seats that seem to have gone from Republican to Democrat. And right now, that's the last chance the Democrats have to hold on to any of the House. They lost the Senate, they lost the presidency. So that could be a big deal nationally.
So, according to the official results, as a state, New York voted 55% in favor of Vice President Harris. New York is not a state that voted for President Trump. For reference, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won New York State with 59% of the vote, and President Biden outperformed Hillary, winning over 60% of the vote in New York. Which means that even though Donald Trump may have won a stunning victory, and even though this may be one of the greatest political comebacks of all time, he didn't win New York at all. He lost. He lost by just about as much as he always loses. And what that means is many of the people here do not want Trump laws. They do not want Trump policies. They do not want to see him govern on the platform that he ran upon. That's for sure. And as a sanctuary city, New York itself already exists in opposition somewhat to federal laws it doesn't like. And it's been doing that for
Retard donate $2 after Trump's win. Germany's coalition government collapsed, and they're fighting over whether to have snap election. Macron seems to be freaking out as well and is puffing his chest. Germany's becoming a fucking shithole. Like, their government is literally retarded. Macron's a bit of an idiot too.
Je trouve que notre rôle ici, au sein de l'Union européenne, c'est pas de commenter l'élection de Donald Trump, savoir si c'est bon ou pas bon. Il a été élu par le peuple américain. Et il va défendre l'intérêt des Américains. Et c'est légitime et c'est une bonne chose. La question, c'est est-ce que nous, on est prêt à défendre l'intérêt des Européens? C'est la seule question qui nous est posée. Et moi, je pense que c'est notre priorité. Et donc, ça ne doit être ni dans un transatlantisme qui serait naïf, ni dans la remise en cause de nos alliances, ni non plus dans un nationalisme étriqué qui ne nous permettrait pas de relever ce défi face à la Chine et aux États-Unis d'Amérique. Et donc, c'est un moment de l'histoire pour nous, Européens, qui est décisif. Au fond, la question qui nous est posée, voulons-nous lire l'histoire écrite par d'autres, les guerres lancées par Vladimir Poutine, les élections américaines, les choix faits par les Chinois en termes technologiques ou commerciaux, ou est-ce qu'on veut écrire l'histoire? Et moi, je pense qu'on a une force pour l'écrire. Nos économies sont fortes, nos pays ont des systèmes de défense sophistiqués, et on représente quelque chose. L'Union européenne, c'est 440 millions d'habitants avec ses 27 pays, et la communauté politique européenne, c'est plus de 700 millions d'habitants. Si on décide d'avoir conscience de ce qu'on représente géopolitiquement, commercialement, c'est une puissance inouïe. Il n'y a aucun marché de 700 millions d'habitants aussi uni par l'histoire des intérêts, des valeurs que nous autour de cette table. Aucun. Si on se réveille et qu'on décide au fond de ne pas disparaître géopolitiquement et de ne pas être le marché d'ajustement des autres puissances économiquement et commercialement. Et donc pour moi, ce moment, c'est celui où on décide d'agir, de défendre nos intérêts nationaux et européens en même temps, de croire dans notre souveraineté, dans notre autonomie stratégique, et de dire au fond, on n'a pas envie simplement d'être des clients, d'être un marché qui est pris, de déléguer en fait à d'autres notre économie, nos choix technologiques ou notre sécurité, mais on veut pleinement se saisir de la question de la paix sur notre sol, de notre prospérité et de notre modèle démocratique. Pour moi, c'est ça les trois défis de la communauté politique européenne qu'on a à discuter ensemble.
That was a very gay, pointless speech.
For all 4 years of the past presidential administration, which many say is the reason the asylum crisis here looks the way it does. Remember, this all started here back in 2022, and it really started growing in 2023, and we've still got around 65,000 individuals living in our shelter system, which is supposed to be helping them become sufficient, but is failing in that mission because it's not part of a greater purpose of actually connecting these people with jobs and the future many of them were promised when they moved in. Instead, all our shelter system has really provided people with is the opportunity to fill out asylum paperwork and not much else. However, our right to shelter rules, they're not going away anytime soon. Those were not on our recent ballots. That was not something that's been voted on. And even if a new president does come in and close our borders completely, there are still thousands of people in this country right now with legal permission to be here, waiting for their asylum cases to play out. And unfortunately, there are also quite a few people in this country that have ties to dangerous criminal organizations. We're talking at least 600 known associates of a dangerous Venezuelan gang. Tren de Aragua is the name of it, which started in a prison in that country a few years ago. And that gang is now here. There have been reports of gang members living in some of the city's own funded shelters that are supposed to help asylum seekers, creating a situation here that's not only very bad for the people the asylum crisis is named after, because they can't actually get the help they need or achieve anything if gang members with weapons control where they live and exploit them, but this is also a potential problem for New York because of how popular Donald Trump now is on a national level. He didn't just win an electoral victory, he also won.
$2. Look at the Senate map compared to president. Democrats managed to hold on to their Senate seats in Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, yet Kamala lost all those states. Compare the two maps and vote counts. Kamala was bad candidate. Like, those are some of the slimmest fucking margins. Yeah, she did not do well. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
On the popular vote, it's very likely that he could govern on what he ran on, and some in New York may see this as an opportunity to oppose that by doubling down on sanctuary-type policies that don't actually help people who really need it.
While we're speaking of New York and New Jersey, are you surprised to see the actual total numbers? Usually these are obviously tried and true blue states.
That's the story of the whole election, is that Donald Trump did better in Democratic areas than he did last time around. And
Axel Fuzz, $2. What's the deal with Germany? Wine, how is it retarded? What are your thoughts on the EU? They have terrible economic policy. They decided to get rid of their nuclear reactors for literally no reason. And that is while knowing Russia was going to invade Ukraine. They also have some of the most retarded immigration policies in all of Europe, and they're letting in tons of fucking terrorists. So, they literally just don't know how to run the fucking country. The EU has similar problems, but I would say the UK, Germany, and Sweden are probably... I guess technically the UK isn't in the EU anymore, but they're the dumbest countries in Europe, in my opinion. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Sid donated $2. What are your thoughts on minoxidil for hair loss prevention? What about finasteride? Ask a dermatologist about that. I don't really know.
And it wasn't an enormous change most of the places. It was 2 or 3 percentage points. But the race and the electorate is so divided that's all.
So the key word, unfortunately, here is division. New York is very divided from how many states and many voters feel about our upcoming new president. And that's probably only going to become even more apparent as 2025 rolls around and he takes office for the second time. And even though the asylum crisis as a whole may change with less people entering the country through ports of entry or through the borders, it is ridiculous to think that cities like New York with progressive leaders won't rise up in opposition to that in some way, potentially passing policies that don't exactly make the asylum crisis better, even though they claim to. Like our right to shelter policy, which doesn't actually help people. Yes, it lets you move into a former hotel or into one of the gigantic tents out on Randall's Island, but it just does that. It's not actually helping people get on their feet and achieve the American dream. To go into our shelters and in polling.
That was a shit video.
This cast a pall on the entire Democratic effort to win this election. It also made problematic one key, the contest key. When have we ever seen a sitting president who won the primaries step down right before the convention, Sam?
I'm assuming the answer is never.
Never. And Democrats did the best they could, had the delegates unite behind Harris. But that's the only time since we have the modern system of primary caucuses that we've had a nominee who's participated in how many primaries and caucuses, Sam?
None.
0. Unprecedented. Now, I called the key as best I could, given an unprecedented situation, because 99% of the delegates united behind Harris, but I had to deal with an unprecedented situation. I think I was right in calling the key as best.
How much money to make you say nigger with hard R on stream?
If you give me $50, I'll say the N-word. Thanks for the donation, Alu Nig Her.
As a German, I can confirm, this country is going to shit. Along everything you listed, the far-right party effed with a court-ruled Nazi and it is gaining mass following. What happened to never again? History is bound to repeat itself.
There's just been a wave of retardation lately. Hopefully, it'll just go away. It's just one of those cycles where the retards get a little bit of power, then people realize they're retarded and get fed up with them, and then, you know, sensibility can continue. Thanks for the donation, though, David. I am so hungry and so exhausted. I don't know why that keeps happening on his streams. That's really weird.
First question is this the end of American democracy as we know it with the Trump win?
I can't say that definitively. You know, on election night, I was pretty dismayed and, you know, thought that was possible. It's possible. I'm still holding out hope that that won't happen. Particularly, I don't know what's happening in the House, but if the Democrats take the House, that'll at least be some restraint. If they don't, then there's no restraint. Then Trump will control the presidency, the Senate, the House, and the Supreme Court, and all of the military, the Department of Justice, you know, which he's going to put his thumb on.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly...
Welcome back, Defenders. Today I have to make the video, and as far as what happened, it's obvious, just from the popular votes. At the moment, Donald Trump has about 73 million votes. There's still mail-in ballots coming in. Donald Trump will go over 73 million. But when you look at his voter turnout from 4 years ago, how many people voted for Donald Trump? And it was 74 million. Donald Trump basically got the exact same number of votes as he did 4 years ago. Meanwhile, the Democrats with Kamala Harris, at the moment they're at 68 million votes, but 4 years ago Joe Biden got 81 million votes, meaning about 13 million Democrats who voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago just stayed home this year. Yes, there's some people who switched their votes, just assume they cancel each other out. And voter turnout was not good. And what confused me was seeing all of the early voting and mail-in voting in the 2020 and the...
What is Trump's admin proposes a peace deal that Russia doesn't like Trump says Ukraine doesn't have to demilitarize and Putin declines and then Trump says fuck it, goes full send and lifts restrictions. Could you imagine?
That is a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. Like, he does have advisors and everything, right? So there's a chance, and we can only hope. Thanks for the donation, retard.
The 2016 election, this favored Democrats. But it's obvious that the Republicans have caught up. The Republicans for this election cycle were also telling their people, vote early, do your mail-in ballot. So early voting is no longer an indication of a Democratic advantage. That's the honest truth that I'm taking away from this election. On top of that, I just think corporate media is dead. Legacy media, MSNBC, CNN, The Washington Post, The New York Times, for-profit corporate media is useless. A majority of Americans today get their news and information from social media, from podcasts. And apparently Republicans figured this out over 4 years ago, and they've been building their presence on social media to influence the opinions of people who are on social media all day, every day. Nobody is paying attention to the mainstream news. Social media now is the mainstream news, and social media is dominated by conservative and right-wing commentators, personalities. The #1 podcast in the world is the Joe Rogan Show. And Donald Trump, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, RFK Jr., these right-wing podcasts. America succeeds, and I'm always going to root for my country to succeed. So let's start with the first thing. Donald Trump has already broken one of his campaign promises. He repeatedly said that as soon as he was president-elect, he would solve the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. So I'm going to play the clip.
I would fix that within 24 hours. And if I win, before I get into the office, I will have that war settled. 100% sure. As president-elect, if I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy.
So I never believed Trump, and I don't even think Trump's supporters actually believed he could solve the entire war within 24 hours. That's insane. But he is going to come up with a plan over the next 2.5 months. And nobody knows what that plan is. Nobody knows. So let's first start with Ukraine's reaction, and I'll talk about my ideas and theories of what could happen for Ukraine, both negative and positive. Something beyond our control. Ukrainian servicemen react to Trump's victory. This is the general reaction, and I'll be honest, the first 12 hours, this is what I thought, this is how I felt. But I have to live in reality. These are the facts. I'm only going to deal with the facts. As a candidate for president, you have to speculate. You have to make assumptions. But that time is over. We have to live in reality now. These are the facts. So President Zelensky has congratulated Trump on his election victory. This is the correct thing to do for President Zelensky. Here's what he says. I had an excellent call with President Trump and congratulated him on his historic landslide victory. His tremendous campaign made this result possible. I praised his family and team for their great work. We agreed to maintain close dialogue and advance our cooperation. Strong and unwavering U.S. leadership is vital for the world and for a just peace. So anytime Donald Trump does something I like and I think is beneficial, I'm going to praise him. Give him positive expectations to live up to. Praise the guy, flatter the guy. Give him what he wants so he does the right thing and continues to militarily support Ukraine. And we now have to ask the question, when Trump assumes the presidency on January 20th, who is the leader of the Western Alliance? Who is the leader of the free world? Hunter Biden, prior to the 20th, the Russians? Kremlin officials hope Trump will hand Putin an advantage in Ukraine. So some Russians are celebrating. Here is Alexander Dugin, Putin's brain. This is what he says after this election. So we have won. That is decisive. The world will never, ever be like before. Globalists have lost their final combat. The future is finally open. I am really happy. I don't think it's this clear-cut. Yes, during the campaign, almost 3 years, American weapons have killed hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers. How do you think the families of those Russian soldiers feel about Americans? Given that it's Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, F-16s, Patriot air defense systems, Javelins, HIMARS, Gimlers, that have been killing all these Russian soldiers the last 3 years. So any fantasy talk that Trump and Putin are going to get in the same room and shake hands and hug and laugh it all out, I don't think the Russian people would approve of that. American elections are chaos. The news list is very large, which is why there's so much we're talking about it. I will still be here making these videos, and this will make fun, but MAGA took Congress. MAGA could have blocked all future military aid anyways, and Biden would have stretched this money out as long as possible, stretched it out until next summer even. The Democrats can't do this now. They have to rush deliver as much as they can prior to January 20th, meaning Ukraine in the short term is actually going to receive more military aid than they would otherwise if Harris had won. On top of that, we don't have to worry about escalation management anymore. The fear of the last 3 years is that if we do this, Russia might nuke Washington, D.C., Russia might nuke Chicago, Russia might nuke Alaska. And they're not going to do that if they believe they'll have favorable negotiating terms on January 20th. So Biden can lift all restrictions, rush deliver as much as you can, and give Ukraine permission to use JASSMs and ATACMS anywhere they want on the territory of Russia. Russia is not going to respond with a nuclear weapon. We know this for a fact the next 2.5 months. There's other things Biden can do now that the election is over and the gloves can come off. This will be a short-term net positive for Ukraine. I'm now going to get into some of the lesser aspects of a Trump victory, one of them being Trump hates Iran. Iran hates Trump. Iran is Russia's military ally. So it's possible in the next year or two that the United States could take military action against Iran to cripple them. Or they could just look the other way and Israel could do the job. Trump is fiercely pro-Israel, and if I'm being honest, for the people of Gaza and Palestine, this is a worst-case scenario. But a positive for Ukraine is Iran is a big loser.
No, even for the people of Gaza, that's a good scenario.
And Iran is a military ally of Russia. This is one aspect that benefits Ukraine. Europe must take greater responsibility for its own security. This is the Polish foreign minister calling for immediate European action on defense spending and migration policy. Here's thoughts from Jessica Berlin. Europe has...
Cool, boring story, dude. Don't need fillers. Here's proof that leftists are just as fuck-hearted as anyone else on the right, especially on X. Election denial conspiracy theories are exploding on X. This time they're coming from the left. Well, I wouldn't compare the two things. Like, until I don't know, like Joe Biden or like the Democratic Party themselves or people like David Pakman and shit start claiming the election was stolen, you can't compare the two. You can find anybody supporting conspiracy theories online. Like, the actual Republican Party itself supported the election theft thing. Thanks for the donation, though. Cool, boring story, dude.
Had over 2 years to defend Ukraine with Biden behind us. We wasted them, and now may have to defend Ukraine with Trump behind Russia. That's not American voters' fault. It's European leaders' fault. I've made this argument, but there's no more excuses. The economies of Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Canada are all larger than Russia. Nobody is giving help to the Russians for free. Russia is being forced to pay for all of it. So even without the help of the United States, Europe has the population and they have the economic capacity to outproduce and defeat the Russians without the help of America. This has been possible the entire time. But because Biden was in charge of the NATO alliance, everyone just kind of dithered and was waiting for the United States to take action, to take lead. And I apologize, it just didn't happen. So the Europeans have to cooperate. They have to get creative. I argue European militaries should be deployed to Ukraine. Maybe not in combat positions on the front lines, but it's been almost 3 years. The excuses have to end. Send your trainers, send your technicians, send your maintainers, send your logisticians. If the Europeans actually want to win this war, send your support staff, anybody you can, to Ukraine to free up soldiers that can then deploy to the front lines. This solution has always been there, but the Europeans have been waiting for America to magically do something so they don't have to take action themselves. This day ends on January 20th. The next interesting aspect is if Donald Trump actually tries to cut off all military support to Ukraine, he's going to start receiving phone calls from defense executives and senators and congressmen in districts with defense production. I argue the military-industrial complex is not as powerful as it was 30 or 40 years ago, but these are still people that provide jobs, high-paying jobs in mostly red states. So if Donald Trump starts blocking military aid from other countries, well, now you can no longer buy American weapons. If people in the UK or people in Denmark or Spain or whatever are going to be blocked from transferring weapons they bought to help Ukraine, then this means they can no longer buy American weapons ever again. They'll start buying German weapons, French weapons, Polish weapons, South Korean weapons. Because if the United States is actually going to start blocking military aid from a European country to a European ally, then kiss the American defense production industry goodbye. Nobody will ever buy American again if America won't even allow a continent, the European continent, to defend itself. I'm skeptical that Trump would actually go down that road. The next funny thing is oil production. Trump mentioned this in his acceptance speech. He loves producing oil. He's obsessed with cheap gas here in the United States for people to drive around in their cars.
No, I never played
which is
Time
funny because
Crisis
Elon
on
Musk,
PS1.
promotes electric vehicles that don't run on gas. But you can look at U.S. oil production the last time Trump was president. He took office in 2017 in like a rocket ship. Oil production in the United States.
Hey, Gummy. Gummy. Gum Gum. Gum Gum, come here. Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Oh my God. He is such a beautiful kitty. Gummy. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. What in the hell is he doing? What are you doing, Gum Gum? Hey, Gummy. Are you gonna walk on my keyboard? Come here. Oh. Ah. No. It's okay. It's okay, Gummy. You can sit here. You can come on my lap. It's safe. Okay? It's safe. You smell so good. You're so handsome and I love you. Okay? Be a good kitty. I love you. Dodo, donate $2. It's crazy to think Canada has a larger GDP than Russia, despite only having like 30 million population. In a war between, I think they even have a lower GDP than Italy. Russia's a pretty poor fucking country, despite being such a huge energy producer. And you can blame the Soviet Union for that. In a war between Canada and Russia, Canada would win, ? Canada is a small country, dude. Let's watch this, bud.
Hey everyone, before we get started, I wanted to let you know that there's an
Canada does not, like, if you're just talking about Canada versus Russia with no foreign support, Canada would probably lose. We just don't have a large enough military. Our special forces are better. And we just have better training in general. But the military is just too small, period. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
exciting new PBS series called Weathered Earth's Extremes, as well as some new merch available in the merch store. More info at the end of the episode. We know that the universe is getting bigger, and we know that the speed that the universe is getting bigger is also getting bigger. The standard assumption is that the cosmic acceleration rate itself is at least constant, which will surely result
No, I've never eaten shock.
in the ultimate heat death of the universe. But a recent survey of primordial sound waves
No, never played Time Splitters on PS2.
frozen into the way galaxies are sprinkled through the universe reveals that this fate is now in question. Back in 1998, we discovered that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. This rates as one of the most important findings in the past several decades in physics. That's because dark energy, our placeholder name for whatever causes this acceleration, is utterly mysterious and maybe the clue we need to move beyond our current understanding of physics. To be clear, we do understand the math of how dark energy works. Just add a constant energy density to the fabric of space and you get accelerating expansion, represented by the cosmological constant in Einstein's general theory of relativity. These days, almost all of cosmology assumes something called the lambda CDM model, CDM for cold dark matter, not a topic of this video, and lambda for the cosmological constant. We even have a prime candidate for this sort of unchanging dark energy. We expect fluctuations in the quantum fields to produce such a constant energy density, resulting in an energy of the vacuum that behaves exactly like a cosmological constant. Problem is, with our current understanding of the quantum fields in our universe, we would expect those quantum fluctuations to most naturally do one or two things: to cancel out to exactly zero, or to pile up to an enormous universe-destroying value. It's very, very difficult to see how those fluctuations should produce such a tiny but non-zero vacuum energy without extreme fine-tuning of the field parameters. There are proposals for how this fine-tuning may have happened. For example, we could be an extremely rare universe.
No, Gummy doesn't scratch me. None of my cats scratch.
With a habitable value for the vacuum energy among a multitude of desolate ones. But if you don't like these anthropic arguments, we could also reject the idea that dark energy is vacuum energy at all. For example, it might be an undiscovered quantum field. One thing that a new quantum field might be expected to do is to change in strength over time, which would lead to a changing rate of acceleration. So how would we look for a changing acceleration rate? Detecting that the expansion was accelerating at all required us to map the changing size of the universe back in time. This was done by determining the distances to a type of supernova, type 1a supernovae, or exploding white dwarf stars. This approach gave us the expansion history over the most recent half of the age of the universe. That's enough to show that the expansion rate is changing, but not enough to see whether the change in that rate is itself changing. We also have a data point at the beginning of time with the cosmic microwave background radiation. If you compare the expansion rates predicted by these two methods assuming a constant acceleration, you get a mismatch. The CMB measure gives an expansion rate smaller than the supernova measure. This is the now famous crisis in cosmology. Many believe that there's a systematic error in these measurements somewhere, but another possibility is that the assumption of constant acceleration is wrong. It's starting
Axel Fuzzed and Utillers were presidents back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, etc. as crazy as the likes of Trump. No, nowhere close. Example, Reagan, JFK, no, nowhere close. Has American politics being less or more rational as time gone on? I really wouldn't be able to tell you if Americans are voting more rationally or irrationally, but what I can tell you is Trump is definitely an outlier when it comes to crazy politician. So I don't know if the voters themselves have changed and it's just the candidates that have changed. But yeah, the candidates definitely have changed. Trump in particular. Thanks for the donation though, Axel.
It just sound like it would be a good idea to properly map the expansion history back through as much of cosmic time as possible with a single method. Then the acceleration history should be clear, and with it the constancy or non-constancy of dark energy. Unfortunately, we can't see supernovae at large enough distances, and the CMB is only at the furthest distance, by definition. But we do have another option: baryon acoustic oscillations, BAOs. BAOs are like standard rulers that stretch all the way back to the beginning of the universe. We've talked about them before, but let me give you a refresher. In the few 100,000 years right after the Big Bang, the entire universe was filled with hot plasma, and no stars or even atoms had formed. This plasma flowed into regions of higher gravity that would later collapse into clusters of galaxies. As these massive inflows crashed together, vast sound waves reverberated back out, creating expanding shells of higher density material. These sound waves could travel because matter was locked together with the intense radiation that filled the universe. But as the universe also expanded, it cooled, and at some point the first atoms formed. Matter and light were no longer locked together, and so our sound waves stopped moving. The pattern of those waves became frozen into the distribution of matter at the moment a few 100,000 years after the Big Bang. Later, galaxies and clusters would form from this matter. Most galaxies would form near the centers of the large overdensities, but there should be much weaker shells of overdensities surrounding each of these, where the sound waves were frozen. We see these baryon acoustic oscillations in the cosmic microwave background, the light carried to us from the moment of that freezing. But we also see that there are rings of galaxies distantly surrounding galaxy clusters. This is an incredibly faint signal, observable only as a slightly higher probability of finding galaxies separated by the diameter that those rings have today. That diameter is called the...
Here's another good video from the same channel. This thought experiment has kept me awake some nights long.
This episode is supported by the Great Courses Plus.
Okay, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer.
Sound horizon of the BAOs, the maximum distance that sound travelled before freezing, and it's around 500 million light years after having expanded with the rest of the universe. This number is our standard ruler. We know how big the sound horizon should be at any point in the history of the expanding universe. By measuring the angular size of this horizon on the sky, we can find the true physical distance corresponding to the galaxies on these BAO rings. With one more ingredient, That translates to an expansion history of the universe. That final ingredient is redshift, and this is exactly what the dark energy spectroscopic instrument measures. DESI is a pretty amazing instrument and survey. It measures redshifts, the amount that light is stretched as it travels to us through an expanding universe. We've been able to measure redshifts since the 1920s. That's how we discovered the expansion of the universe in the first place. But DESI is able to measure redshifts for 5,000 galaxies or quasars at a time. For every patch on the sky, 5,000 robots place as many optical fibers at precise locations on a plate, corresponding to the precise locations of galaxies in that patch. Light from those galaxies then travels the optical fiber down to a spectrograph where it's split into component wavelengths. Characteristic spikes in emission due to known elements in each galaxy then reveal the redshifts. In this way, DESI has been able to measure redshifts for 26 million galaxies and quasars so far, and their plan is to get to 40 million by the end of the survey. This will ultimately result in a giant three-dimensional map of the universe over the past 11 billion years. Combined with the size of the BAO rings at each redshift, this also gives us a map of the expansion history. Back in April of this year, the DESI collaboration published a series of papers with the results from the first year of the survey, from those 6 million redshifts. One of those papers covered the baryon acoustic oscillations, in which they determined the constraints of a few cosmological parameters. One of these is something called omega, which gives the so-called equation of state of dark energy. It tells us how much pressure is being produced for a given energy density. In lambda CDM, we expect omega to equal exactly -1 for all of time. And the DESI results are in very good agreement with omega equal to -1 and constant dark energy, just as we have always assumed. That sounds anticlimactic, but then something odd turned up. The DESI team combined the sound horizon measurements from their redshift survey with sound horizon measurements from two other types of survey, from the Planck satellite measurements of the cosmic microwave background at the beginning of time, and with a few supernova surveys of the more modern universe. Adding these other surveys led to an unexpected result. The combined data were better fit with a model with omega.
Why are you watching this, Richard? You're not smart enough to comprehend this type of stuff. Stop straining yourself and put on some more Trump rage. We won't judge you.
Half of it I don't understand. I really have to research more about some of these related topics, but I'm getting the gist. We'll go back to Trump stuff in a bit. Yep.
Greater than -1, and in which dark energy is getting weaker over time. And that's the case whether the CMB or supernova results were added to DESI separately or together. The statistical significance of this result depends on which combination of datasets you look at. It's 2.6 sigma for DESI plus CMB, and up to nearly 4 sigma for a particular one of the supernova samples included. 2.6 sigma is considered not statistically significant, although it's still worthy of curiosity and more observations. 4 sigma is getting exciting, even if it's short of the normal 5 sigma threshold for a very likely positive detection. But we should also be quite wary of that 4 sigma result, because it depends on inferring distances.
$2 if I'm not mistaken, the second Alan Wake DLC is out. It released last month. I guess you can check it out. Download it and play it tonight, please. Or what are you going to play if not that? I was planning on playing Shenmue. I mean, we can just play Alan Wake. Oh, right, it's... Oh my god. Give me a second. Fucking Epic Games. Oh god, I hate it. Alright, well, it's updating. Only 12 gigs, so it should just be a few minutes, if that. I cannot fucking stand Epic Games. Their launcher actually sucks. At least now it's actually remembering my login and I don't have to log in every single fucking time. That's super annoying. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dude, I literally feel like I'm dying. I was in bed today and I had an out-of-body experience where I was watching myself in bed and I thought I died. I need 2 fucking energy drinks a day just to, like, move. Ugh. That feeling I get when, like, blood is rushing out of my head and I'm getting dizzy, it's the worst fucking feeling in the world. I can't fucking stand it, man. I really want that Chinese food. What energy drinks? I have the Ghost Zero Sugar Cherry Warhead ones.
From Supernovae. The BAO sound horizons measured this way are probably more subject to systematic errors than the CMB results. That's because supernova distances depend on a longer chain of distance measurements, and so there are more places that some error could have crept in. Okay, let's allow ourselves to get excited just for a minute and ask what this means if it's true. Well, one of the more...
I am consuming electrolytes. If I don't, I get really bad cramps.
General models for non-constant dark energy is called quintessence, which has an equation of state that can change over time. The DESI paper focuses on a version of this stuff called thawing quintessence, in which an initially constant dark energy sort of defrosts, becoming variable over time. And DESI finds that this model is more consistent with the various combined surveys than constant dark energy. If dark energy behaves this way, then it's less likely it will reverse course and start to get stronger in the future, and that may preclude big rip scenarios in which dark energy gets so powerful that
Do you guys want to see me do another physique update?
It shreds the fabric of spacetime. So the universe hopefully doesn't end as we described in this episode. The opposite extreme to a big rip is the big crunch, in which the expansion eventually slows, then turns around and the universe collapses into a reverse Big Bang, potentially even kickstarting a new universe. We don't expect that to happen even with no dark energy whatsoever. The current expansion rate is enough.
I don't expect what I'm doing to be particularly bad for my heart. The reason is I'm still consuming enough protein. And my caffeine intake is still under 500 milligrams a day.
To keep the universe expanding forever, even ignoring dark energy and including the slowdown from the inward gravitational pull of galaxies. If the density of dark energy...
I weighed in at 211 today. Oh. Eh. There you go. Oh. I weighed in at 211 pounds today. I'm pretty sure when I get down to 200, I'll be pretty happy with how I look. I think the lightest I'll get to is 190, but I'm pretty sure at 200 I'll be done.
Energy is diminishing and eventually hits zero. That won't stop eternal expansion, although it...
First 5 donated $2. How much to sing the cum song while flexing, daddy? How about $50? Thanks for the donation, Versified.
We'll hold off the accompanying heat death for a while at least. To get a big crunch, dark energy would have to change in a more fundamental way. It would have to shift to a positive gravitational force rather than a negative one. And that's not impossible. If the equation of state parameter omega also changes, like in quintessence models, and in particular if it rises from the current -1 to -1/3 or higher, then dark energy stops behaving like dark energy at all and could actually work to recollapse the universe. Then we might get a proper crunchy end to the universe after all. But perhaps the most exciting outcome of the discovery of a non-constant dark energy is that it may constrain other physics. We've been a bit stuck on this in the past few decades, unable to move beyond general relativity and the standard model of particle physics. Things like string theory seemed promising, but have trouble generating testable predictions. String theory is especially challenging because it predicts a myriad of possible universes called the string landscape, and it seems impossible to determine how to identify our universe in that space. Well, back in 2018, a team of theoretical physicists showed that only a subset of the string landscape should lead to stable universes, and that a requirement of that stability of that subset is that dark energy should diminish over time. So perhaps we have our first tested prediction of string theory, and string theorists are going to be pretty excited if the DESI result pans out. Okay, one final word. I mentioned the crisis in cosmology, the tension between the CMB supernova measurements and the expansion rate as measured by the Hubble constant. This Hubble tension could be resolved with a changing acceleration rate. Unfortunately, the acceleration rate would have to increase to resolve the tension, not decrease as DESI is suggesting. In fact, the DESI results do also infer an expansion rate, a Hubble constant, and they actually support the Planck CMB result, not the supernova result. So it seems we have to be tense about the Hubble constant for a while longer. And once again, please remember that this result has not reached the threshold of statistical significance that we need for a confident declaration of a discovery. We'll learn more soon though. DESI has actually completed the second year of observations, and its results will come out faster than the first year results. So we'll see if the finding firms up or evaporates.
Do you know why you're getting that feeling of blood rushing in your head? I get the same thing and feel like I'm going to pass out when it happens.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just low blood pressure. I'm actually prone to having low blood pressure. So when I'm dieting like this, it gets particularly bad. But, you know, I'm pretty sure it's just low blood pressure. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Do you think in the future if AI becomes sentient they could start taking positions of power in societies and you'd have a scenario where radical AI agents would make the case for the eradication of humans while other AI would be for saving? Like AI Nazis.
It's pretty unlikely since humans are going to put restrictions on AI systems, especially ones that are powerful enough to actually act on some of their determinations. So pretty unlikely. Thanks for the donation though, Axel. Oh my god, Gummy's playing with a ball. Hey Gum Gum. You know you're beautiful and I love you. Oh my god.
I think you are too skinny now, my guy. You should eat something. I am proud of you cutting off the fat, but dude, you are in starvation. I know you won't listen to me like always anyways. Do you agree that being homophobic does not mean you are not vegan?
You can be a homophobic vegan. And, I don't know what you mean by too skinny. Like, I think if anybody looks at me, they're not gonna think I'm skinny. Want to get leaner, have very defined abs, you know, that sort of thing. So I think I'll probably be done once I lose 10 more pounds, but worst case scenario, I'd say 20. Thanks for the donation though, Axel. Dodo donate $2. Interesting exit polls. Let me see. She got absolutely crushed in the 45 to 64-year-old category. Yeah, she didn't even do too well in some of the younger categories, like my age group. Yeah, these are interesting. A lot more people said... Yeah, it seems like finances really swung the election. Married people were much more likely to vote Trump. Yeah, it seems like the economy was a big one. And not surprising, Trump did much better with whites. And much better with Christians. What a surprise. Yeah, I think the economy was a really big issue for people. That is interesting. Thanks for the... Oh, wait. Kamala won independents and higher percent of Dems voted for than Repubs for Trump, but Republicans simply turned out more. Democrats stayed home. Yeah. Really weird. I guess Democrats just didn't really like her as a candidate. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You okay, Gummy? Oh. Gummy found a centipede.
What is that? Hey, it's a little centipede.
He's watching the little centipede crawl across the ground.
It's moving. What's it doing? Oh my God. What's that little bug doing? Oh, she's poking it. What is that? Hey, Gum Gum.
His paws are so big.
Hey, Gummy. Such a good boy. You ate so many of your num-nums. Hey, you ate so much num-nums. Want some rubs? Gum Gum.
Well, looks like he's having fun poking the centipede.
And in a few years, when DESI has observed all 40 million galaxies and quasars, and we have results from other current or future programs such as the Dark Energy Survey and the Vera Rubin Observatory, we will gradually be able to hone in on a more precise value of the equation of state of dark energy. And then we should know one way or another, do we have a cosmological constant or a cosmological variable? And perhaps we'll finally understand what dark energy actually is and have evidence for the underlying theory of everything that supports this, and even know the final fate of our expanding space-time. Hi everyone, before we go, I wanted to tell you about an exciting new PBS long-form documentary series, Weathered Earth. Statistically speaking, you are a disembodied brain. You just came into being randomly out of the chaotic void. Your memory of your entire life also just came into being through a chance arrangement of particles. That includes your memory of that last statement, and that one, and that one. You, my friend, are a Boltzmann brain, statistically speaking.
Let's see. Join Harris Discord. Don't need to tell us what happened with your eyesight. Remember you're having problems seeing things during this cutting period. I do have a slight astigmatism, but other than that, that was before the diet. Did that go away? And do you think it's related to your calorie restriction? I just have an astigmatism, that's it, and I've had that before the diet. Thanks for the donation, though. Join Harry's Discord.
Ludwig Boltzmann revolutionized physics.
Tried getting through to you on Discord, but it's not going through. Join my stream now. Hassan is here with Ben and Hassan wants you here really badly. It's gonna be a shit show, dude.
Alright. What do you mean? Did Destiny, like, direct message me? No, it doesn't message me. What Discord are you talking about? Damn it. Oh my god. Why does that never fucking work? How do you manually plug in a Discord channel? What are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, though, Destiny.
In the latter half of the 19th century. His most incredible insight was the kinetic theory of gases. He showed that the laws of thermodynamics can be explained by thinking of gas.
NVM, Ben just left. Maybe next time.
Alright, well, that's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Destiny.
As a collection of microscopic particles in constant random motion. Take entropy, for example. Prior to Boltzmann, entropy was only understood as a measure of the proportion of energy in a system that can be used for useful work. For example, the hot dense gas in a recently fired engine piston only expands because it's surrounded by a colder, less dense environment. The energy in that burning gasoline does the useful work of driving your car down the street. But if you put the compressed piston in an environment that's full of equally hot, dense gas, nothing happens. The gas in the piston still contains the same amount of energy, but it's useless energy. Why? Because in the latter case, the gas inside the piston is in thermal equilibrium with the gas outside the piston. Everything the same temperature and pressure, perfectly mixed. Entropy is a measure of how far from equilibrium a system is. The lower the entropy, the further from equilibrium. Any part of the universe left to its own devices always tends to flow back to equilibrium. That's the second law of thermodynamics right there. Entropy must always increase in a closed system. And it's that flow back to equilibrium, that increase in entropy, that can be harnessed to do work. But why does the universe have to return to equilibrium? Why does entropy always increase? Boltzmann figured this out. Entropy is just a measure of the specialness, or the degree of order, in the current arrangement of positions and velocities of a system's particles. It's the proportion of possible states that are indistinguishable from the current state. Instead of an engine, imagine a room full of air. The air molecules are moving randomly, and over time they pass through all possible arrangements that they could have. In most of those random arrangements, the room is filled pretty evenly, and we can't tell those arrangements apart from each other. That's a high entropy situation because a high proportion of all possible states look just like this one. But in a tiny fraction of those possible distributions, all of the air molecules end up randomly bunched together in one corner, or, I don't know, produce a density wave playing the Ballad of Serenity over and over. If you count up all the possible arrangements of particles, only a tiny proportion do weird, highly ordered stuff like that. So they would be a low entropy situation. Entropy increase.
W donated $2. Did you see the new CPU? You mean the
And holy moly,
AMD?
does it shine.
Yeah, I saw. I might get one. It's not too expensive either. I might get one. Thanks for the donation, W.
This is because particle positions and velocities get randomized over time. Boltzmann's interpretation of entropy leads to a prediction that seems innocuous, but has some astounding implications. His statistical interpretation doesn't prohibit entropy from decreasing. In fact, it allows it. For example, tiny localized dips in entropy happen all the time when you get a chance convergence of a few particles in one corner of the room. The larger the random dip in entropy, the less probable it is. But improbable isn't impossible. There's an incredibly tiny chance that all of the particles in a room of gas will happen to all end up in one corner of the room due to their random motion. It would take vastly longer than the age of the universe for it to happen. So in practice, we never observe the second law of thermodynamics being broken on macroscopic scales. But given infinite time, any non-impossible arrangement will happen. Imagine an infinitely large room, a universe, that's in perfect thermal equilibrium for infinite time. All sorts of dips in entropy will happen. Particles will occasionally converge into a dense environment, like a black hole or a galaxy, or into a complex arrangement like a teapot or a boxed DVD set of the never-made seasons 2 through 8 of Firefly. All incredibly improbable. However, there's one arrangement that those particles could randomly fall into that would be even less probable than all of the above. All the particles in a region much larger than our universe could randomly end up in almost the exact same location. Such an arrangement would give us the Big Bang. It's not known whether the Big Bang originated as a low entropy dip in an otherwise high entropy universe. I mean, it may have, but however it happened, entropy was extremely low at the instant of the Big Bang, and it's been increasing ever since. The useful work performed by that increase in entropy includes the formation of galaxies, stars, planets, Alan Tudyk.
Richard's frozen sperm whale donated $2. Richard, why do you think the Democratic Party sucks at appealing to men 19, 34 years of age? Well, it's because they're anti-gun, they're pro-regulation, they kind of act as your mommy and daddy, and it's literally exactly the opposite of what younger men want. Do you think the effeminate, passive, liberal male stereotype is a real thing? I mean, they exist. So I don't know how common that is. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard's frozen sperm whale.
Check this out, VG. Trump supporters already complaining after him being re-elected. And I feel no sympathy for them since they made this bed.
All right.
Now they have to sleep in it. We fucking told them so.
Let's take a look.
Here we go, folks. We already have multiple complaints from Trump voters about the negative downstream effects of Donald Trump's proposed tariff policies. Number one, they don't even know what tariffs are. Number two, they are just now realizing that tariffs are paid by American manufacturers. And number three, they are not happy. So, of course, Trump does not take office for 74 more days, but when we live in a free market, capitalistic society like America, markets are reactive. Markets are reactive to what is coming up in the future. So, companies now know they have to prepare for the potential of tariffs. They now know they need this extra revenue to pay the tariffs. They now know they need more in their stock, and we are seeing the effects play out in real time. Make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe so we can build this pro-democracy community, and let's jump right in. You know, I want to start off with one of my favorite tweets of all time, and this describes what we're going to be seeing a lot of over the next 4 years. This reads, quote, "I never thought the leopards would eat my face," sobs woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. And it's basically illustrating that people will constantly vote against vote against their own interests, undermine their own health and life just to vote based off of vibes. For example, a few months back, there was a woman telling me that she needed healthcare for her autistic son. She needed therapy for her autistic son, but she didn't have access. And I talked to her. I said, "Do you think the government should be able to provide a bare minimum level of healthcare for people in need?" And she says, yes. You know what? I can pull up the video before we break down today's topic. These Trump supporters are voting against their own interests.
Tell me what issues are at the top of your mind heading into this election.
I would say Medicare, Medicaid. Our son's on Social Security. He was diagnosed with autism, and we're having the runaround of trying to get therapies covered and stuff like that. He is not getting anything for the month because we make too much money. I'm a stay-at-home mom, but we have to do one income with my husband or with my son's schedule and everything.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of hard financially, and I'm trying to figure out, you know, the education, the Social Security, all that is.
Okay, so first of all, none of this is meant to undermine this woman's lived experience, this Trump supporter's lived experience, but she just named a few things. She said, "I'm worried about Social Security. I'm worried about Medicare, Medicaid." She even said, "We're trying to get education figured out."
I'm trying to figure out, you know, the education,
So I want to ask the question, do you think liberals are better for Medicare, Medicaid, for education, for healthcare as a whole, and providing therapies to families in need? I would say liberals are better 10 out of 10 times. Not to mention Donald Trump's plan to cut entitlements because he wants to cut taxes for the rich, but also he doesn't want a deficit spend, so you necessarily have to cut entitlements.
The Social Security, all that is a loophole, and I wish it was better and not so hard to understand.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Do you think the government should be able to provide at least a bare minimum level of medical care for people?
To an extent, if you have a disability, yes. I don't think anybody should get a free ride by any means. Like I said, we have insurance.
Okay, so even with her conservative spin that nobody deserves a free ride, she still even concedes that people with disabilities, most likely people with pre-existing conditions, should be able to have help from the government. So why does Donald Trump want to slash pre-existing conditions or slash the Affordable Care Act? It makes no sense at all. Let's get on to the main topic of today. I want to show you this, and then I want to show you some Trump supporters realizing, oh shit, Project 2025 actually is real. First of all, this comment reads, "Results have already started." This is from an American woman today. Quote, "My husband works for a small manufacturing company, and here in southwestern PA, that means most employees are Trump voters. When the president of the company sat them down today to tell them their annual Christmas bonus would not come this year because they need to now purchase at least a year's worth of products prior to January due to the proposed tariffs, they didn't understand. My husband said that their president had to explain what a tariff is and how it will directly hurt their company. They all thought the foreign company paid the tariff. This is the level of..."
Yeah, just like I said, Americans are fucking stupid, dude.
Ignorance, voting against their own interests here in Pennsylvania, where we failed American women and children last night. And that is what Donald Trump was banking on. He could straight up lie about what tariffs are, straight up lie about who has to pay the costs on tariffs, and in the process, screw over Americans who thought they were voting for a better life. We even have futures already going up. And keep in mind, when a president signals a potential tariff, companies have to begin stocking up money, stocking up resources to pay those tariffs off. off. For example, Farm Futures reads, Trump's return set to upend trade for American farmers. The world expects a fresh round of trade disruptions, and American farmers are willing to go along for the ride, I guess. Donald Trump's re-election promises have another shakeup for American agriculture. Expectations for a fresh round of trade disruptions with China sent soybeans, corn, and wheat futures made them plunge on early Wednesday. All of these futures are absolutely plunging. Also, Trump, who rewrote trade with Mexico and Canada, threw $28 billion at farmers to try to soften the blow during his administration, and it didn't work out too well. Trump has proposed a 10 to 20% tariff across the board on all imported goods into the U.S. and a 60% tariff on Chinese products, which is an absolutely disastrous idea. But honestly, do you guys feel bad? I genuinely want to know, like, if Trump supporters get screwed over by their own vote, do you guys feel bad? Because I'm starting to not feel bad whatsoever. The intuitive empathy in me tells me that, yes, this is probably a good woman right here, but if she gets her Social Security slashed or her son's, do I care? I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell. But the other day, we learned that Matt Walsh and other right-wingers were tweeting, hey guys, Project 2025 is the agenda. For example, Matt Walsh said, quote, now that the election is over, we can finally say that, yeah, actually Project 2025 is the agenda. Lol. Benny Johnson also said, it is my honor to inform you that all of Project 2025 was real. Beau French, a local Texas GOP official who has power in Texas, said, can we all admit that we are going to implement Project 2025 now, please? So it's very, very interesting because now Trump supporters are responding with things like this. Peggy Nicholson said, I didn't think it was a joke. When my child is gay and he's been going through loops and hurdles, he doesn't believe in the trans. He's not a part of the LGBTQ+. He just wants to be left alone. I'm sorry, Peggy Nelson. She then said, better leave my son out of this. He's gay, but don't believe in the trans thing or changing any male parts. He voted for Trump, and I'm hoping this Project 2025 doesn't mess with my son. He doesn't partake in the LGBTQ+. He just wants to be left alone. He's not LGBTQ, guys. He's just gay. He's just gay. Someone that's named You Will Never Like Me said, I'm black. I just got into politics this year. I learned the Republicans think Trump doesn't want tariff, or Project 2025, sorry. I love Matt Walsh, and I really hope he's joking. This shit is kind of scary for people like me, bro. I'm sorry, man. You voted Trump. You reap the rewards. It's another example of, I never thought the leopards would eat my face, says the person who voted for the...
Will inflation affect your twerk prices? Nah, I'm gonna keep things where they are.
Leopards eating people's face party. Yeah, I'm sorry to you guys if you don't like that I'm starting to lose empathy for Trump supporters, but I think most of you will agree that some of this empathy is not warranted anymore. So, after Matt Walsh said that Project 2025 is real, Serenity said, there will be folks keeping him in check. I'd have to see it to believe it. This is a Trump supporter saying, I'd have to see it to believe it. Elevate said, not funny. As a Trump supporter, Project 2025 needs to be burned and its writers slapped for being so stupid. This doesn't sound like a MAGA cultist who wants a Christian theocracy, but this guy didn't know what he was getting into. Hermit Hobbyist said in response, it's conservative wokeness, woke shit. That's what you're supporting. And honestly, that's a good equivalent right there. I don't believe that wokeness is the problem or that wokeness is ruining America, but if you want to say that wokeness equals the far left, then yeah, sure, Project 2025 is the far right's version of trying to turn our country into wokeness, to use their terms. Shannon said, it's sarcasm, you idiots. Sarcasm. Nobody's banning anything but illegal aliens. Oh, that's comforting. Mike Gager said, my wife literally believes Project 2025. Stop. Valkamaya said, again, Walsh, America First, MAGA, is not your Christian Renaissance. You can't co-opt the movement. This is a coalition of Americans. A lot. Some of this has to do...
Well, a lot of Trump voters are going to be unpleasantly surprised.
Indeed, the entire process of evolution. In the far future, the universe will reach maximum entropy. The black holes will evaporate, the last proton will decay, and all of that cool stuff will cease. The universe will spend almost all of its time in that high entropy state. Nonetheless, it shouldn't really be so surprising that we observe a low entropy blip in an otherwise mostly high entropy universe. After all, our existence is a byproduct of the universe's progression towards that high entropy state. What other time could we possibly observe? This is an application of the anthropic principle. We can only observe an environment capable of producing observers. It's not surprising that we view the universe from the comfy biosphere of a terrestrial planet, even though the volume of all biospheres is minuscule compared to the volume of the universe. Similarly, we must have appeared at a time and in a universe capable of producing biospheres. The anthropic principle may explain why we exist in monstrously improbable or rare circumstances, but the principle doesn't allow us to assume a circumstance for our existence that is any more improbable than is absolutely necessary. In fact, we're most likely to be in the most common, most probable circumstance that could possibly explain our current experience. This is just Occam's razor or the law of parsimony. Don't add unnecessary complexity to your explanation. But it can also be thought of as an extension of the Copernican principle. We observe the universe from as typical a vantage point as is consistent with our experience. So, aren't there more probable, smaller dips in entropy that could lead to conscious observers? For example, why collapse a whole universe worth of particles? A single galaxy should be enough. Such systems should massively outnumber larger Big Bang collapses, and so should the conscious observers that evolve in them. But we can go further. Why not just have particles converge directly into a single human brain in exactly the right arrangement to have an illusion of memory and sensation that duplicates exactly our current experience, even if just for an instant? That would be a Boltzmann brain. In a universe where structure results from entropy fluctuations, the vast majority of conscious experiences that ever occur should be Boltzmann brains, rather than ones that arise from, say, evolution. It sounds ridiculous, but it's the logical conclusion if we assume a Big Bang from entropy fluctuations. The hypothesis is also impossible to prove wrong. Every experiment I do may be the randomly assembled delusion of a Boltzmann brain that happened to come into existence with the memory of trying to prove it isn't a Boltzmann brain. The hypothesis is unfalsifiable, but that alone may be enough reason to reject it. Sean Carroll has another nice argument against Boltzmann brains. He says the idea is cognitively unstable. By accepting that we're a Boltzmann brain, we're admitting to a state of fantastic delusion, and in doing so, admitting our incapacity to deduce our own nature. To expand on that, we can also go back to parsimony and the Copernican argument. If we're Boltzmann brains, then we're the most common type of Boltzmann brain that has an experience that is indistinguishable from this. So surely it's vastly simpler to accidentally manifest a brain with an instantaneous delusion about its ability to understand the world in complex ways than it is to assemble one with true intelligence that can trust its own conclusions. Conclude that you're a Boltzmann brain and you must deny your capacity to reach that conclusion. This is a cute philosophical point. However, I think the real interest in the idea of Boltzmann brains is as a lesson in caution. Caution in arguing probabilities before really understanding the prior assumptions. And in this case, there's no evidence that the Big Bang arose from a random fluctuation. Pondering the cause of the extremely low entropy Big Bang is probably more useful than wondering whether you existed a second ago. There's a similar idea for which we should also exercise caution. That's the idea that we live in a simulation. It's been argued that simulated minds should be vastly more abundant than real minds. Ergo, we're Pokemons. We're actually going to jump into that rabbit hole next time, and it'll be with a very special guest. That's assuming we don't blink out of existence in the next instant as momentary fluctuations in the infinite chaos of a maximally entropic space-time. Thanks to the Great Courses Plus for sponsoring this episode. The Great Courses Plus is a digital learning service. Thank you to...
Okay. It's winner. This is possible through deregulation, building more pipelines, granting more access to federal lands, or whatever. I don't know how he would do it, I don't care, but if Trump is actually capable of increasing production of US oil, somehow, well, this is very bad for the Russians, because the Russians are dependent on the price of oil. If the United States can produce more, Russia makes less on every barrel they export. Trump could inadvertently, without even intending to, hasten the economic collapse of Russia. It's such a crazy scenario, it might actually happen. And the Russians are hurting. Russia has been hiding oil sales from OPEC to fund their war in Ukraine. Of course they were. Vladimir Putin, a year and a half ago, went to Saudi Arabia to convince the Saudis to pump less. The plan was this was going to raise the global price of oil and everyone would make more money for pumping less. And that didn't happen. And the Saudis the last year lost a lot of money. And the Saudis just found out the Russians were cheating on them. And they were producing more and exporting more with ghost tanker fleets. So the Saudis are upset and they already announced they're going to start producing more. They're going to drive the price of oil down. $50 a barrel, whatever. This is bad news for the Russians. The next one is very bizarre, but Trump's economic plan is insane, and it's not going to work. Trump says a lot of things that he never ends up doing, but if he actually ends up doing this, this could hasten an economic collapse of Russia. Why Trump's plans for tariffs could be bad for Europe's economy. Trump has said he wants to put 100, 200% tariffs on everything. This would trigger a trade war in which other countries would retaliate against the United States. This could trigger a massive recession here in the United States. And when the United States goes into recession, it often triggers a global recession. This is kind of what they ran on. Elon Musk assures voters that Trump's victory would deliver temporary hardship. So they want to change and do so many things rapidly. Elon Musk has admitted the US economy might go down. Things might actually look bad before they eventually get better. That was apparently a winning campaign promise that voters voted for. But in the short term, if Elon Musk and Donald Trump crash the US economy and trigger a global recession, Russia is the least capable country in the world right now to survive any kind of economic slowdown or recession. Things in Russia would get worse than in Europe or in North America or East Asia if the world goes into a global recession. It's crazy, but it's still a possibility. Case in point, Russia's central bank signals very likely December rate hike. So the interest rates are already at 21%, and they're going to go higher in Russia. What does this mean? The maximum level of mortgage rates in major Russian banks has reached 43%. If you want to buy a home or an apartment,
God.
Can you afford a 43% interest rates? I'm currently paying 7%.
43%? What? Dude. How? Nobody could buy a home.
That feels like a lot to me. So the Russian economy is in a downward spiral. It just gets worse every single day. And if the US economy gets bad, it'll just compound everything for the rest of the world, but especially the Russians. So this is what we're going to do. If you need to take a mental break or a mental holiday, do it. Trump doesn't take office for 2.5 months. And I am no longer going to talk about what Donald Trump might do. I'm only going to talk about what he's done once he's taken action. Because there's uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what he's going to do. I preferred the certainty of Kamala Harris, but perhaps something crazy could happen. And I'm going to be here. I'm going to be making these videos still, supporting and defending Ukraine. Things are going to get wild as we head into the wintertime, as the Russian forces are already struggling. Here's another video. These are coming out every day. Russian soldiers on the front lines begging for help. And here's a Russian soldier saying that they need warm clothing, as the Russian ground forces are heading into another brutal winter. I'm the deputy at Bars 20. My call sign is Cherry. Now, we urgently need winter clothes like coats and pants. So far, the Army hasn't given us anything. I have 170 people on the front. We're receiving no support from the Army. They keep telling us that the supply situation is bad. So please, help us with warm clothing if you can. I found out that a set costs 6,000 rubles in Rostov or Voronezh. Yesterday I had to get clothing for 50 people. 120 out of 170 people on the front line don't have clothing. We'd be grateful for help because the guys are freezing in the trenches. Thank you. So that's a report from a Russian soldier on the front lines. It's November, and they're already freezing because they don't have cold weather gear. What about those North Koreans in Kursk? What are they up to? North Korean soldiers turned to pornography after gaining internet access in Russia. A usually reliable source tells me that North Korean soldiers who have deployed to Russia have never had unfettered access to the internet before. As a result, they are gorging pornography. I mean, we could talk about this. We could talk about this, but I'm going to move on. I wanted to mention it, but we're going to move on, guys. Drone strike.
Dude, I wonder what they're watching.
Russian Caspian fleet base in Dagestan for the first time. This is something I've always wondered, why Ukraine wasn't targeting ships in the Caspian Sea. Dagestan is right here on the coast. This is the Caspian Sea, and Russia retreated a lot of their ships to the Caspian. They launch caliber cruise missiles, I think, from the Caspian. There is a video of a Ukrainian drone slamming into one of their flotillas. If you want to see it, I'll link it down below. Real quick, I want to mention this story. Google responds to claims map images reveal the locations of Ukrainian weapons. So I know friends of the channel, Dennis Davidoff, mentioned this in his video 2 days ago. When you go on Google Images, you can find Patriot launchers visible. And Google did respond saying that the satellite images were taken more than a year ago and come from publicly available sources. We deliberately do not publish the latest images of war zones. So because Ukraine is in a war zone, Google is saying that any images for satellite images that are published are greater than a year old. Now, that's good news. And sure enough, this airport in Kyiv, just because people were talking about it, Google scrubbed the images anyways, so it's not a big deal. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Australia pledges additional patrol boats to strengthen Ukraine's coastal defenses. Thank you so much to the people of Australia. Sweden unveils new aid package for Ukraine worth $9 million. Thank you so much to Sweden. Final video. There was a lot of sadness the last 2 days. Just going through social media, I didn't see or find any feel-good clips, guys. So I'm going to pull up a classic. This is one of my favorites from the liberation of Kherson. This was, I think officially 2 years ago that the city of Kherson was liberated. And this Ukrainian woman, while living under occupation, had to hide her Ukrainian flag in her garden. Buried in their gardens, and they're still waiting. But the Ukrainian people for over 300 years now have been fighting for and waiting for their
Well, hopefully Trump is such a moron, he ends up destroying Russia.
About to enter a golden age in this country.
I'm happy to confess on your show, I got it wrong.
I'd rather take WWE versus World.
Bend over, $2. I always think of this whenever I see your new big cat.
Go! Dum Dum.
Yes?
You give me Gum Gum.
I give you Gum Gum?
You do Dum Dum, you give me Gum Gum.
Gee, okay. You know what? I have no Gum Gum, sorry. And my name isn't Dum Dum. My name's Larry.
No, your name Dum Dum. Oh, you in trouble, Dum Dum. You better run from Attila the Hun.
Yeah, Gum. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Kid Beer $2. I think you'll find this video very informative. It's not right-wing BS.
And finally, we talk a lot about these different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border. The border crisis is on their doorstep.
So,
and they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons.
That's what that was.
The lessons are not
Knock. Greetings and salutations, the loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we're going to talk about Republican gains among Hispanic voters, because despite what the mainstream media is telling you, despite what the online left is telling you, Latino voters did not suddenly become ultra evil, white, and racist, and hating women, and all these other ridiculous things that they use as excuses for ignoring the trends that have been upon us for a long time. And in fact, I, on this channel, got a lot of flack for talking about the movement among Latino voters years ago, because people within my own audience bought into the propaganda that these people are auto-Democrats, put them in the bank, even though the trend has been obvious for a very long time. Now, we're going to get into this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
So it's important for everybody to understand that immigration is not the #1 issue for Latino voters. Let me say that again for those of you in the back. Illegal immigration, open borders, is not a winning issue among this population. What we see time and time again is that the issues change from election to election among this demographic group. In 2012, it was actually healthcare that won Barack Obama Latinos, and the economy has been the issue the last couple of cycles, yet the Democrats continuously give them open borders. In fact, they nominated Kamala Harris via coup, who was the open borders czar. But that being said, the issue of immigration not being a high priority
That is not true.
among Latino voters, despite the stereotypes that you get from the left-wing media, does not explain the whole of the shift. In fact, it doesn't even explain a majority of the shift, because what actually has been going down in the Republican Party between them and Latino voters is this old racist trope, you guys might have heard of it, which is talking to Latino voters and trying to convince them to vote for you by appealing to those voters. That's the racist trick that Republicans have been using, that tired old stereotype of actually going to get voters that they want to vote for them, while by contrast, the Democrats have just been assuming that they're entitled to their votes. And a perfect example of this is the state of Florida. Now, you guys guys will remember, Florida was a swing state for a very long time. But in 2020, all of a sudden, Trump overwhelmingly won Florida, and this was due in large part to gains in the Latino population. And then, to double up on that, to show that that was not an outlier, in 2022, Ron DeSantis not only overwhelmingly won his gubernatorial race, but he won Latino counties like Miami-Dade County and West Palm Beach in an absolutely dominating performance. But the facts are what they are, and while we can give credit at the end and point to this, the groundwork was laid for this long ago by a man called Rick Scott. Yes, this white guy, the whitest guy in the history of white, actually set up the blueprint not just for the state of Florida, but for the entire Republican Party to court these voters. And what's funny about this is that the left has gone out of their way to mock Rick Scott for the work that he
Pickled Nipples donated $2.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
Yeah, that was a huge fucking meme back in the day.
Look, here's the thing.
Fine. Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that. No.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
At least he knows. Thanks for the donation, Pickled Nipples. Trapezoid donated $2. Oh, sweet. Chunky Gains. This was def your favorite show growing up.
Here's a lovely song about my favorite food. Lima, lento, soy, and pinto, navy, northern, and garbanzo, kidneys, and frijoles negros. I love beans.
Nah, never watched Brack growing up.
Get your head down there. Let's pick him up and rob him.
I don't want to rob him. What if he's nice?
Right. We'll just beat him up then. You got a hammer in this tub? Get in!
Okay.
Welcome aboard, stranger. What's your name?
Moltar.
What kind of name is that?
I've never thought about it.
Well, we're gonna call you Kelvin. What do you think of that, Kelvin?
I want to call him Buddy. Hey, Buddy!
Who are you guys?
I'm Marvin, and that's Shackelford.
We're famous ice skaters. Maybe you heard of us?
Yeah, I heard of you.
You did?
Enough of this BS. We're gonna beat you up right now.
You could do that. Or we could go down there to the statue planet. There's statues everywhere, man.
Yeah, let's go tip them all over.
Hey, that's a great idea. Ah! I can't believe what I just said. We can't do that. It would be a crime.
You hear that, Kelvin? It'd be a crime.
Yeah, right. To crime. Crime rocks.
Oh, no.
It's a very weird show. Yes, oh sweet Gains, you def loved him growing up.
What day is it? Could you please tell me? What day is it? I'm confused, you see. Is it Sunday?
No.
Is it Monday?
No.
Is it Tuesday, Bluesday, Betterware Tuesday?
No.
Is it Wednesday?
No.
Is it Thursday?
Shut up.
Is it Friday, Saturday, Betterware Saturday? Maybe it's tomorrow and maybe it's not.
And never saw that show. Thanks for the donation though, Trapezoid.
Oh, by the way, did you see Chrisspiracy yet? I can't believe how the argument are even stumping MAGA Republicans. Lol FYI, the white guy co-creator with the long hair is a part of MAGA.
Remember what Jesus did when he came in the temple? What did he do?
No, I don't.
He flipped over the tables.
Oh.
And he shooed all the animals out of the temple that they were killing. Why do you think he did that?
So they couldn't kill them to eat them. Makes sense. Makes sense, man. It makes sense. I used to be a hunter when I was young. I couldn't do it no more.
If you're eating the animal, then you're paying someone else to kill it for you.
Yes. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, that's true. I got you. Man, you got me all twisted on this.
Well, I got something to give you. I want to give you this bracelet, WWJD, and I got it Trump red for you. Every time you eat an animal, because that's what you're eating when you're eating a hamburger, chicken sandwich, whatever, remember the animal and think, what would Jesus do if it came to killing an animal, to eat it, taking a life of one of God's creatures?
You've opened my mind up like, damn, I'm going to take that back to my wife and lay that on her too.
That's kind of interesting. I still haven't seen Chrisspiracy. I fucking forgot. I'll try and watch it tonight. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Donald Trump is truly the most gangster politician of all time. Bro had the 2020 election rigged against him, then got indicted on bullshit, got arrested, tried to assassinate him twice, then he comes back to win the Electoral College and popular vote.
It was a Republican who tried to kill him, by the way. But, yeah, it's pretty weird how he was able to do that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
He's put in, and of course, they do this at their own peril. This is a clip from the Majority Report where they make fun of him for speaking Spanish at a Miami protest, which was a Cuban protest.
Our media, to the exclusion of what's happening in Haiti, for example, has focused on these Cuban protests, which are quite small compared to what we're seeing.
Plan on uploading my first series of nonfiction book review video and shorts. Not an Elon fan, but I did review his autobiography. I want to be a YouTuber like you. Well, good luck, dude. Hey, Gummy. What you Gum up to? What you Gum up to? Ben donated $2. Here's some good news from the Middle East after Trump's re-election. One day after Trump election, the world is already starting to self-correct. Houthis have announced their cessation of hostilities towards Israel. Oh, man. Hamas is pleading for an immediate end to the war that they started. Switzerland has just banned the burqa, and much of Europe may soon follow suit. Based Switzerland. If I were to live anywhere in Europe, Switzerland would definitely be on one of my top choices. One, the country just looks fucking beautiful. Like one of the most beautiful places in the world. They have a good economy. They support the right to bear arms. They're fucking based, clearly. The only problem is the high taxes, but, you know.
And bitch faggot fuck niggas like you just wanna spend time hating on a gangster like Trump because y'all can't be as cool as him. Y'all have Trump's charisma, swagger, intellect, but you can't. So instead you spend time hating on a nigga online.
No, Trump's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Iran Islamic Republic currency is at its lowest ever. World markets are rallying huge. Within 24 hours shows you how inverted power was and how deeply unstable the world became with Soros, Biden, Obama, Kamala at the so-called helm. Baruch Hashem. That is one good thing about a Trump presidency, is that he's based when it comes to Israel. Dude. I am glad that he's probably going to fuck over Iran big time and also Hamas and shit. Well, that's pretty funny. I guess it's not all bad. At least, you know, when he kind of fucks over a lot of the American economy and shit, we can, you know, have fun watching all the Trump-tards cry, and then we can also enjoy all the fucking retards in the Middle East getting fucked over. That is funny. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Or not Kid Boo, Ben.
In protest to right-wing governments internationally, and a lot of this is, it seems a bit coordinated. I'll just say that. And there was no real coverage of the counter-protests.
So first of all, I just want you guys to take note of the fact that the setup for this is pro-communist Cuba. Emma Vigeland, privileged white girl from New Jersey.
Funniest video ever.
Let me see.
Nah, it's true because back then when you were more popular, I remember you actually was riding with my nigga Trump against Hillary, and that was when Trump was hated more. Now you fell off, you wanna spend time hating just like bitches like Destiny.
I wasn't a Trump fan. I just really hated Hillary, and I thought if Trump won, the Democratic Party would run better candidates. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Yeah, man. It's Tuesday, nigga. Gotta clear up some more shit. Niggas is on the internet, you know what I'm saying? Saying shit like, you know, Tuesday got knocked the fuck out. This nigga metaphor, man.
Metamucil, man.
You ain't touching me, man. Why you telling niggas that you touching me, man?
Yo, real talk. Honestly, I never really heard of Pepper Steak. Son hit me on MySpace. I didn't get back to him in time, apparently. And he took it personal.
I wasn't even gonna battle this nigga, you know what I'm saying? But the nigga wanted, you know, he brought it to me. He said, yo, Tube Steak, I got some shit for you, nigga. You can't fuck with me, man. My name is Metaphor the Great. I'm like, nigga, there's only one great, and that's Tube Steak the Great, nigga.
Right. Then he started getting at me, and the whole thing started. That's where the battle came from.
I said, you know what? I battle the motherfucker, give him a couple of views, because you know I'm doing 300,000 every week. Unless they take the shit down, I gotta throw it back up, start me back at the beginning, but I'm still killing them.
Close up. I don't just do this for radio. I get busy and make my mark, because my flow is diabolical. You ain't ready for me in the way that I rock. My foot so far up your ass, I wait. They gonna call you Tube Sock.
The nigga spit his little bullshit verse, you know what I'm saying?
You can tell it was written too.
Then you know me, I'm killing a nigga, of course.
Go ahead.
Donald Duck, Goofy, Mickey Mouse. I'ma punch you in your fucking mouth. I'm a Care Bear, nigga. You was never there, nigga. I was on the block playing with toys and eating candy there, nigga. You know why I was gonna bring it to him? Cause nigga gonna fuck around and call me Cube Steak.
Metaphor the Great. Your name is Tube Steak. I'll eat a beef full of hoes. They gonna call you Cube Steak.
Nigga, my mama gave me that name, nigga. You disrespecting my mama.
I don't understand nothing they doing. Him and Peanut Gallery.
I'm a A1 nigga. A1. A thick sauce nigga. Thick sauce. I'ma hit you in the face, nigga. Punch you in the mouth, nigga.
Wow. One of his niggas keep grabbing my fucking chain. I got him pulling at my shirt. Don't touch me no more.
I'ma punch you in your fucking mouth.
Kept talking about how you gonna punch me in the face.
I'm a real nigga. Right. A nigga that'll come through and ride and punch you in your face, nigga. I punch niggas in the face. I'ma punch you in your fucking face. And when I'm done, I'm punching you in your fucking face. I'm about to eat this nigga. Like a Nestle's Crunch. And if he don't like it, he's gonna eat a fucking punch.
I ain't trying to be all brolic about it. Like, yeah, I knocked that nigga out. But I did knock that nigga out.
This nigga ain't lay a hand on me.
You got his motherfucking Roy Jones
look like
on
a motherfucker laid a hand on me, nigga? Huh? Look at the video, man. You see how I bobbed and weaved it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You seen the way Tube bobbed and weaved it? I'm gonna punch you in your face, nigga. Cause you a fucking... Oh, shut, man. Hey, man. Cause you a fucking... You got...
That was amusing.
Nigga, Kamala is way worse than Hillary. The fuck you tig about Hillary was able to actually win a primary despite them rigging it against Bernie. If Kamala would have won, we'd be in World War III. Trump is literally the modern day Jesus Christ. He's our savior.
I don't think so, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Gummy, what the fuck are you doing, dude? I put a suitcase against...
has decided that she's going to go...
I put a suitcase against the wall so that he couldn't crawl in behind the wall, and then he just jumped on the suitcase and tipped it over. Gummy, what are you doing up there? You're a little silly, huh?
Go out of her way to stand up for the Castro regime, while again mocking Rick Scott.
Who is Gummy? Gummy is my new kitty. We adopted him a few days ago. Yeah, I don't think it's even been a week. He's really pretty.
Trump won and there's nothing you can do about it. The people of America chose their president. There's a reason for that. It was a landslide. Stop be so ignorant and biased and open your eyes. Now the adults are here and the fun is over. No more gay shit.
Well, okay. Thanks for the donation, N-word faggot.
Kid Boo, holy shit, get Donald Trump's ball sack out of your throat.
I know, right? Thanks for the donation, Fat Boo. His tail is just so big. His paws are huge, too. He is friggin' gigantic. That's him sleeping on me, having a dream. His toes were wiggling. Look at that. Look at his toes. Oh my God. He is so handsome. He's a big son of a bitch. That's my gum-gum. That's my sweet little gum-gum. Oh, shit.
For attending this protest against said Castro regime and trying to speak Spanish during his attendance of this protest.
Do you like pugs? Like, they're cute and everything, but they should not be bred into existence. They have so many health problems.
So already, you're seeing a little bit of a disconnect between your liberal elites and the Latino votes put on display for you right here. But again, just get a look to how they react to Rick Scott speaking Spanish.
Al pueblo de Cuba no están solos. Nosotros estamos con ustedes en esta lucha. Los Estados Unidos están con ustedes en esta lucha.
So I don't speak Spanish. I also don't pretend to.
I don't think he does either. No, that sounded like he was reading those words off of a card or memorized them. He sounds like Peggy Hill.
Now, to be clear, I don't speak Spanish myself, and I do regret the fact that I don't, and I can tell by the way that Rick Scott speaks Spanish that he is a novice in terms of the language. However, look at the smug reaction from the majority report. Look at that smile from ear to ear and how embarrassing they think it is that Rick Scott is attempting to speak Spanish, attempting to connect with the Cuban voters, and the thing is, this is exactly why the left is losing those voters. You start off praising Castro, talking about how, oh, the opposition to the Castro regime, that's not real. Cubans in Miami don't really hate communism. I mean, right.
No, they hate communism like you can't fucking believe. All of these people who come from communist regimes, you do not understand their hatred for fucking communism. I've seen a lot of Cubans who even hate, like, Social Security, Medicare. Like, they're so terrified of communism, literally any social program that even benefits them that isn't remotely related to communism, they fucking hate it and want to ban it.
Right-wing government's much bigger problem in Miami, and then you get this smug smiling and talking about how, oh, he's just pretending to speak Spanish, and it's so embarrassing, such pandering, what a total loser. But the fact of the matter is, nothing could be further from the truth, because Rick Scott won his gubernatorial election by an incredibly narrow margin in 2010. But unlike many a Republican before him, he actually wanted to win other elections, so he decided that he was going to make a concerted effort to speak to Latino voters, and this included learning Spanish. In fact, Rick Scott began taking weekly Spanish lessons from the time that he took office in 2010, and the culmination of his efforts, which by the way included having a Cuban lieutenant governor on his ticket, was the victories that we saw for DeSantis and ultimately for Donald Trump in the state of Florida. Let me get into the details of this because Politico actually has a great article breaking this down from back in 2018. Rick Scott has spent years courting Hispanics as if his political career depended on.
Here's some more good news about Trump's presidency with his incompetence.
Anti-Trump conservatives say Donald Trump's incompetence gives democracy a fighting chance. Yeah. Trump has the soul of a fascist, but the mind of a disordered child. He will likely be surrounded by terrible but incompetent people. All of them can be beaten in court and Congress, in state houses around the nation, and in the public arena. America is a federal republic, and the states, at least those in the Union, that will still care about democracy, have ways to protect their citizens from a rogue president. Nothing is inevitable, and democracy will not fall overnight. Yeah, that's one saving grace. He might fuck up, like, the economy or something, but America will probably still be around for a while. That's hilarious, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
On it. He took Spanish lessons while serving as Florida's Republican governor, reached out to the Democratic-leaning Puerto Ricans by visiting their island after Hurricane Maria, not once, but 8 times. He chose a Cuban-American lieutenant governor and showed up in Cuban strongholds like Hialeah so often that locals joked that El Gobernador must be one of them. So from the moment that Rick Scott won the gubernatorial election in 2010, he committed himself to continuing the work to build a coalition of Latino voters. And unlike other Republicans who just talked to Cuban voters, who, even though they voted at the time majority Democrat, were the most right-leaning of Hispanic voters, he decided that he was going to try to make inroads with the highly left-leaning Puerto Rican demographic in the state of Florida. And by the way, that actually paid dividends, because while Democrats were talking about that roast comedians and jokes at MSG, Rick Scott and the groundwork that he laid that was repeated by Ron DeSantis ultimately ended up securing the largely Puerto Rican Osceola County for Donald Trump, which is another county flip among Latinos that is in the pocket of the evil orange man. Scott also displayed solidarity with Venezuelan exiles at El Arepazo, a restaurant in Doral, not once, but 6 separate times. Quote, "The first time that we went to the restaurant, I had never met the owner," says Scott's Hispanic communications director, Jamie Flores. "We went back so many times, I swear to God, he's now one of my best friends." It turned out that Scott's political career did depend on his diligent courtship of Latino voters, because on election day, they extended it. Despite the national Democratic wave, Scott unseated Senator Bill Nelson by 10,033 votes, and a key factor was his pursuit of Hispanic voters, neglected by his Democratic opponent. The Hispanic vote was also critical for his successor governor, Ron DeSantis, who also chose a Cuban-American running mate, Jeanette Nunez, and also squeaked out a narrow victory, in his case, over Democrat Andrew Gillum. Democrats have a clear Hispanic problem in America's largest swing state, and that could help President Donald Trump win a second term in 2020. Now look, we know what the result was in 2020 for Trump nationally, but we also know how Florida was no longer a swing state at that point in time, and how Ron DeSantis continued the efforts among Latinos. And by the way, he was aided by the Democrats in their crazy restrictive lockdown policies. Now in 2022, Ron DeSantis, who picked up the baton from his predecessor Rick Scott, ended up winning Latino votes by a margin of 57%. And there's a number of reasons for that I'd like to get into. And by the way, among that was major gains, not just among Cubans, but among Puerto Ricans. Again, while the Democrats are offering them open borders, despite the fact that they're natural-born citizens of the United States of America, Ron DeSantis did the work. He spoke to these people much in the same way that Governor, now Senator, Rick Scott did while he was in office. And by the way, this was something that was surprising to the mainstream media, but it wasn't a surprise to the on-the-ground Latino voter mobilization group, Mi Vecino, who said that they predicted Ron DeSantis would win Miami-Dade.
What are you doing? Dude, Gummy is so fucking loud. He's like super heavy, and he's not light on his feet, and he just fucking thuds and stomps around everywhere, and he knocks a lot of shit down.
County. Quote, "We've been on the ground in Miami every single day for 11 months, and all the signs were there. This is the GOP's 10-year strategy coming to fruition." Again, this is a reference to guess who? Rick Scott. Devin Murphy Anderson, the co-founder of Mi Vecino, said in a statement before Tuesday's results. Now, to be 100% clear, it's not courtship alone that got these voters to come on board. I mean, the Republicans have been attempting to court black voters for a very long time, and time again, black voters, specifically black women, end up rejecting them. It's actually delivering for these voters in terms of policy, and one of the biggest swings for Hispanic voters in favor of Ron DeSantis was related to COVID policy. Latinos in the state of Florida make up a disproportionate amount of the hospitality industry, and Ron DeSantis fighting to keep Florida free, fighting to keep the state open, despite criticism from the national media, who's holding up Andrew Cuomo, who locked down everything as the example that everybody should follow, ended up saving these people's jobs, ended up keeping more money in their pocket. In addition to that, he kept fighting and kept schools open in comparison to what we saw across the country. When he did that, guess what? Those kids did not fall behind in the ways that they did in New York and California and everywhere else, where they ignored the science, followed what was politically expedient and what would get them good national media coverage, and kept the schools closed. So Latino parents that relied on the schools in order to get their kids to learn English, guess what? They benefited overwhelmingly from Ron DeSantis. In addition to that, Ron DeSantis and Rick Scott made it absolutely clear where they stood on socialism, while the Democrats would play footsie with the far left of their own party. And that is a big turnoff for the Venezuelans and the Cuban population. And by the way, they were warned of this over and over and over again. The Republicans have been actively registering Hispanic voters for the past couple of years, and the numbers of registered Latino voters have gone up from 640,000 in 2020 to 609,000 97,000 in 2022. That's an increase of about 58,000. Meanwhile, the number of Democratic registered Latino voters has actually dropped by 40,000. So there's a significant number of Latinos that are switching from Democrats to Republicans. And when you ask people why they're changing their registration, they say over and over again that the Democrats are veering too far to the left, according to Evelyn Perez, who is a Democratic strategist. She said that in a state where Hispanic voters are more moderate, Democrats need to be careful using the word progressive, which equates to socialist to some Latinos born in Latin America. Images of raised fists are emblematic of left-wing politicians and movements throughout the history of their countries of Latin America. So what we're seeing in terms of left-wing voters is not them becoming suddenly white supremacist misogynists. We're seeing a party, the Republican Party, going out of their way to reach out to them, going out of their way to recruit them, learning their language, visiting their places, advocating for them, and by the way, being unambiguous on where they stand on certain issues. By contrast, the Democrats are leaning further left. They're using the imagery that a lot of these Latinos fled in their own countries, and that's pushing them in the camp of the Republicans. You also have efforts to learn Spanish, advertise in Spanish, go on Univision, do everything and anything in order to speak to these people, and what you see from the Democrats is a sense of entitlement to these voters, while again, they run the symbols of the authoritarian governments that they left. So think about what Emma Vigeland says as she's chuckling and laughing at Rick Scott attempting to speak Spanish about how, oh, these movements against the left wing in Latin America, they're not real, they're not legitimate. Well, the proof in the pudding is in the taste, and guess what? The taste is a victory for the Republican Party among this demographic. Now look, I talked a lot about Florida in this particular video because Rick Scott is really the architect of this strategy and other Republicans are following suit, but the fact of the matter is this has been replicated across the country, and this is why you get exit polls out of the state of Michigan that show that 60% of Latino voters are actually backing Donald Trump in that particular state. But another great example of this is the state of Texas. Now already, Texas Latinos have voted vastly differently than California Latinos. I believe if they voted the same as California Latinos, then I think Texas would have been a blue state back in 2008 or 2004, basically a really long time ago. But Ted Cruz, for the first time as the senator from Texas, who is Latino himself, actually won the Latino demographic and saved his senatorial seat, due in large part to the fact that he has put in similar work to Rick Scott. And again, I will point out, some of the biggest flips and the biggest gains for Trump among Latinos have been Latinos on the border counties in the state of Texas. And very notably, there is the county that is known as Starr County that went overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton. I believe it went 60 points for Hillary Clinton, and then it went about 20 points for Joe Biden. Well, Donald Trump just won it 60-40 or 58-32, which is a 16-point victory. So that represents a nearly 80-point shift in Starr County. And the reason we're talking about Starr County is because that is the most Latino county in the entire country. 97.6% of the demographics of this county are Hispanic, are Latino, largely descended from Mexico, right on the border of Mexico. And guess what? They're sick of illegal immigration. They're sick of Kamala Harris being the border czar and allowing these people to flood to the nation. Now, obviously, this is a small county, but the fact is, they're also one of those small counties that are being overrun by illegal migrants. And we've seen gains across these Latin or majority Latin or significant population Latin counties across the country that are close to the border, because despite what the Democrats have said over and over and over again, Latinos' number one issue is not illegal immigration. Like, I know this may be shocking to members of the Democratic Party, but if you're voting in the United States of America in our elections, you are a citizen. So you do not personally have immigration issues. It might be something that is connected to your family, but the fact of the matter is, when you're already here, when you're already in America, you don't want all these other people taking advantage and gaming the system because you see America as your country.
And finally, we talk a lot about these different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
It's
the border
misogyny.
crisis is on their doorstep.
So
and they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to fix them less. Unless they're not.
Now, these are the cold, hard facts, what the Democrats should be confronting, rather than labeling Latinos racist, bigot, homophobes like they do to every other demographic that doesn't comply with their whims. But guess what? The Republican Party is going to stay the course. They're going to continue pushing this agenda. They're going to continue recruiting Latino voters. And maybe in 2028, but probably in 2032, we will talk about the Republican Party not just gaining among Latino voters, but potentially winning them nationwide, which will have reverberations across this country that are going to be devastating for the left wing. Now, look, I'd like to close with an anecdote so maybe you can understand how significant this is. I actually have done many live events where I've met people in my own audience, and I've been run into or bumped into on the street by people who watch my content, and for whatever reason, disproportionately, Latinos are the consumers of the videos that I watch. In fact, in my recent live event where I debated Joshua Eagle on whether or not libertarians should vote for Kamala Harris, I remember two brothers, among other Latinos that were there, that looked 10 years younger than me, but they were actually older than me, and they were great to meet. I have a picture with them that they took that they should have tagged me on Instagram at Actual Justice so I could repost it, and they'd never brought up immigration, and almost none of the Latinos that I've ever met, that I've ever discussed, bring up this issue. In fact, we don't even talk about that issue all that much on this channel. They very often talk about issues of crime, places that they notice that have been popping off, and sometimes they'll ask me to highlight certain areas and what they're seeing because something in my videos is exactly what's going on in their community. And this shouldn't be surprising to you, and it's not surprising to me. I'm half Puerto Rican myself. I know what the people in my Puerto Rican side of the family are concerned with. I know what my friends who are Latino are concerned with, and guess what? It's issues like that. Crime in terms of the local level, again, economy in terms of the national level, just like most people in the United States of America, but very few times do these people actually bring up issues related to immigration legislation. And when that issue does come up, more often than not, they want stricter enforcement. So yeah, this is what we're seeing repeatedly within the community, within the data, what works in terms of politicians when they go out to recruit them. But the Democrats are choosing to ignore it. They're choosing to label these people evil white racists, try and guilt them. And honestly, they're just not having it. So yeah, continue to lose this demographic while pretending you're entitled to it. I thank you for that. But you know what?
World War III. There's got to be some unity. I mean, both sides have been guilty of this rhetoric.
Democrats need a self-examination.
When you realized that Trump had won the White House, Senate, did you cry? It was supposed to be the closest election of all time, but in the cold light of day, it was a thumping landslide, a massive popular mandate with control of the Senate, and probably the House too, and of course, the White House. If the Democrats have won by anything close to these margins, a narrative we're one of a jubilant nation embracing a glorious new era of hope and change.
Blood volume affects blood pressure, so if you have low blood volume, you're going to have lower blood pressure. So, it could be both.
The dial's already been set to funereal, led by a somber and belated eulogy from the outgoing vice president.
Only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service.
Sorry, but what the hell is she talking about? Honestly. There are 5 stages of grief. It's not unreasonable to say that Donald Trump got stuck on denial in 2020, but Harris campaigners and the legacy media are moving quickly into anger and depression.
Hey there. How are you doing? If you watch the show regularly, I'm guessing you're not doing great.
I don't think Donald Trump's a good person. I'd even go so far as to say he's a bad person. Now, in my defense, I'm only basing that on everything I've ever been taught about what makes someone good or bad.
Why are you leaving the country?
I can't stay for another 4 years of this. Who knows what he's going to do?
This is not the end. And we have to regroup, and we have to continue to fight and continue to work day in and day out.
Honestly, have you ever seen anything more pathetic in your life? It's honestly pathetic.
No, I didn't hear anything about 10 Israelis being attacked in Amsterdam.
Pathetic. The reality...
I know Greta Thunberg was there, so, yeah, there's a lot of pro-Pally anti-Semites in Amsterdam.
Is that a majority of Americans are feeling great because Trump won a massive win, a landslide. More than 70 million people voted for him in the belief that he will put more money in their pockets and make the world and the American border a safer place. Whether they can deliver on those promises or not remains to be seen, and I will call it and him out as I see it throughout the presidency, as I always have done in the past. But people voted for Trump for positive reasons. They're not happy with the direction of the country. They believe Trump will make it better. These grieving late-night hosts and shocked cable news commentators might as well start their broadcast with a disclaimer that says, if you're a Republican, turn off now. They're also delaying the most important stage of grief, which is acceptance. That's when you take stock of what's happened and work out what you're going to do about it. The Democrats did a whole new strategy for winning back the disaffected working-class voters they took for granted and lost. And I've got news for our friends at the Bulwark podcast. That strategy will not include indulging this bizarre and frank fantasy.
And I agree with Bill. I think this is just a horrific event in American history. And we've got a period of disillusionment that we're going to have to deal with before we mobilize the resistance, and I think it will be the resistance. I'm prepared to put undocumented people in my attic.
I can also say with some certainty that liberal journalists and Democrat politicians will not end up behind bars in the next 4 years, at least not for their politics. But unfortunately, that message hasn't reached the screeching AOC.
Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens that he deems his domestic political enemies, authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with, and strongmen abroad. In regimes like that, it is not uncommon to jail political dissidents or legislative opponents.
Last time I checked, it was the Democrats who turned the legislative arsenal onto their political opponents and tried to
give
urge
me
to
a
jail Donald
break.
Trump himself. That was wrong then, and it's wrong now. So much so that, in my view, as unpopular as it may be,
Such
Trump
an
should make one of
idiot.
his first moves to pardon Hunter Biden. America's deeply and bitterly divided. Trump's opponents clearly are verging on hysterical. It's that kind of gesture that possibly could bring the country a little bit closer together. In a moment, I'm joined by an all-star cast to dissect the latest news on this bombshell victory for Trump. But first, a long-time Republican strategist who's worked for Presidents Nixon, Reagan, and Trump. He's a man that many, including himself, credit with first suggesting that Donald run for president. It's the infamous, notorious, famous Roger Stone. Roger, how are you?
Great, having a great day.
Well, I'm sure you are. 1998 was the first time that you suggested to Donald Trump that he run for president. Did you actually ever imagine that not only would he win one term, but he would then lose and come back in the way that he's done with a massively bigger majority?
Yes, I actually did. I met him, of course, in 1980 when I was working for Ronald Reagan.
But by 1988, I realized that he had the size, I don't mean the physical size, but the stature and the courage and the independence and the stamina to not be just a great candidate for president, but to actually be a great president.
This is the guy that Trump pardoned, by the way.
And I think I have been validated yet again yesterday.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday morning. I rang him and had a chat with him. And even he seemed a bit shell-shocked by the size of the victory. I mean, to win the White House, to win the Senate, probably the House, to have potentially 2 more picks of the Supreme Court coming in the next 4 years, almost all the state stuff was a landslide too. It's an extraordinary triumph for Trump, an amazing redemption for him personally, but also an extraordinary opportunity for him.
Well, I think you're exactly right. I mean, first of all, it is a testimony to his resilience, his strength, his persistence, but it's also a unique opportunity to return the country to unprecedented peace and prosperity, as well as opportunity for all Americans. I really think not only does he understand that, but I think he demonstrated in his first term that he knows how to lead us in that direction, and he has a very specific plan to get us back there. So I think we're about to enter a golden age in this country.
I was among many who thought after January the 6th, it was over for Donald Trump, that we'd never see him anywhere near the White House again. It's been a remarkable comeback. How do you think he's pulled this off in terms of him personally? What are the characteristics of Donald Trump that have enabled him to make one of the greatest comebacks anyone's ever seen?
Look, I worked for Richard Nixon. I worked for Senator Bob Dole. They were both very tough guys. Donald Trump is the toughest human being I have ever met. He is persistent when he has an idea. It's unshakable. He has a work ethic, which was demonstrated once again, as it was at the end of the 2016 campaign, that leaves younger men like me behind. In a very strange way, his enemies, in their efforts to destroy him, to bankrupt him, to send him to jail, they turbocharged his campaign. I felt at the time that he announced his candidacy for this election, a certain flatness among the electorate in terms of their response to it. Yet when they tried to destroy him, they literally turbocharged his campaign. It's hard to remember now, but many people said, oh, well, Ron DeSantis will easily become the Republican nominee. Trump is yesterday's.
Do ayahuasca and record it. Donated $2. I think the bros were right again, going to start eating 3.2 grams of plant protein per kilogram body weight, double the previous recommendation, and also going to do 25 plus sets per muscle per week because I'm a non-responder.
The fitness industry is missing the mark on protein.
There is not a single study that has found benefits of more than 1.6 gram per kilogram per day.
Nearly all data on naturals illustrates that a gram per pound of protein is usually overkill in almost every case.
Here, the best research recommends 1.6 to 2.2 grams per kilo or 0.7 to 1 gram per pound per day.
0.73 to 1 gram per pound is good for the general population, but it's missing a lot of context and probably not good for you.
Across the board, today's fitness influencers advocate for a protein target that is probably reducing your muscle growth, and I have the research to back that up. Let me explain. First, you need to understand why protein is important, but eating too much of it can also hurt your muscle growth. Protein is composed of smaller building blocks referred to as amino acids. When you eat food, you first mechanically break it down with your teeth to increase surface area for the enzymes in your stomach to act on. Food then reaches your stomach, where proteins are chemically broken down into amino acids. In your small intestine, amino acids cross over into your blood. Amino acids are then transported around your body through your bloodstream. Your body's preferred use for amino acids is as building blocks for protein structures, such as muscle mass. Your body also breaks down muscle proteins continuously. To gain muscle, muscle protein synthesis needs to exceed muscle protein breakdown, resulting in a net positive protein balance. Since protein is literally the building block of muscle tissue, consuming more of it will help you grow more muscle. That said, not all protein you consume will be directed to building muscle. It's also used to build proteins in other tissues in your body, like your hair and your nails. And although it's not your body's preferred option, protein can be converted to both glucose for immediate energy or body fat for long-term energy storage. This conversion is a metabolically costly process, so your body tends to avoid it. You can think of it as needing to pay wire transfer fees to send money abroad. Instead, your body will preferentially use carbohydrates and fats for immediate energy, which are also easier to convert to body fat for long-term storage. But as far as growing muscle goes, consuming too much protein can be wasteful. Since both carbohydrates and fats can make for better fuel for lifting, consuming more protein than necessary can hurt your muscle growth through the opportunity cost. Likewise, it can also literally cost your wallet, since protein sources are far more expensive than both carbohydrate and fat sources. Insufficient protein is no good, since protein is literally what your muscles are made of. Too much protein is wasteful, since it's costly and not the best training fuel. Most influencers today advocate for somewhere between 1.6 to 2.2 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per day. This recommendation almost universally stems from a study I myself have referenced in the past. In 2018, Dr. Robert Morton and his colleagues performed a meta-analysis on protein. Meta-analyses are the gold standard of scientific research, since they look at dozens of studies. They researched all studies that included a control group, where participants were given a protein supplement and where both groups completed a lifting routine lasting at least 6 weeks. They included nearly 50 studies in total, which is great. They performed a meta-regression, which plots all of the subjects' muscle growth and protein intakes from all of the studies on one graph. This allows you to draw a line through the data that should be the best fit for the data points. The distance between the data points and the meta-regression line should be minimized. This approach has limitations, but it does help you answer the question of how much protein tends to maximize gains in lean body mass. First, Robert and his colleagues tried.
Jesus is our Lord. Donate $2. Do you like Devin Townsend? He has the like historical channel where he does a lot of like food stuff, right? Yeah, I like his videos. I don't like how he uses like meat and butter and stuff, but he does make good videos. I like his bread videos and like stuff about how to make Johnny cakes and shit. Thanks for the donation, Jesus is Lord.
Try to draw a simple line. However, this approach didn't work very well. Many of the data points were still far from the line. Instead, they then also tried drawing two lines with a breakpoint. While this visualization was a better fit of the results of the 50 studies, it reduced the distance between data points and the line, that analysis was not statistically significant for what that's worth. The authors even say as much as they present the graph. However, this graph is what people always look at and refer to, including me in the past. The problem with this is that a biphasic line, by its very nature, assumes that there is no more benefit after 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per day. You are no longer really fitting the line to the data, you are fitting the data to your line. If the data indicated a benefit to higher protein intakes, even just a diminishing marginal benefit, the biphasic approach would miss this altogether. It forces a flat slope. And yet, influencers have kept using this as the gold standard for protein recommendations to maximize muscle growth. Now, for a couple of years, this study really was the gold standard, despite its limitations. But that was only true for a brief amount of time. In 2020, a group of researchers in Japan conducted another meta-analysis. However, on top of virtually every study Morton and colleagues had looked at, they also included 24 new studies. It is simply the better meta-analysis, since it has more data and a better analysis. This new study should be used to inform protein recommendations. But why has this study by Tagawa and colleagues not been mentioned nearly
He's a musician? Okay, I don't know who he is.
as much? Well, it likely simply has to do with the status and eminence of the researchers. As a result, the science-based influencers have simply been echoing the same study's results over and over again. See, fitness influencers probably just haven't seen this better, newer study. The Morton meta-regression has gotten an insane 1,200 plus citations since 2018. In contrast, published only 2 years later, the Tagawa meta-regression has only received 80 citations. In their analysis, Tagawa and his colleagues adjusted for a few variables that can influence hypertrophy. In one of their analyses, they accounted for age, sex, and duration of the study. In another, they also added weight gain into the mix, since bulking can enhance muscle building. Looking at a total of 72 studies in lifters and 66 studies where participants didn't lift, here's what they found. When not accounting for weight gain, both lifters and non-lifters saw more muscle growth all the way to 3 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. When adjusting for body weight gain, non-lifters no longer saw benefit of high protein intakes beyond around 1 to 1.5 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. In lifters, however, even when adjusting for body weight gained, a higher protein intake all the way up to 3 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight, which translates to nearly 1.4 grams of protein per pound of body weight, still increased lean body mass gained. Note that for all of these graphs, there are diminishing returns. Going up to around 1.6 grams per kilogram gives you most of the benefit. After this, you do still see a benefit of consuming more protein, but less of a benefit. This is in line with the findings by Morton and colleagues everyone knows about. However, you'll also notice that in lifters specifically, high protein intakes do cause greater increases in lean body mass. Before I give you some caveats to consider, make sure you pay attention there, here are some rough numbers to consider. If we take this meta-regression at face value, this is how much more growth you'd get from boosting your protein intake. Going from around 0.6 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight to the usual 1.6 recommendation, you're looking at around triple the muscle growth, 1.2 kilograms of lean body mass gained versus only 0.4. If you go from the usual 1.6 to 3.1 grams of protein, you would gain an additional 0.7 kilograms of lean body mass, or around 55% more muscle growth. In contrast to the popular science-based narrative, there likely is a benefit to higher protein intakes for lifters. Since lifting increases muscle protein synthesis, your body may benefit from consuming more protein than if you didn't lift. Because we're dealing with over 70 studies here, I'm pretty confident that this is a true effect. While this study is stronger than the study by Morton and colleagues that everyone is relying on, there are still limitations to these findings. First, relatively few studies have looked at protein intakes in excess of around 1 gram per pound. Based on the data reported, only around 23% of the studies included a protein intake above 2 grams of protein. So take the numbers I mentioned as an estimate, not a set-in-stone figure. Second, many of these protein estimates in studies are based on 2-day food diaries. These can be somewhat inaccurate and typically underestimate protein intake. In a lucky twist of fate, this could have unintentionally provided us with a bit more data on higher protein intakes. This brings me to how to change your diet in light of this research. But before I tell you that, here's how to change your training. Use MyoAdapt, a coach in your pocket. MyoAdapt is the
Hey VG, just here to let you know how much of a fag you are for being wrong about the election. Little pussy fag. Anyway, check out this link, pretty funny.
How you feel?
Oh no! Is there anything I can do? Can I try again?
You know what? I'll ask you a question. If you can answer this one right, I'll let you pass.
Okay, thank you.
All right, listen, listen carefully.
All right.
There's an old man and there's a young kid at the light. So what do you hear first?
The old man, suppose, because the young kid has the whole life.
No, no, no. You hit the brakes.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Pika.
Smartest trading app out there, scheduled to launch in December this year. In contrast to other trading apps out there, it is both science-based and truly individualized. It actually works like a coach. Receive a free trial and a lifetime. Things practical and cost-efficient. The recommendation of 0.7 to 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight is great. Remember, going beyond this does offer diminishing returns and less bang for buck. If you want your best muscle growth, however, go beyond 1 gram per pound. This isn't always super practical, but it will very likely grow more muscle. How much exactly should you aim for? In my opinion, somewhere in the ballpark of 1 to maximum 1.3 grams of protein per pound of body weight is a good idea. I weigh 220 pounds, so to maximize my growth, I'd be looking at 220 to 285 grams of protein per day. Research suggests two populations would benefit from a bit more protein. The first is older lifters.
It does seem that elderly can use more protein to compensate for what we call anabolic resistance. Then in terms of a vegan diet, it makes sense that in an animal protein that if you eat meat, it kind of provides the building blocks of muscle in the ideal ratio.
This little fucking twink can't even bench 410 pounds is saying this.
That is a little bit worse in vegan diets. In addition, plant protein usually is a little bit less digestible. So it's one thing, what's the amino acid?
It's almost identical.
Profile of a protein, but if you're not fully digesting it, some of that protein gets lost. But again, that doesn't have to be a problem. It's just you might have to eat more to compensate for the lower quality.
That's Jorn Tromelin, one of the world's top scientists on protein for muscle growth. The second population that benefits from higher protein is plant-based lifters. In contrast to animal-based protein sources like meat, whey, and dairy, most plant-based sources of protein are a bit less anabolic. Their amino acid profile is suboptimal, and the digestibility of plant-based proteins is lower than their animal counterparts.
It's by like 1 to 3%, and when you look at studies directly assessing body composition changes, there's no difference.
So, if you're an older lifter or you're plant-based, increasing protein intake by up to 20% is a good idea. But how should you distribute this across the day? How many meals should you have?
What's my recommendation? For athletes, I would still say I would aim for 4 meals a day because that's extremely simple. That is like the most socially desired meal pattern. Then take an extra meal prior to sleep. That is like if you add an extra meal, which point of the day will best increase your distribution? It will be prior to sleep. Do I think all of that will make much difference? No, but it's so easy. Just do it and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
So 4 meals a day is a great starting place. I like to aim for around 0.3 grams of protein per pound of body weight per meal. Since I weigh 220 pounds, that comes out to 65 grams of protein per meal 4 times a day for a total of around 260 grams of protein per day. Discovering this study was definitely a lesson in being willing to change your stance based on new research for me. It was also a lesson in set up some Google Scholar alerts, you pencil neck nerd, and make sure you read actual research versus staying stuck in the evidence-based echo chamber. Let me impart a final message upon you. Shop for gym clothing at rascalapparel.com.
Well, okay. I'll change my stance on protein recommendation. That's interesting. Thanks for the donation. Do ayahuasca and record it.
His news. He vanquished DeSantis, and quite easily. He stormed to the nomination in an unprecedented style. He got 3 times the margin of the previous big winner of the Iowa caucuses. That was my old boss, Senator Bob Dole. It was a relatively easy nomination, and the party is now completely remade in his image as the party of working Americans, the party of the middle class. They have underestimated his strength. The man is a lion.
I thought there was some. Listen, I totally agree with you about that. And in fact, I wrote columns saying that I thought DeSantis was the future. But then I think the way the left weaponized the justice system so transparently against Trump, you could see his own poll ratings from that moment, as you put it, start to turbocharge. And they carried on. In fact, the more times he appeared in court, the better his approval rating got, to the extent that by the time we got to last week, his personal approval rating was the highest it had ever been as a politician, despite the fact that by then he was a convicted felon. So it's been an extraordinary thing to watch. And yet I felt the overreach by taking him through a criminal court over a ridiculous case involving Stormy Daniels from 20 years ago. I thought that was such an obvious abuse of power by the Democrats that actually it backfired completely.
I agree with all of that. The problem, of course, is that they are unhinged by their hatred for him. And I think it has clouded their political judgment, which is why they overreached. The American people were able to see that he was being unfairly.
Hi VG, I just want to also rub in your face that you were wrong and a huge faggot for being wrong. Little crybaby faggot, I drink your black tears. Also check out this link.
Say bitch ass nigga. Say it. Say it. Say it. You can say it.
Okay, well, thank you, Trump's thick load. Appreciate the donation.
Persecuted in an effort to interfere in the election and destroy his campaign to return to the White House. So yes, he was ultimately.
Based on new research, you should be consuming 1 to 1.3 grams of protein per pound of body weight.
Ultimately helped by his enemies because they tried so hard to destroy him.
What kind of president will he be second time round, Roger? Because the first 3 years of his presidency were going pretty well. People were offended by stuff that came out of his mouth, but in terms of what he did, he was a reasonably moderate, successful Republican president. Then he got hit by the COVID pandemic, which, as it did to every country in the world, threw everything up on its head. And then we had the fallout, obviously, him refusing to accept the election result, January 6th and so on. I don't want to go back over that. But he's got a chance now to reset his legacy, and he knows he can't run again. So I suspect, knowing him, and you can tell me what you think, but I suspect, knowing him, he's going to really go for it this time. And he's going to try and really cement his legacy. What I'm not sure about is exactly how he sees that legacy. What do you think he'll be doing?
First of all, I do think he's going to be magnanimous in victory. He was in 2016, but his enemies would never concede defeat. I think he has a unique opportunity in a number of areas to be remembered as one of our greatest presidents. He understands that low energy prices, drilling again for gas and oil, are the cornerstone to a vibrant economy. He also understands that a vibrant economy, as JFK.
Please sing, just for fun lol. Here are both the lyrics and song.
All right, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Trump the Don.
Back at it again.
This time in a country.
Rap song. Shout out to High Res. God bless the USA. Stop sending billions to Ukraine. Put America first for a change. When they fail, I'm the one that they blame. I only ran for president because I had one thing on my mind. To make the country better than it's ever been, but you got Biden's lies. And if you love the country, then we're on the same side. I got love for America, I got American pride. They tried to kick me out the White House next year, that's my house. Fafo, fuck around and find out. Trump 2024, the communists, they will cry now. No more fake news selling lies now. CNN stands for the Clinton News Network. I'm the only president to leave with a lower net worth. Biden took office, oh boy did it get worse. I guess that means I only ran for president because I had one thing on my mind. To make America, the country, better than it's ever been before you got Biden's lies. And if you love the country, then we're on the same side. I got love for America, I got American pride. Yes. Thanks for the donation, Cam. Appreciate it.
He said a rising tide lifts all boats. He has a deep commitment to criminal justice reform. We saw that in the first term, in the First Step Act, in the Second Chance Act. I think he should do more in that area, and I think he will. He's very focused now on the fact that there's a huge lack of affordable housing in America. It doesn't matter whether you're a buyer or a renter. It's impossible to buy, and it's too expensive to rent. He's a builder. He's going to fix that problem. I think he understands that he has a unique opportunity to not only restore the country to its former greatness, but now to go down in the history books with FDR, with Theodore Roosevelt, with some of our Abraham Lincoln, some of our greatest presidents. He is absolutely the right man at the right time for this job.
It is quite staggering that somebody who has been branded the most racist candidate in history, a neo-Nazi, a fascist, blah, 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 ended up with this surging support from black voters and particularly from Latino voters when he was up against a female black candidate. What do you think that says about America? Was it just that American voters saw through all the Nazi nonsense?
First of all, it was nonsense. And our mistake, perhaps, as political analysts, is to not realize that black people and Hispanics and really all people, they all want the same thing. They want economic opportunity and security. They want safe and secure neighborhoods. They want low gas prices. They want low food prices. They realize, based on his 4 years and the last 4 years, that Donald Trump brought us those things.
He's the cause of higher gas prices. You could even argue that, well, he did completely fuck up the COVID situation, and his dumbass policies made COVID worse and last longer. So he's to blame for that, but nobody blames him.
Before, and that he could bring them again. So I think this is why he made these historic gains. Let's recognize that he won an absolute majority of Hispanic Americans. I mean, George W. Bush, I think, had the highest previous high water mark at about 38.5%. So people voted for their future, and they trust him with their future far more than they trusted Kamala Harris.
I posted on that.
If I'm going to cut, should I be consuming 1 g of protein for my goal body weight or current body weight?
It seems that would probably be ideal. You might not be able to hit that depending on your caloric requirements and dietary preferences. So those things should be taken into account, but that'd probably be ideal. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
X this morning, and it got a lot of blowback from MAGA supporters. But I posted that it might be an interesting move by Donald Trump, if he truly wants to send a signal early on that he wants to unify the country, to consider pardoning Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son. Trump pardoned you after you were convicted of a crime. Would it be a good move, do you think, for Trump to effectively reach across the pardon aisle and pardon the current president's son?
Well, of course, Piers, as you know, once a federal judge ordered the Justice Department to release Robert Mueller's fully unredacted report, which the judge denied my defense attorneys at trial, even Mueller could not sugarcoat the fact that he found no evidence of Russian collusion, WikiLeaks collaboration, or for that matter, any other crime. I was pleased when the president said that the pardon of Hunter Biden was not off the table. We need to bring America together again. We need to end this cycle of weaponization of our criminal justice system. The fact that Kamala and her surrogates were saying, well, if Trump is elected, he will seek to prosecute and jail his political enemies. Do they have no sense of self-awareness? They were accusing him of planning to do that which he did not do in his first term and that which was being done to him at that very instant. So I was pleased to see that he's considering it. I don't speak for him. I speak only for myself. But it is time to end this cycle where Republicans and Democrats are trying to destroy each other, put each other in prison. It was not like this when I entered politics. I had friends who were in the business who were really smart people, Democrats, who you would eat with and drink with and hang out with and make.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Bullshit fake food, that fake meat, which is not good for
That
anybody.
creeps me out, man.
Read about fake meat, folks. Read about how they're making this. And I'm not talking about 3D printed meat, which is a very different thing, which seems to be at least more consumable. But like the plant-based meat stuff, that's garbage. That stuff is garbage. So highly processed garbage.
If you think the concept of plant-based meats or how they're made is creepy, you should look up how animal meat is made. I'll spare you the images because we're past Halloween at this point, but it can involve taking a bolt gun to the head of a cow and then slitting their throat, or cramming a bunch of pigs into a gas chamber and gassing them to death. And moving over to the health side, just because something is processed doesn't mean it's necessarily unhealthy. We have to look at the effect of the individual food. And plant-based meat consumption is associated with a lower risk of hip fracture and pancreatic cancer, although the data is fairly limited there, while also improving cardiovascular risk factors compared to meat in randomized controlled trials. Extremely creepy.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Jokes with. That camaraderie just no longer exists. We have to get back to a time where there is some civility in our politics. And I actually think Donald Trump understands that.
Well, in the interest of moving forward and reaching across to historic foes and so on, I just wanted to end on a bit of personal business, Roger, because when I tweeted that Kamala Harris wasn't up to winning the presidency, you responded to me on X and you said, Piers now trying to suck Trump's dick after betraying him previously, a truly talentless dirtbag. I just wondered whether, now the dust has settled, you wanted to maybe rethink your view there, Roger.
Look, I confess, Piers, to occasionally posting a 2-martini tweet, and I'm less than perfect. But yes, let's have a reset. I'd seen an interview with Trump in which I didn't think you treated him fairly, and that was my motivation. But it is a new day for all of us. None of us is perfect, and let's move forward on a more positive basis.
So you don't think I'm quite such a truly talentless dirtbag?
No, actually, you're not a bad fellow at all.
You know, it's interesting with Donald Trump, because I've known him a long time, not as long as you. I've known him nearly 20 years. And I've criticized him a lot, and I've praised him a lot when others haven't. And we've occasionally had a little wobble in the relationship. But the thing I've always liked about Donald Trump is that I always know when we've had a little spat or a falling out, and we did after that interview you talked about. He rang me a few months later like nothing had happened. And I think he is actually a very loyal person, as you know, to people he's known a long time, even if occasionally they say or do stuff he doesn't like. He is actually a loyal guy.
Well, look, I think he falls in and out with people, but nobody is ever permanently banned. And Piers, look, anybody who sports a boutonniere like that can't really be a bad chap.
Roger, it's great to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Well, joining me now to discuss the latest is the former White House Communications Director, now host of The Rest of Politics USA, Anthony Scaramucci, the co-host of Gutfeld and author of I Used to Like You Until, Cat Tim, also the former Communications Director and host of The Sean Spicer Show. Sean Spicer, what a remarkable trio to have to discuss this. Let me start with you, Anthony, if I may. I'm sure you won't be surprised I want to start with you, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone more certain on social media that they were going to be right about something who was then proven to be so spectacularly wrong. Your thoughts?
Well, I actually think you are a dirtbag, Piers. So, I mean, I know Roger doesn't think you are one, but I do. I'm kidding. Look, I got it wrong. I'm a big boy. I got it wrong. I congratulated the president. I congratulated Elon Musk. Democratic process. They ran a brilliant campaign. It was incredibly well executed, and I got it wrong. And so when you get something wrong, especially if you're an entrepreneur, if you get something wrong, you say I got something wrong. You own up to it, and you make adaptation. And so I'm happy to.
Why are your forearms so small? What the fuck are you talking about? I have nice meaty forearms.
Confess on your show or anywhere, I got it wrong. You know, Barry Diller, when he lost the Paramount deal in 1993, I was a younger man then, and he said something that I think was brilliant about life. They won, period. We lost, period, next. And I see it that way. And by the way, I wish the president-elect well. He's the president for everybody, and I want him to do a good job. I would love to have him dial down some of the rhetoric against his fellow Americans. I don't think that that's going to help him unify the country, and I hope he considers doing that.
On the rhetoric, though, you see, I think one of the biggest problems for the Democrats was that they kept talking about how offended they were by Trump's rhetoric, while simultaneously constantly calling him a Nazi, a fascist, and this and that, using the most extreme rhetoric imaginable, comparing him to a man who murdered 12 million people. And I kept saying, why are you doing this to my liberal friends? Do you not understand that most average Americans do not think Trump is Adolf Hitler, and nowhere near Adolf Hitler? And it's incredibly offensive, actually, to keep using that analogy. So when it comes to the rhetoric, do you accept, Anthony, that on your side, the rhetoric was also pretty awful?
Well, no, I've said that on my podcast. In fact, my co-host, Katty Kay, who's a fellow Brit, when someone's bringing up the word Hitler, she always says that that's just too glib, or to use an American expression, it's jumped over the shark. I don't see the president as Adolf Hitler, but I do see the president as somebody that hits hard with the language. You know, when you're, listen, we can debate it again if you want to, but when you're saying that non-white immigrants are the country and whether they're legal.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. What are you up to, Gummy? Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Why don't you come sit in my lap? Hey, Gum Gum. Gum Gum.
Or illegal, or eating dogs and cats, I think that's a rough thing to do. That's dehumanizing, and I don't want him to do that. I don't want any leader, frankly, to do that. We have to figure out a way to cohabitate in this country. We have to figure out a way to respect each other's cultures and each other's ways of living. But I do think there's a resonating message that the left needs to listen to. If you don't mind, just be 1 second. There was a great meme from the Harris team. There was a man standing at the voting booth, and there's a young little girl, and the young little girl said, "Daddy, who are you voting for?" And he said, "I'm voting for you." But that's not actually what happened, Piers. What happened was there was a woman standing at that voting booth, and there was a young son. And the young son asked the mom, "Who are you voting for?" And she turned to him and said, "I'm voting for you." You see, and I think people on the left need to understand this woke culture, this demon.
Hello, Richard. It's me, your good mate over the pond, Piers. I love tea and crumpets, and I'm totally a liberal and not biased toward my chummy chum Trump. I'm so objective it's rotting my teeth into little nubs. Can't you see how unbiased I am? Tuesday.
I do like black tea. Black tea is nice, and I do like crumpets. But I don't think Piers Morgan is unbiased. What do you mean, do I neglect forearm training? Go fuck yourself. Anyway, thanks for the donation, Piers Morgan.
dehumanizing every word that's spoken that they think is inappropriate, this cancel culture, if you will, I think the American people are tired of. And I think Donald Trump represents those people. And I think that's one of the reasons why he got 46% of the vote. So listen, the race is over. He won. Congratulations to him and his team. But if the left wants to get competitive with people like Donald Trump, they better understand what they're doing from a cultural perspective.
Kat, it was interesting that Trump talked about having a core of common sense, and that is why he believes there's been this realignment of the electorate, where you've got so many black Americans, Latino Americans, and others gravitating to somebody, despite the fact he's been called racist and so on. This common sense part's been very interesting to watch. The New York Times today had a fascinating report that one of the most effective ads that the Trump campaign did, and they were stunned apparently by how effective it was the one that talks about Kamala Harris will be for they, them, and Trump will be for you, him, or you, me, you, I think, or whatever it was. But whatever it was making a point about this whole issue of the trans debate, which many Democrats have tried to downplay. And yet I've constantly said this is something most people really feel fired up about, which is this thing of trans athletes in women's sport and so on, and getting into women's spaces and so on. And the effectiveness of that ad seems to suggest that I was right, and that the Democrats were very wrong to try and downplay it and say that people didn't care. And I saw Joe Scarborough on MSNBC saying the same thing. I think that kind of issue played into that core of common sense that Trump was talking about. What do you think?
Yeah, I wrote not one, but 2 chapters about gender in my most recent book because of this. And I think it's one of these issues where a lot of people do agree, but there's the extremes on the 2 sides that are very loud. And another thing that's in my book is that research shows over and over again that there's huge gaps between what people will say out loud and what people will actually believe, perhaps because of fear of this sort of cancel culture, right? And I think with Joe Biden, it was one thing because I think a lot of people really believed that Joe Biden was a moderate. And Joe Biden himself might honestly be a moderate. I honestly think sometimes if you were to walk up to him and ask him to explain they, them, and pronouns with no prompter and no notes, I don't know that he would be able to do that. I think there was a team of people around him that was pushing some of this stuff. But I think, honestly, that when you have Kamala, it's a different story. She ran a very progressive campaign in 2020. There are videos of her saying, certain things. She actually is on record saying that when Trump said, it sounds crazy, it does sound crazy, when Trump said that she wanted to have taxpayer-funded transgender operations on, how did he put it, illegal aliens in prison, and everybody laughed. And it turns out she is on record supporting that. So I think that was one of the things that made the huge difference. I think also that it's something that a lot of people don't really understand. Transgender people are a small percentage of the population, and it did get to a point where even asking a question about something you don't understand in the incorrect way could be enough to see yourself canceled. And I think that of a lot of the people who I know a lot of people who voted for Trump for the first time in this past election. I'm a third party voter. I still stuck with that. But a lot of the people who voted for him this time were like, we're men. And they said, listen, I voted for Trump. Please don't tell my wife. And it was this idea of if you were constantly being told how bad you are, and you were constantly being told that
my college professor was attacked because he's a Jew. Jesus.
No solutions. If you want to be progressive, there has to be some sort of path to progress. There has to be some sort of redemption possible. You have to be able to learn and grow and be a better person. But that's not what people saw Democrats becoming. It was, okay, you said this, did this, you're done. And I think that that's one of the issues where we saw this, but that's not the only issue where we saw this. And I think that overall, people kind of saw their vote as a way to kind of stick it to that, because you reach a point where you're like, okay, if I'm just
Death of Rabbit donated $2. Show chat how big I am. Hi, can't be touched. Those are some good gains, dude. You got some good peaks to your biceps. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
bad. Well, what do you want to do? You want me to kill myself? What do I do? Yep. There was no path to redemption there. There's no path to progress there. And if you can't win, why try? And I think that was what the vote was for a lot of people.
Yeah, I always found it ironic that the left would constantly say Trump's a fascist, whilst themselves behaving very like fascists. The purest personification of fascism is where a group of people tell another group of people, if you don't dress how we tell you to, speak how we tell you to, laugh at things that we think are acceptable, have heroes that we have approved, read books that we have approved, etc., etc. That is actually what fascism is. It's where you try through your own narrow prism of your worldview, try and dictate that to everybody else on pain of utter cancellation, shaming, vilification, ruination, getting them kicked out of their jobs, and so on. I kept saying to my liberal friends, this is fascism, actually. This far left progressive bullshit woke stuff is fascism. Sean Spicer, great to have you back on Uncensored. You must be feeling, I guess, rather chipper today. It's an extraordinary win, obviously, for the Republicans. What do you put it down to? How has Trump managed to pull off the greatest comeback in American political history?
Yeah, by the way, it's a combination of euphoria and exhaustion at once. I had a few hours of sleep. But I think that there's a lot of what you guys just talked about, the culture factor. But more importantly, for the first time in over 100 years, America had a stark choice. You could look at the 4 years of Donald Trump or the 4 years of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And so the rhetoric is usually propositional. It's theoretical. I will promise you this. My opponent will do all these bad things, et cetera, from both sides. And what happened in this election is that the American people could say, I hear the stuff that they're saying about Trump, that this is how he's going to govern. This is what he'll do. But I remember the 4 years he was in. Yeah, a little chaotic, but things got done. We were more prosperous. The border was secure. The world was more stable. I do a morning little conversation called The Morning Meeting at 9 a.m. Eastern. And one of the guys in the chat put it this way. He said, I'd rather take WWE, which is a wrestling federation in America, versus World War III. And I think that there were a lot of people that were worried about how Kamala Harris would govern, whether it was economically, culturally, as you guys just mentioned, or just the threat that we face from abroad, from China, North Korea, Iran. And she didn't instill a sense of stability, of understanding the issues. People were willing to give her a chance when they pushed Joe Biden out. But at the end of the day, the attacks didn't hold water when it came to Donald Trump, because people had seen what he had done for 4 years. And they, this is how he's going to govern. This is what he'll do. But I remember the 4 years he was in. Yeah, a little chaotic, but things got done. We were more prosperous. The border was secure. The world was more stable. I do a morning little conversation called The Morning Meeting at 9 a.m. Eastern. And one of the guys in the chat put it this way. He said, I'd rather take WWE, which is a wrestling federation in America, versus World War III. And I think that there were a lot of people that were worried about how Kamala Harris would govern, whether it was economically, culturally, as you guys just mentioned, or just the threat that we face from abroad, from China, North Korea, Iran. And she didn't instill a sense of stability, of understanding the issues. People were willing to give her a chance when they pushed Joe Biden out. But at the end of the day, the attacks didn't hold water when it came to Donald Trump.
As if the carnivore cult couldn't get more insane than they are now, LMFAO.
Let me see.
Want to drink, eat steak, and beef tallow. In this study, beef fat completely prevented alcoholic liver damage in rats. No matter how much alcohol they fed the rats, they couldn't cause liver damage so long as they kept feeding them tallow. Because saturated fat is actually an anti-inflammatory and antioxidant.
No, it's not.
Now the carnivore crowd is telling you to drink your alcohol with steak because it stops liver damage. Times school. So to support his claim, he cites this study on rats. I have a question for you, Carnivore Aurelius. Are you a rat? Because if you actually look at the strongest control trials in humans like this one, which split overweight people into 3 groups, they were given 1,000 extra calories largely from saturated fat, unsaturated fat, or simple sugars every day for 3 weeks. What makes this study so strong is that these interventions were controlled for total calories and they were provided these foods for the entire 3 weeks. And you know what they found? Intrahepatic triglycerides, also known as liver fat, increased by 55% in the saturated fat group, which was 22% higher than the sugar group and 40% higher than the unsaturated fat group. As a result, saturated fat caused insulin resistance and the release of endotoxins into the blood. And that's not the only study showing the same thing. This one lasted 10 weeks and found the saturated fat group gained liver fat and had higher levels of inflammatory markers compared to the polyunsaturated fat group. And no, these studies weren't funded by Big Seed. As someone who eats meat every day, to claim that saturated fat is protective for your liver and is anti-inflammatory based on a rat study is wild. Class dismissed.
Carnivore Aurelius is a fucktard. I challenged him to a debate and he never, messaged me back. He's just a fucking loser. Oh, they're all fucking losers, dude. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Oh my god. Gummy's playing with his ball.
Because people had seen what he had done for 4 years. And they knew the difference between the 4 years of Donald Trump on a range of issues versus what the world and the country have become under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And voters don't get that choice very often. And we could look at it in very, very stark, real terms in terms of the record of results for both sides.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that's what most Americans did, and they voted accordingly, hence this landslide.
Here's one point off your fascism. It was also the attacks on democracy, right? The democracy was under attack, didn't hold water. We just conducted the fundamental principle of democracy, which is going out and voting. But the other side was the side when it comes.
So Pakistan massacred Palestinians in Jordan? Pakistan?
It's a democracy. They tried to kick Donald Trump off the ballot. They tried to kick RFK off the ballot. They tried to kick Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, off the ballot. When it came to democracy being under attack, it was actually the other side that was actually doing things to undermine the democracy.
Yeah, I certainly think there's a double standard, yeah. Let's bring in Larry Wilmore.
Can I say something real quickly, though?
Anthony, I'm going to come to you in a minute, Anthony. I just want to go to Larry Wilmore, who's not had a chance to speak yet, the comedian and host of Black on the Air podcast. Larry, I want to play you. It's a mashup of the late night hosts crying and weeping over Trump's victory. Let's take a look.
Hey there. How are you doing? If you watch the show regularly, I'm guessing you're not doing great.
I don't think Donald Trump's a good person. I'd even go so far as to say he's a bad person. Now, in my defense, I'm only basing that on everything I've ever been taught about what makes someone good or bad.
Why are you leaving the country? I can't stay for another 4 years of this. Who knows what he's going to do?
This is not the end. And we have to regroup and we have to continue to fight and continue to work day in and day out.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, Larry, went on to start crying on his show last night. And all I can think was, I interviewed Jay Leno about a year ago, and he didn't understand why late night hosts have become so partisan, because they never used to be. Jay Leno used to whack both sides, and no one really knew who he voted for. Johnny Carson, perhaps the greatest of them all, no one ever knew his politics. He just used to rip into all the politicians. The most popular right now in late night is actually Cat Show, Gutfeld, with Greg Gutfeld leading it, and Cat and Tyrus. That's the most popular. And they're not afraid to whack their own side if they want to. Why has it become such a weirdly partisan thing at night and all skewed to the left?
Yeah. Well, to answer that question, showbiz has a way of cannibalizing something that works, And The Daily Show was kind of an answer to what was happening in the Bush administration and I think Fox News at that time. And Jon Stewart kind of became a symbol for people who felt like they weren't getting their news in some kind of way. And remember, Piers, this was like before social media was a big thing and that type of thing. And he kind of became the symbol of that. The thing about showbiz, it tends to want to repeat things that aren't successful. And I think it just became kind of a movement, it seems like. I don't disagree with Jay at all. In fact, one of my favorite comedians of all time is Johnny Carson for that reason.
Yeah.
It really is funny when I look at the host and everything, because I have such a complete different reaction to this. I'm actually optimistic, Piers, to be honest with you. I think the Democrats need a self-examination. Here's what I've been saying for a long time. Joe Biden did not win because of his vision in 2020. He was an anti-Trump candidate. And I always said, this was my criticism of the Democratic Party. I said, I feel like we have a presidency without a president. That's what it felt like when Bush was president. Meaning there was no vision for this presidency. It was it's what I call it's kind of an election. I forget the word for it, but you can govern like that, but you can't really gain a coalition like that. And so that's really what Kamala kind of inherited. Piers, more than anything else, was a non-vision party, but a managerial party. We're managing this government, so this guy doesn't. You cannot win with that kind of strategy. So the Democrats have an opportunity now to figure out what their vision is, what they really stand for. And I think it's something that ultimately hurt them, because Trump has stood for the same things before he even ran for president, immigration and trade. He's always stood for those things. So he's always had a clear vision. And I think it's for people that are looking for somebody to lead them, people in the middle, because your sides are your sides, right?
I just had the best vegan pizza I've ever had in my life. At this place it's in Seattle called Moto. Shit was so good I jack off while I ate it.
Does look good. I really want pizza. Thanks for the donation, Dave Pork Boy.
I think it's easier to latch onto something like that. So I think this is an opportunity.
Anthony, as we've been talking, Biden has actually come out and addressed the people. Let's take a little listen to some of this.
Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. Yesterday, I also spoke with Vice President Harris. She's been a partner and a public servant. She has a backbone like a ramrod. She has great character, true character. She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran.
My thoughts about Biden and Kamala, Anthony, are that Biden clearly, in the last 2 years, was on a pretty rapid descent in terms of senility or dementia, whatever it was. I kept writing about it. Other people did. We would be mocked and ridiculed every time we said this. But it was obvious to me, and doctors were telling me it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, the guy who goes on rants about sharks and Hannibal Lecter doesn't have cognitive decline. Bucket Boys, $22, ran into a homeless lady in the hood today and gave her $5, but when I asked her response to Trump winning, she said, yeah, I'm happy Trump won. Now them illegal niggas can get the GTFO and America can focus on helping us black folk. To be honest, I was not expecting that. Why in the hell are you even giving random homeless people money? Like, in all likelihood, they're just assholes. Thanks for the donation, Bucket Boys.
There's something that's going on here which is taking him downhill quite quickly. The Democrats knew that, but they didn't do anything about it until summer. And then they stick the metaphorical knife in his back and get rid of him in a coup. But rather than have what I think would have been a sensible move, which is to have an open convention where people all throw their hat in the ring and they all duke it out, and the most effective operator goes forward to take on Trump, who's a very formidable opponent, they just coronated Kamala Harris, who had been a pretty unpopular attempted nominee the first time, who'd been a pretty unpopular vice president, and who, when it came to it, wasn't able to differentiate herself from Biden at all. In fact, she said...
1v1 Kazuya Tekken. I'm down. Let's do it. Just quickly look. I'm gonna have to actually put in some work to learn his full move list. I should just take a day off and do random shit like learn Kazuya's moveset, or just do it on stream. Just have like an all day long gaming stream. Hey, Gum Gum. How's my Gum Gum?
Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Fucking right.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
What? I blocked that. Fuck. Damn it. I'll take a look at that doing in a second, Mo Wally. What the fuck? I pressed a fucking kick and it still did that. Fuck. Fuck.
Round 5. Fight.
Fuck. What? I fucking blocked that. What? This game's cheating, dude.
Fight.
Fuck. There we go.
Round 7. Fight. Round 8. Fight.
What? Oh, what? What the fuck was that?
You win.
Alright, I win. Muhammad Awali donated $2. Hey, when you go visit your dad, Sheikh Muhammad in Edmonton, you should visit this restaurant. Very good food. Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second.
Round 1. Fight.
Fuck. Fuck. asshole.
Round 2. Fight.
Fuck.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
I don't understand how I didn't block that. Fuck. Oh my god! Damn it. Hey, Gimme. No going on my keyboard.
Fight.
Fuck.
Yes. Round 6. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round 7. Fight.
What? The fuck was that bullshit? Fuck. Ah, shit. Damn it.
Round 8. Fight.
This is bizarre. Fucking asshole. What? I'm sorry? How in the fuck is that fair?
You win.
Does actually look pretty good. I think I've been here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've been there.
Round 1. Fight.
That is weird.
Round 2. Fight.
Wow, I fucked that up.
Round 3. Fight.
I blocked that! Give me a fucking break!
Round 4. Fight.
Shit.
Round 5. Fight.
Yes.
Round 6. Fight. Round 7. Fight.
Well, I think we've established that I am the better Kazuya player.
Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
It's weird. There's about 4 milliseconds of input lag. What in the fuck?
Round 3. Fight.
Fuck! Oh my god.
Round 4. Fight. Round 5.
Oh man.
Fight.
Some of my button inputs are literally just not working inexplicably. What? It's not letting me do the special attack thing. Like the button just stopped working.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, what the? I'm dead serious. My character literally froze for half a second. I have no idea. Yeah, what in the fuck is going on?
Round 2. Fight.
That's the first game that it actually let me do it.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Yes.
Round 5. Fight.
No. No. Sorry? What is that fucking combo?
Fight.
Oh god, this is bullshit. Fang is a bullshit character.
Round 7. Fight.
I blocked that. Fuck you. Yes, finally win.
You win. Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god. It didn't let me do the thing again.
Round 2. Fight.
That should have hit. That should have hit. That how did that not hit?
Round 3. Fight.
There we go. All is right.
Round 4. Fight.
I blocked it! Oh my god.
Round 5.
Hey, Gummy.
Fight.
Oh my god. You literally shat that out of your ass. That victory was undeserved. Fuck you, you cheater.
Round 7. Fight.
Dude, it's happening again. It's okay. I don't this. It might. I don't know what the fucking game is. Whatever. Those are some good matches. I'm kind of getting sick of Tekken. Like, something weird happens when you play online where sometimes your, like, fucking button inputs don't work. It's so fucking bullshit. Seriously fucking pisses me off. I don't know what it is with that game.
I wouldn't change anything that's happened. And from that moment on, I thought she was kind of dead in the water. I also thought she was sort of uniquely unsubstantial. Whatever you think of Trump, everybody knows where he stands on all these big issues. He rams them home with a marketing hammer all the time. I wouldn't know what Kamala Harris really thinks about almost anything. And I felt that she was a very uninspiring candidate for that reason. But also the combination of Biden going on too long when he was clearly unfit for office, and then Kamala Harris being parachuted in. Do you think it was just tactically a complete shambles by the Democrats? Should they have just done something about this earlier?
Well, I'm going to try to tie the thread into what both Sean and Larry were saying. Joe Biden said he was running for 4 years. He recognized his age back then, and he said he was going to rebuild the Democratic Party and then find somebody to replace him. And then, quite Shakespearean, he got the bug of power and didn't want to leave. And as Sean can tell you, the president's very powerful. And so he sort of flexed against the Democratic Party that wanted him out. Nancy Pelosi needed to make that call in September of 2023, not in July of 2024. And so you had that problem. And I just want to bring up something that Sean said that you have to think about here. In the exit polling, number 2 was the threat to the democracy. But then when they asked the secondary question, the Democrats were the threat to democracy. You know, they were saying that Trump was, but the Democrats were the threat to democracy. And then when people were asked why, it was because of the coronation issue that you're talking about, Piers. And let me say this, okay? And people should know this. In 2016, they also had a coronation on the side of the Democrats. Joe Biden wanted to run for president. He got stuffed by Barack Obama. You may remember that 40-plus minute long Rose Garden speech. But he probably could have primaried Hillary Clinton and beaten her. And then it would have been a contest between Trump and Biden at much younger ages. So I think Democrats have a real problem. I think they've got to look in the mirror at the hypocrisy of what they're saying to people, and frankly, the way it resonated in the exit polling.
Yeah, I completely agree. Kat, Trump's got an amazing mandate, an opportunity now. I mean, he's basically won everything in a massive clean sweep. And that gives him awesome powers, but also awesome responsibility. When he stands up at the inauguration, what do you want him to say?
Yeah, I'm someone who's continually cynical about politics. And
The fury he must have felt all year at the attempt to encourage. What does it say about America?
Won in 2020. Why isn't Philadelphia counting votes? I want to know what is going on. What the hell is going on right now?
Well, by popular demand, Destiny rejoins me now. Destiny, I can't imagine this could have gone any worse for you, could it?
There are ways it could have gone worse. I think the writing was probably on the wall. Obviously, I had to do a stream for, I could think of a number of ways it could have gone worse. I could have lost every single state. I could have been the Reagan landslide that everybody wanted it to be. But I think the writing was probably on the wall when the Florida vote started rolling in, and you saw that Miami had flipped red. But listen, we got to do a show, you know as well as I do. You got to keep it entertaining for 12 hours. So we were engaging in some high-level Bernie math into the deep hours of the night, trying to see if there was a way for Harris to win. And it was a fun time.
I mean, look, it's been an absolute debacle for the Democrats. Why do you think it's been such a crushing defeat?
Honestly, I think that I understand that we have to keep our jobs and we have to make sure that our jobs are important by telling people how important they are. But I think that the real answer, because all the analysis was done earlier by all these panelists, especially Roger Stone, who's an American trader, was absolutely ludicrous. I think the actual answer is Americans just kind of vote based on the economic vibes they feel. I think that when Biden won in 2020, it was because COVID. Everybody felt horrible. The economy was like everything was crazy. Not just the economy, everything was crazy. So people voted for Biden. I think that when Biden came in, I think we had a lot of inflation early on. People still feel the cumulative effects. So then they vote Trump. I think it's probably as simple as that. You can try to reach to all these other things, but basically every other point brought up earlier was just factually completely and totally ridiculous and incorrect. The idea of weaponizing the DOJ and then bringing up New York State. The fact that Donald Trump has done every single thing that you guys earlier were accusing the Biden admin of doing, except 20 times worse. I don't think at the end of the day, Americans don't care about that. If you talk to an average person, they're not going to tell you about the Department of Justice is weaponizing, but they're just going to say man, shit's expensive right now. Fuck. And that's about it, I think.
I mean, that is partly true, certainly on the economic part. I agree with you. And I think I would add immigration and the southern border crisis as being a major added component to that, because people resented the fact that not only could they not afford to feed their kids, but there are all these people coming in illegally on the border and putting extra pressure on public service and taking jobs and so on. I think you can't discount that.
That's not.
Well, you would discount it, but I wouldn't.
No, I would discount it because the Republicans discounted it. If the border was a huge issue, then the border bill wouldn't have been shut down. They would have negotiated harder on it. But they didn't. They shut it down because they knew it wasn't a real issue. People care about things like the border and immigration because Republicans told them to care about things like the border and immigration. The reality is unemployment is incredibly low. If you want a really big top line takeaway from this whole thing that would be interesting that nobody will discuss because it's incredibly boring, perhaps the Federal Reserve targets politically should actually target things like inflation more than unemployment. Maybe on a political level, maybe it was worth it to suffer 8 or 9% unemployment rather than so aggressively trying to target an inflation figure and keeping unemployment low. Maybe, but that's a macroecon question.
When you get a result like this, Destiny, notwithstanding your chilling self-confidence, which I obviously admire as a trait, do you have a moment of self-awareness where you just go in the mirror, wow, I was so wrong?
Do you think that the Republicans had a moment of self-awareness in 2020?
Well, it wasn't the question. I just wonder whether you had a moment of self-awareness.
I look at the figures as they come in. I try to analyze what the public is. But this idea that the Democratic Party needs to do some huge soul searching after the Republicans, try to coup their way back into office when they lost the last election. I don't think. I think that's ridiculous. I think the double standard is ridiculous. I think that the passes that you guys give Trump are absolutely insane. I think at the end of the day, it's just voting on your general economic trends. The only tragic thing is that because the economy has been righted in such a positive way, and nobody knows it because nobody talks about it, but the United States is outperforming basically every other country in the world on metrics like inflation, on metrics like unemployment, on metrics like real wages. Now that the ship has been righted, we're in a situation again where thankfully a Republican can come in after a Democrat has, I complained about this before on your show, after a Democrat has righted the ship after an economic catastrophe. Trump did it after Obama, and now Trump's going to do it again after Biden, and now he can try to take credit for all the things he wasn't able to do in his administration, right? He couldn't pass infrastructure, Biden did. Now when stuff is getting built, he's going to take credit for it. He couldn't bring manufacturing like chips back to the United States when he tried to tear up China. Biden did with the CHIPS Act. Now Trump can take credit for it as the stuff gets built. So, the cycle of politics continues.
When you realized that Trump had won the White House, the Senate, probably the House, he's going to get another 2 on the Supreme Court, probably. In other words, a complete quick clean sweep. He won the popular vote as well as the Electoral College. Did you cry?
No, not. But I'm not a crier. If I was more emotional, maybe I would have.
Not a tear? Nothing?
I mean, I was streaming all night. If there were any tears, you would have seen them. I will say though, I haven't seen any Democrats try to take over the Capitol building. We'll see on January 6th. You know, maybe I shouldn't hold my breath, but we'll see.
Well, actually, the odd thing actually has been the singular lack of protest. I mean, I felt this at Madison Square Garden when I went to that rally, and the Secret Service told me they were expecting thousands of protesters, and 150 people turned up. And I've been really struck being in New York. There've been no protests whatsoever at this thumping Trump win. It's nothing like 2016, which makes me think the Democrats massively miscalculated in trying to continue to play the he's Hitler and blah 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 blah, because that's not what people are clearly feeling, or they really would be out in mass protests.
Sure, but I think Democrats are also able to lose elections. Conservatives can't, right? Because we're a little bit more grounded in reality. Like, the election outcome is either we win or we lose. On the conservative side, the only outcomes are we win or it was rigged. You saw it, and no Republican that you ever bring on the show will ever admit it, but Donald...
Eye lasers and devil powers, do you think Kazuya is actually a good fighter? Also, why are Tekken fighters so muscular? Like Kazuya is supposed to be 175 pounds at 5'7", but looks huge.
He looks closer to like probably 5'11", maybe 6 foot, and like 250. Yeah, I'd say Kazuya would be a good fighter regardless. But yeah, those stats for Kazuya are ridiculous. He looks way taller, and even if he wasn't taller, he'd absolutely weigh more. If he was 5'7", like, that looks more like he weighs like 210, 220. And if he was like closer to 6 foot, that's like 250. Thanks for the donation though, W.
Donald Trump said that the election was rigged this year. This, like, 2 days ago. He was literally saying, we pulled up the tweet as the Philadelphia votes were starting to roll in. He was saying voter fraud in Philadelphia. I saw people tweeting out that in Detroit they're bringing in the vote dumps or whatever. So they were calling it rigged before they had any evidence, just like he called 2020 rigged with no evidence. They still believe it was rigged, just like he called 2016 rigged because he didn't win the popular vote. So, I mean, like, yeah, when the election can only be rigged, or when the election, you know, is going to be won, of course they're going to be more prone to throw a temper tantrum than the Democrats are.
Well, for the record, I did not think Trump had the last election stolen from him. I said it to his face, which enraged him, but he didn't. But this one, he's absolutely won fair and square, and it's good to see the Democrats accept that. Definitely good to talk to you. I love having you on Uncensored, so I really appreciate you coming back on today.
Thanks for having me.
All right. It is late, and I think I should be getting to bed. I do have to train tomorrow, but we'll see how the day goes. I might possibly do an early stream where we do some gaming. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And I definitely will be seeing you all tomorrow regardless, unless I die in a horrible motorcycle crash. So sweet dreams. Oh, there's Gummy. Do you want to say goodbye to everybody, Gummy? Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. He doesn't listen. All right, but sweet dreams, everybody.